First thing I want to know from everybody. Have you gotten to the point where you are allowing yourself to maybe participate and watch in some of these playoff games? I needed a few days. Last night, I didn't want to, but I ended up tuning in for like the tail end of the, about the beginning of the fourth quarter of the Celtics and Pacers game. And it made me more upset because I don't like Boston, and I saw some of the calls they were getting, and I wanted to stop watching sports again for a little bit. But you see that through the end. First of all, what I noticed was there was actually a couple of fans, like a couple of people in Boston that were leaving that game early. Out of all games, that one, it doesn't make all that much sense when you're only down 3 to just get up and leave the game with a chance to come back, but whatever. Secondly, it just solidified, and I know it's one game, but I felt this way beforehand, and it's like some confirmation bias came my way. Damn it, you could have beat the Celtics, right? Or the Pacers, either of those teams that's in it. Like, they can score, they can do all that stuff, but the one thing that they can't, they aren't consistent about it. Nothing about their team screams consistency. And that's where I think the Nuggets could have taken advantage. Like, I'm actually accepting of the fact now. Minnesota was the one team in the past 2 years that could really stifle what the Nuggets could do. Go back to the series and think about this for a second. Why did that series feel like such a shock to your system? And the answer is, we kind of thought the Nuggets offense was almost perfect. Like, no matter what the opposing team wanted to do to you, you'd find a way to score. You'd find a way to get buckets. And that's kind of, it's exactly what we saw over the past almost 2 years up until that Minnesota series. Like, when Jamal Murray and Jokic and Porter and Gordon and KCP, when they're healthy enough to play, I'm not even saying fully healthy, but healthy enough to play. If they aren't hitting threes at night, they'll kick it down low. Jokic will get buckets down there. Murray will hit some mid-range jumpers. Aaron Gordon will get to the rim. They'll do that to people. And Minnesota was just built in the perfectly right way to make that incredibly difficult and have long stretches of bad offense from the Nuggets. That was the separation. Boston, Indiana cannot do that. Dallas would not be able to do that. Now, those teams can keep up scoring-wise if they're on. But each of those teams will have a couple of games during a series where they are not, and they will lose. Boston is the main culprit in this. If they don't knock down their threes, they lose. But the overarching thing, I'm watching that game, and I'm like, yep, you would beat both of these teams. And you'd probably beat them in 5 or 6. Indiana probably 5, Boston 6, whatever. And it was 24 minutes away. And the farther I get from the result of the Nuggets game in Game 7, the more that I tend to realize it was 24 bad minutes. That's all it was. 24 minutes where you were gassed. You didn't have anything left in the tank. You didn't have the depth. And I think all of the stuff that we've discussed over the past couple of days does not matter if they just get past that second half and hold on to a 20-point lead. That's it. And it's like, I'm not taking solace in it. It is bumming me out, is the way I would describe it. Like, it doesn't make me feel any better. But Minnesota was the only team that could do it. And people are talking, even hearing Malone, who was talking about, failure isn't fatal. And I guess by definition, when you win the championship the year prior and you don't the next year, and you exit in the second round, I would say it's a failure. But in the grand scheme of things, there was one team that could give you that sort of difficulty. It was Minnesota. And I mean, you were right here from getting past it. And again, I don't think the other ones could compete with you. Not over 7 games. And it almost makes me more confident in this team is still readily built to win a championship. You keep this starting 5 together. Now, the depth things, you need to do something. You can't roll into next year. And I guess here's kind of my fear, okay? I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page. Now, I mentioned this yesterday. Calvin Booth seems to take the approach of more patience. And you know what? To his credit, he probably should. He's 2 years into this job. He had obviously a big role when Tim Conley was still here, but he wasn't the guy in charge. He is now the guy. So he wants to take his time with this thing, and to a certain extent, I understand that. But I don't know if Malone does, and I don't know if Joker does. That's sort of the curveball in this. Is Calvin Booth willing to bet that another year of incubation in an offseason for guys like Christian Braun and Peyton Watson could lead to giant jumps? In the case of the guy who's kind of been, for both the Avs and the Nuggets, there's been basically a guy that has been the main topic of discussion heading into the offseason. For the Avs, it's obviously Val, because you don't know what to do with that. With the Nuggets, it's Michael Porter Jr. But let me make an argument to you. When it comes to Porter, yes or no? Answer this in your head. Has Michael Porter Jr. improved each year? I think that's absolutely yes, he has. Like this year, his rebounding was a lot better. His defense was better. He was more consistent this year. Not consistent, but more consistent. And I want to point something out to you. This is pretty much done, this discussion, and this is why I think next year will be a big year for Michael Porter Jr. He missed a lot of time early in his career. A lot. Much as Jokic didn't miss time, but he didn't get the role that he's gotten for his entire career. Nelly, it's one of the things that I was talking about when Jokic won his third MVP. I think part of the reason why people have a hard time believing in what they're seeing in Jokic is that when guys come onto the scene and they become these types of players that are put into an all-time sort of discussion. And I know some people are going to quibble on where Jokic is at. At a minimum, though, he's like a top 35 player ever. He's got 3 MVPs and an NBA Finals MVP. You get a championship, and 3 times you are named the best player in the world. You are like a top 35 minimum player, and it could go much higher than that. It's probably closer to top 20, maybe somewhere in the 15. But the point to this is, when guys are that level of player, you see it almost immediately from people like that. What we're witnessing with Anthony Edwards. Now, I'm not saying he's going to be an all-time player, but just follow me here. If he is, that would track, wouldn't it? Because he came on the scene and immediately was a star. LeBron came on the scene, immediately a star. Steph Curry, it took a couple of years because he was battling some injuries, but you saw it. Shaq, you saw it. Like, name the all-time greats. Jokic, when he turned 26, is when his elevation really started. Jokic was a good player, trapped in on a team that was just okay, in a market that people didn't care about. He had a very Sabonis feel to him. Like the way that we see Domantas Sabonis right now, which is, he does a little bit of everything. He can score a little bit, shoots, rebounds. But you look at the end and his numbers until he was 26, what was he averaging? 19 and a half points, 10 boards, 6 assists. Like, okay, good player. And then what happened when he turned 26? His points went to 26. He started grabbing like 11 boards a game. His assists jumped to like 7.5, 8 per game. And he became dominant. You know what age Michael Porter Jr. is going to be next year? 26. And I think next year's huge for him. Because Michael Porter Jr. changed one thing over the course of this year. You trusted him to play, didn't you? Did anybody play in more games this season than MPJ? The answer is no. And who'd ever have thunk that? MPJ led the team in games played for a season. And it's why I'm not willing to give up on this yet. But next year's going to be a big one. But you got to keep this together for at least one more year. Texture says, Brett, say we play Minnesota next year in the second round again. What do the Nuggets need to get over them? Here's what's interesting. They need depth. That's obvious. I like where Vic's mind was at yesterday. Like, you got to find a backup big that can play viable minutes where it's not going to be when Jokic leaves the floor, we got to play AG at the 5. Can't do that every single game. So, to me, it's either Zeke Naji's good enough to play or he's not, and you find somebody else who is. Having DJ in the locker room for, a leadership presence is fine if it's on a vet minimum deal. You want to give him the old Udonis Haslem treatment where he doesn't play, but he's just around. Basically another coach there. I'm totally cool with that. But I need a big who can play. And where me and Vic kind of disagreed yesterday was, I threw out the name Andre Drummond just because I want somebody with some physicality. I know his offensive bag is non-existent, but he can get things around the rim. He can grab boards. He can play physical defense. And he's athletic. Like, I had no problem with DJ minutes this year. It just felt like DJ lost a step because he's older. And I think he would admit it. It's why he's not going out trying to sign a $10 million contract. Like, it's not going to be available to him. Vic was thinking a guy like Dario Saric. I'd be fine with either one. But you need to have some sort of depth to come off the bench where you aren't forcing Jokic to play 42 minutes a night in the postseason. For a guy who's 7 feet tall, it's just too much. I don't know any other big in the league that's asked to do that. You tell me. Like, for as good as Minnesota is, they got 3 of those guys they rotate in. Boston still has Al Horford who can come off the bench and give you 10 to 12 minutes a night. You need to find somebody like that. And then you're probably relying on some development again. They just don't have the cap space. And I don't know what's going to happen with KCP. I doubt they're letting him go. I said I would be really, really surprised if he left this team. Now, could he opt out of his player contract and say, I want a couple more $1 million over a couple of years as opposed to a 1-year deal? Sure, he could. But you got to keep that core 5 together. Like, that starting 5 needs to stay together, and then just find another piece or 2 that you can trust when the postseason rolls around. So 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker studios. serious lawyers for the seriously injured. There's a lot I want to get to today. I have been begging for this for a long time, and this isn't a hypothetical anymore. They're doing it. It's happening. We'll get to it next. If you've listened to the show for any amount of time, and you know what? A lot of you might have listened to the show more than my producer at the moment because he just came over, and I wouldn't listen to this show if I didn't have to get up this early either. So, Nelly, is that accurate? How often have you heard appetizer hours?
Whenever I've filled in for Marty.
That's right. Okay. So you might not know this about me. I had a very big annoyance in sports that I never understood. Because the way that sports have taken over, we'll get to this potential new NBA deal with NBC in just a little bit. The point in this, though, Nelly, is these leagues make billions of dollars. And I always thought to myself, when you make that much money, do you think about advancing the right things? Or is it just about making a buck? Here's what I mean. When you're in the process of making billions, and I'm not Jeff Bezos, I never will be, I will never know what this is like. But in a perfect sort of utopic world, you would think if I'm making X amount of money, I'm doing good. I don't need to squeeze every dollar that I get. Life's good. Why not make life good for everybody as opposed to being greedy? It's part of the reason why I'm getting kind of sick and tired of all these NFL games being on streaming services. It's like, do you not have enough? Like, we went through the prices. For you to watch every NFL game this year, it's going to cost somewhere around $1,000. And I'm like, do you guys not make enough money? You get 28 million viewers for Monday Night Football, and that's not enough for you to get your cash back? But as you're making all this cash, wouldn't you want your product to be pristine? And I know that the NFL is so successful that it almost doesn't matter what they do, you're going to watch. I'm certainly in that category. Like, we sit here and we be and moan constantly about, oh, the helmet hit stuff is so dumb. You can't even touch the quarterback. I'm never going anywhere. It's just me letting off some steam. But the NFL's got me by the balls, okay? It's going to have me for life. I love the sport. But when you're making this much money, Nelly, you're telling me the best way that we can measure a sport, that the transaction on the football field is I run my head into you as fast as possible, risking injury to gain essentially real estate, and to decide if we've actually accomplished the goal or not, let's take the 60-year-old from the sideline with a chain to tell if we've gotten a first down. Who, by the way, walks like somebody at 2 a.m. performing a field sobriety test. It's stumbling and weaving and not walking straight. And I'm like, this is the process of a multi-billion-dollar company whose sole purpose in existence is gain distance on the field. And this is how he measured things.
And, of course, the refs themselves are dudes who are lawyers the other 6 days of the week.
Right.
And then on that one day a week, they get to decide if the nose of the football actually crossed the chain or not.
Like, my favorite one is 3rd and goal from the 2-inch line. Sneak. 80 bodies on top of each other. Let's wait 40 seconds, peel off the bodies, and by the time I get there, I'll decide if that guy's in the end zone or not. The NFL's finally doing something about it. So this, from Warren Sharp. Oh, yeah, Nelly's pulled up the picture of the old, we brought the chains out and we still can't tell. Does somebody have a note card to see if the tip of the ball is past the end of the chain? That was a Sunday Night Football game, by the way. Embarrassing. But according, Warren Sharp has this screenshot of this from Jonathan Jones. The NFL is to test optical tracking system for the line to gain rulings in the preseason with eyes towards 2024 implementation. So I'm just going to read a paragraph. It's my favorite part of the show. It's called reading. The chain may no longer keep us together. The NFL is moving forward this preseason with an optical tracking system for the line to gain ruling, sources tell CBS Sports. The systems had been tried out in a few NFL stadiums this past season, and it will get a full preseason trial this summer. If the trial goes well and everyone's on board, the tracking system will be implemented full-time for the 2024 NFL regular season. This is the equivalent of the MLB finally saying, all right, fine, robot umps, we're in. Like, that's how it feels to me. And so, here's what I'm getting at. I don't quite know how this is going to work, okay? And Nelly, if you know something about this more than me, then please enlighten me. But it's one thing to have the ball, this optical line to gain, whatever. But how do you know when somebody's down where the ball's at? That's my question. For example, you ever have, how many times do we see a review, Nelly, of some running back, he's taking an outside handoff. He cuts it up, and somebody hits his ankle. He stumbles, and the knee might be down, might not, don't know. They let the play go. They go to review. Oh, look at that. The knee did actually touch. Do they know the exact moment where that ball is at? Does somebody have to hit a buzzer? Like, how does this work?
That's a good question because you're right that knowing the ball's position is only half the battle. You also have to know which part of the body touched the ground first. So I don't know if there's going to be tracking on the players themselves and then also tracking chips in the balls. It may have to be a kind of a multi-tiered system.
Because, look, this might be the stupid way to do it. I don't know, but it's the only way that kind of makes sense. You know, when somebody's down on the play, what do the refs do? They blow a whistle, right? Well, I'd figure it's the same thing. Like, you either blow the whistle or you hit a button or something when you realize that the guy's down, and then that is when it, like, tracks where the ball's at. I have no idea how that part works. But obviously, if they're going to try and implement this, they have that plan taken care of. And it should make things go faster. Because the whole chain gang thing is not going to exist anymore. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to sound like a hypocrite here. If this is all going to go the way that the NFL hopes, and let's say they're able to implement this in the upcoming season, there'll be no use for going out and measuring things, right? Because you'll know by this tracking system whether he got the first down or not. But there is something kind of fun about the anticipation of this moment right here. Ready, Nelly? Guy at the line, the guy at the possession line sets up, and then what do? To see if you got the first down, they do the old hold it as far as I can. Like, that whole moment it's a tense moment.
And then when the chain gets lifted up and they're bringing it down, and then there's that moment where you start to realize, the football's going to be short. Oh, no!
Like, it is a pretty cool moment. But this is the more accurate way to do it. I don't want it decided by these guys anyway. I would rather just know exactly where the ball is at. Texture says, I heard the chain gang will remain in place as a backup. Well, yeah, if the tracking system craps out in a game, then you need to have some sort of plan here. And, I mean, the players need to see the sticks too, right? Like, they have a general idea of where it's at, but how many times do you see a receiver? It's like 3rd and 7. He's on a comeback route. He's a yard shy. He turns and kind of sees where the stick's at, and then he lays out to try and put it over the top. Like, you're still going to have those on the sideline. But I'm talking about the actual act of trying to get the ball over the line to gain and them doing the measurement. That seems to be going out the window unless there's some sort of technical problem. Because what does the NBA do when they're like shot clocks short out? Do they still put it up on the thing above the backboard? I think they do, right? They just find another way to do it. They'll have a backup plan. But it looks like the whole chain gang could be a thing of the past, which is probably good, but I will miss those moments, that long stretch, and them getting out the note card. Did he get it? I don't know. Give me a piece of paper. Let's see if we can slide this in between.
And then also commentators are going to have to get new calls because, you say, Javonte, he's struggling. Oh, he gets that last little push and he's going to move the chains. What are they going to say now?
I mean, how many times are we going to miss the Tony Romo? Ooh, I don't know, Jim.
What does the chip say, Jim? I don't know.
Speaking of a whole bunch of money being made, the NBA is just like, it's being thrust into hyperspace. Now, as much as we're going to hate the idea of if NBC acquires the rights that is currently TNT's, they're going to blow up inside the NBA. That will not exist anymore. Ernie Johnson has already said he's not moving to another network, and I'm sure Charles and Shaq will go to wherever the money is, and I wouldn't blame them for that because they're very popular. But it would kill that show. Now, the thing that we get in return, if it does go to NBC Sports, is Round Ball Rock, which, for my money, is the greatest theme in the history of any sports themes. And John Tesh, who is the creator of that, was on with Dan Le Batard yesterday. And he was asked about reviving that theme. Here's what he said.
According to Sports Business Journal, NBC has now offered $2.5 billion a year to get back the rights to the NBA to create a basketball night in America. Bill Simmons is saying, quote, it's a wrap. And Charles Barkley says he's going to be on LinkedIn tomorrow. Has NBC reached out to you about reviving Round Ball Rock?
They have, actually. Yeah.
Yes.
It's nothing, firm. But they said, hey, can you stay frosty on this? It's like a Navy SEALs thing because we'd love to talk to you about it. And we're actually talking right now about licensing it to them for the Olympics in Paris.
Oh,
which is always great. Yeah, I love. So we're actually going in at the end of June. We're heading to Nashville, and we got a full orchestra on hold. We're going to re-record it. Because it's the recording I think it still sounds great, but I wanted to make a few changes, maybe open up the middle, maybe we'll send it to you guys. You could turn it into an EDM track, that kind of stuff.
So that was John Tesh talking about bringing that back, which again, for my money, is the greatest one that you got. Nelly, hit it, please. Is there anything better than this?
Can you hear it without hearing the Tim Robinson SNL version, though, where he's singing the words?
It is one of the funniest things SNL's done in like a decade was that one skit with him and Sudeikis, right? But let me tell you something. This song hits the ear of generations differently. So I'm sure people a little bit older than me, let's say it's Vic and Moj, they probably hear this and they remember the days when the NBA was on NBC. If you're like me, and Nelly, how old are you?
30.
You're 30. So if you're like me or Nelly, I'm sure you hear this, Nelly, and you think to yourself, I'm playing NBA Jam at the arcade, right?
He's on fire.
Yes. Like, that's what I think of. But if you can give me this song back, like, I'm totally in. And it also goes to prove one thing. Nelly, you're a music guy. I always get this band confused with like Coldplay. The Dragons. Imagine Dragons.
Imagine Dragons.
Like, you want to be really smart? Make a song that revolves around sports. And you'll be set for life. Like, every year, college football rolls around, and it's some Imagine Dragons songs that they've made the theme of the college football season. And I'm like, what a genius sort of thing to do.
Or even when Fall Out Boy made that song, Remember Me for Centuries. Or
Remember Me for Centuries. That was the entire
Light 'em
year.
up. Yeah. Those royalties alone.
What's the other one? There was the Black Eyed Peas had "Let's Get It Started." That was a big NBA one year. No joke. You want to be like a multimillionaire overnight? Make a song that some sports league really likes, and you'll be totally fine. I mean, Hank Williams Jr.'s career hung on for years just by singing Monday Night Football. Well, it's Monday night and we're ready to fight. Special forces are in for... I still remember that when I was a kid. He did that for a decade. And now it's Carrie Underwood doing Sunday Night Football. Like, make a song that one of these networks likes surrounding their sports teams, and that you will die a rich and happy person. Anyway, I love that song. God, do I love that one. So 303-504-0925, Shant Mazda text line. Something we ended the show with yesterday that I want to jump back into in more detail, and it surrounds expectations. Like, we have expectations for the Avs and the Nuggets. It's why the end of their seasons were so disappointing and gut-wrenching. But is it fair to have expectations for another team? We'll get to it next. Altitude Sports Radio is hooking you up with free gas thanks to our friends at Alta Convenience. Tomorrow from noon to 3, Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC will be broadcasting from an Alta Convenience store and giving away $5,000 in free gas. And all you need to do is show up. Everyone will get a $25 gift card, good for gas or anything from the Alta Convenience store. And one lucky listener will get a $100 gift card. We'll announce the location tomorrow morning, so stay tuned. It's free gas for your free time this Memorial Day weekend, thanks to Alta Convenience. Convenience beyond the pump. So, tell you what's going on tomorrow and where they'll be at. Expectations. It's very hard, and I say this all the time, it is a privilege to be in a place where your team can disappoint you. Okay? Where we found ourselves a couple of days ago after that miserable weekend with the Avs and the Nuggets. It's a privilege to feel that way. You know who didn't feel that way when their season ended? Teams like the Charlotte Hornets. Teams like the Pistons. Teams like Buffalo. Sabres, like they didn't feel that way. Expectations are a privilege. And I need to know what the expectations are as of right now, okay? With the CU Buffs. I was watching Fox 31 yesterday morning. They had a story that ran that their season tickets have sold out again, which is great. Now, the initial question I had was, is this just going to sell out every year that Dion is going to be here? As long as Prime is roaming the sidelines in Boulder, I think you're going to get a sellout every year. But as far as the actual football, because here's the thing with the Dion stuff that hasn't quite turned yet, and I think it's been totally fair because he's taken over as a complete and entire rebuild after year one. When do the expectations start? And I'm going to give you two sides to this coin. On one side is the fairer and lower expectations, and on the other side is the higher ones. The lower expectations would come from this. It is still only year 2 of a massive turnaround and rebuild. You're entering a brand new conference, which poses a whole bunch of challenges. You also have been entering a conference in which, yes, the Big 12, or at least what was left of it before everybody joined, the big dogs, your Oklahomas and Texases are gone. But the Big 12 was still a viable conference, and the best team that's probably going to enter the conference this year is Utah. You're still dealing with some of the same animals. But here's the other side of the coin, and this is where I think you should have some expectations for this team. How many times, Nelly, has Dion told you the best quarterback in the country is on his roster?
About 1,000 times.
How many times has he told you the other best player in the country is on his roster in Travis Hunter?
Another 1,000 times.
How can I not have expectations when the coach is saying that? How could you not?
Right, when they're talking about how Shedeur Sanders is going to be the first overall pick in the upcoming NFL draft, that sets the bar pretty high.
You give me a quarterback that is rumored to be in that position that hasn't won at least 8 games in a season. Like a top 5 kind of guy. I'm sure you could find it. You know, Josh Allen, maybe the last one, and I don't remember his final record at Wyoming. It wasn't great, but it wasn't awful. That is going to typically connote that you have a good season. If you have 2 top 5 draft picks on the same roster, dude, Bama barely does that. You know how rare that is? And you look at some of the mock drafts, I know it's a long ways away right now, but I'm just saying for where we are today, you look at the mock drafts for next year, Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders are both in the top 5. You know, I saw one from Tankathon. I think Marty pulled it up. We were talking about this a couple weeks ago. They had Travis Hunter going 2 and Shedeur going 5. If you have those, this can't be whatever they do, they do. Can't happen. And when we discussed this for a minute yesterday, somebody said, well, another thing that's on the lower side of expectations is they did a complete roster turnover this offseason. And I go, well, you know what? That's what Deion's going to do. Every year, as long as Prime is the head coach at CU, is going to be very volatile roster turnover. How many times does he have to tell you that he's going to scour the transfer market to find guys? That means that people are going to be in and out of this program consistently. Like, I don't know. I would love to see a study on this. And let's just assume that Deion stays here for 4 years. I would love to see in the 4 years that he was here if there's anybody on the roster that was with him for a full 4-year college career. Because I would say that percentage is so infinitesimal. So the turnover stuff, I'm not going to buy as an excuse because that is their modus operandi. That's how they operate. But you tell me you're picking up talent. You tell me to look at all these guys you're getting in the transfer market. Look at how many ballers you're getting. 4 stars, 5 stars. The Big 12 is not the SEC. The Big 12 is not the Big 10. Like, at a minimum to me, this is a must. You must make a bowl game with that type of talent. You must. And I think that that's even setting the bar too low. Like, I got to get like at least 7.
'Cause here's the thing about that. If you look at this in a vacuum and you take out all the Sanders trash talk, just as a not a CSU fan. I don't know where that Freudian slip came from. I'm not used to this morning life, Brett. I don't even know what school I went to.
Watch me try and do math
the morning.
It's terrible.
Last time my brain fired up correctly, I attended CU. So as a CU fan, I just want to see him make a bowl game and win it. And I don't care if it's the Meineke Car Care and Tire Center Toilet Bowl. Just win a bowl game, for crying out loud. That's what I want as a fan. But the problem is, like you said, if you add in all the running their mouths the Sanders family's been doing in all the watches, Rolly, Paris fashion shows, if they don't win at least 8 games, they're still going to get killed in the court of public opinion.
Well, and look, to a certain extent, like, it's not nearly the same. But if you want to figure out why people were getting after Michael Malone in his final press conference of the year, the stupid-ass questions thing that he said, blah, blah, blah. Like, I get it with Malone. He's just, look. Malone's the guy who wears his emotions on his sleeve. He was pissed after the game. There was not a question you would ask him that he was going to like, that he thought was smart. But at the end of the day, I mean, look. You're going to get skewered if you open your mouth a lot. And that's what people saw with Malone. They saw him, and it was a championship parade, so take that into account here. He was hammered, but people looked at that, and then they looked at the end of the year press conference this year, and they said, oh, wow, not so fun being on the other side, like that sort of stuff. Fine. This is what Deion does, though. Deion is going to talk. And he should. This is what got him the job. It's what got people excited about this program. It's what made them the story of the college football season for the first 4 weeks of the year. But if you're going to tell me you're getting all these great transfers, you have the best quarterback in the country, you have the best all-around player in the country, I need to have some expectations then. And I can't hear it's going to take time. Like, it might have to take time for, like, national titles. I'm not stupid. But we got to get to a bowl game, 7 wins, whatever. So we can talk more about that a little bit later in the show. 303-504-0925. I also need to address what I guess is Fat Patrick Mahomes, as people body shame him as he goes into Chiefs camp. 303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude.SR on the search bar of the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed, and Safeway has everything you need for your Memorial Day weekend. Find fresh T-bone steaks for the grill and sweet corn on the cob with a slice of watermelon. Shop using the Safeway Deals and Delivery app to save time and money. Moj Lombardi and Kane next. There are things I enjoy about having somebody new to this dysfunctional family on this morning show. Steve Nelson is on day 3 of doing this job, and he was just introduced to the way that Mosier welcomes himself into the room every morning, which is he does not say hi to you. He shouts F-bombs at you and complains for 5 straight minutes. And he is not only just screaming about some other stuff he's going on, he was yelling about you, Vic, and you were annoying him this morning, and you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know, it's just welcome to the show, Nelly. Like, this is what you get. You don't get a good morning, you get a bleep you from Mosier to start this.
What's he yelling about me about? What happened?
Want to explain?
What did I do?
Listen, today I am Marshawn Lynch.
He said to us, the first thing he said, he goes, I'm sorry, I love you both. I'm going to be useless this morning. That's the first thing he said to us.
Why? What did you do?
Listen, listeners, I love you all. I think it's been established over the years that I love you people. You're great. You kick butt. I mean, you've supported us. You've been there for us, and I appreciate it. I'm only here today so I don't get fined.
Why were you yelling about Vic?
Because this mother...
What did I do? I don't understand what I did.
You decided to go on a kissy face spree and thank every person who congratulated you on your award and whatever else. And I don't know how to turn it off because I'm not technically inclined like that. Anna from Altitude tagged all of us in the tweet. And every time you respond to somebody, I get notified. And I swear to God, I told Brett, I thought I had a
Easy.
tsunami alert on my phone for about 45 minutes.
Yeah. He said, I thought there was a tsunami, an Amber Alert. So he was
This is
already
my
mad.
policy.
He was already mad because he has to leave the show early this morning. And that's also something that he's been.
All right. These are the last words I'm going to say on the show today.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Now are the last words?
Have a great show.
All right, cool.
This is my policy, and I apologize if you can't turn off your notifications. You're like my wife. Why does my phone beep in the middle of the night? Turn off your notifications. It's not hard. Can't help you there. But number 2, my policy is pretty simple. If I'm going to be petty and clap back at every single Laker or Minnesota fan who comes at me, which I do all day, every day, you know me. I jump on people all day, every day. I'm not afraid to clap back on Twitter. If I'm going to do that, I'm also going to return and thank people who congratulated me. I'm going to do the same. I'm equal opportunity. So, sorry.
I'll let Moj work this out this morning. In the meantime, you know what I realized last night is I struggled my way through it. I finally got around. I watched a little bit of a game that involved basketball or hockey last night. I watched the fourth
2
quarter.
minutes.
I watched the
so
fourth
did I.
quarter.
That's all I could do. And as I watched it, tell me you didn't think the same thing I did. Oh, my God. Nuggets could have won an NBA championship again.
Vic, you should. I can. Guess what, Vic? I can leave because that's exactly what I was going to say.
Oh, my God.
Like, I just
As you're
watched
watching
and this would have been theirs.
Same thing. I was thinking what you're thinking. I'm watching both of those teams. I'm like, God, Indiana almost beat Boston. Should have beaten Boston if they can execute down the stretch and not be dumb. And I'm thinking there going, for as good as Boston was in the East, who the hell on that team is going to stop Joker? Who? When?
Would you like to say something now, Moj?
I have one more thing to say.
Mm-hmm.
All it did for me was reinforce in what really good shape the Denver Nuggets are.
You know what? I'm going to leave.
Yeah.
You two guys are taking all my stuff and you're spitting it out perfectly. I don't need to be
you're
here.
right.
Keep going.
It reinforced to me that, you know what? This is the best the East has to offer. These two non-defense running up and down the floor, ball hogging, jackwagon jerks. That's the best you got, East? because the Nuggets would beat the living crap out of either one of those teams.
Yeah. And so will the T-Wolves. And so will the T-Wolves.
And Minnesota,
the T-Wolves will suffocate them.
Minnesota will blow their minds. You know what? These guys out east, let me tell you what they are. They are absolute micro-bubble living jerks who have no idea what real hoops is about. They're going to get such a friggin' reality check when the Wolves get to the final. I can't even believe it. And they're sycophants. They sit there and they lick their own selves and they think they're so great and they're going to get worked like a rib. And it made it, but let me back down. It made me realize that, boys, we're bitching about getting a backup, big to come in, and this and that, and blah, blah, blah. Fine. And the Nuggets lost. They'll be back, trust me. But, should they break up the core? They are in such good shape. They're in unbelievably good shape to beat anybody in this league but like two teams. That's it. And that's it, dude. So nobody's going to tell me, stop bitching about the Nuggets. They got beaten by a team that played better than they did, that wanted it. Yeah. The Nuggets played a ton of important basketball. My God, they are one of the top 3 teams in this league, top 2 teams in this league right now, and it ain't going away. I feel great.
It's not that the Nuggets lost, and people keep bringing up they lost by 45. It doesn't matter. I told you it didn't matter when they lost by 45. They were up by 20. It's how they lost the last game. It's how they lost. At home. Historic. No team blown that kind of lead in a Game 7. It's how they lost. That's what leaves the pit in my stomach. How? Because who they lost to will win the NBA championship. It's how.
Well, and on top of that, just to take both your points, the first thing I thought, Vic, in watching what little of that game that I could stomach, and I did watch to the end because it was overtime.
They're clowns.
Okay, hang on. The Nuggets, I just got confirmation bias that if they finished the last 24 minutes of their game in Game 7, they would have had back-to-back titles.
And that's what hurts. You're right.
But secondly, it's what you said, Moj. We've started this sort of first couple of days heading into the offseason for both the Avs and the Nuggets, talking about the big questions that they face and what they need to do. And the two biggest names, I guess, discussed on both teams, Val, obviously, for the Avs, because you don't know what you're even capable of doing in that situation. And with the Nuggets, it was a lot of MPJ stuff. And I'm like, no, they're totally fine. Keep the starting 5 together, bring back KCP, find a depth piece or two, and you're going to be okay. That's all it really takes for me. And just watching that last night, it almost makes you more upset because you're just there's nothing that those two teams in the East could do.
Not a chance.
That would, and here's the difference with the T-Wolves. The T-Wolves did something that I thought was incapable to do to the Nuggets. Multiple times throughout multiple games, they just straight up stopped them from scoring. Didn't take away an aspect of their offense. They shut them down for long stretches. I didn't think that was possible for that team. Because if the Nuggets don't hit their outside shots, then you know what? Jokic can work inside. Or Gordon can start to play bully ball. Or Jamal will hit a mid-range jumper. And they shut down all of it. And I didn't think anybody was capable of doing that, but Minnesota was. I'll tell you right now, those teams in the East were not stopping the Nuggets offense.
The Minnesota Timberwolves did something that hasn't been done in the last 2 years. Their starting 5 outplayed the Nuggets starting 5.
Yeah. Yep.
That's not happened in 2 years. Every team in the league has tried. No team has been able to do that on a consistent basis. The Minnesota starting 5 outplayed the Nuggets starting 5. It's painful to say, but there are a lot of reasons why, and I've told you some of the reasons why, because you have to have some support for that starting 5 to give them minutes, fresh minutes to play. That's the big reason.
You remember that time?
But that happened. It happened right in front of us. As for last night's game, and I know you watched the final sequence and going into overtime, I knew the Pacers were going to lose as soon as it went to overtime. What the hell were they thinking late in that game?
Their joke. They're a joke.
What?
They're dumb.
Rick Carlisle took ownership. He took ownership of it. How poorly did they execute inbounds, defense? If you're up 3, can I ask you guys a question? And it's an age-old basketball question, and I will never understand it. If you're up 3 late, final seconds,
Foul.
why aren't you fouling?
Foul.
Why? What's with these coaches not fouling? It's the NBA, dude. These dudes are jacking up threes from right inside the half-court line. They're twisting. They're turning. It's easy to make a 3. What are you seeing that I don't see?
By the way, everybody says, well, I'm scared if I do that, he's going to go into the shooting motion and get 3 free
Don't let
throws.
him.
No, but Vic, they never call that, ever. Nobody's giving you 3 free throws for a heave, okay? See what Jokic has done 5 million times in his career and tell me how many times he's gotten that. Tell me.
Jaylen Brown's 3 from the corner. He's falling out of bounds, and he has to shoot it over a taller player. He's shooting over Pascal Siakam as he's falling out of bounds. You know what I do there? I push him with 2 hands, grab the ball, send him to the foul line. You get the ball back with the lead still.
Yep.
Why is this hard to understand?
Because they're dumb.
I mean, why is this so?
And again,
why do teams do this?
I'm just like you guys. Vic, let me a couple different things. Number one, it reassures me that the Nuggets they're there. They're right there. And I'll get back to that. It enforces that, God, if they just won, they're going to win the whole thing again. We'll have another parade. It'd be such a great time. But, Vic, do you remember the time that you and your little friggin' scooter, what was it? What kind is it?
It's a Vespa, dude. Don't call it a little friggin' scooter. It's a special brand. It's the brand. It's a Vespa. It's the Ferrari of scooters. Stop it.
Do you remember the time that you called me and you said, yeah, I don't have enough fuel. Can you come get me? And I said, no, dude, you'll be all right. Call Dante or whatever, blah, 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 blah. But that was the exact same thing. The only reason the Denver Nuggets are not going to be back-to-back champions is because they ran out of gas. That's the only reason. And fans out there, all you listeners out there, yeah, you know, everybody who inundated us with ideas and bemoaning what happened on Sunday night, I get all of that. I'm right there with you. But I'm telling you, and these boys right here, including now Nelly, who's a part of this show, for God bless you, Nelly, they just ran out of gas. That's the only reason. That's it. They're going to be back next year. And if this is the best the Eastern Conference has to offer, well, we're going to listen to all the talking heads today talk about, oh, my God, Tatum is still good. Blah, blah. These teams are a joke compared to the West. To Minnesota and Denver, those teams are a joke, Vic. An absolute laughability factor of 10. And we're okay. That's all.
The Pacers are in the Eastern Finals, and they should have won Game 1 of the Eastern Finals. If the Indiana Pacers played in the Western Conference, I'm not even sure they'd make the playoffs.
Me either.
They'd be a playing
They'd be
team.
close. They'd be a playing team.
They'd
be a playing team and be very
absolutely
close.
would be. Absolutely. I think everybody knows. You know what? Maybe that's what kills Michael Malone. I'll tell you what's going to happen. Every Nuggets player is going to watch the rest of these playoffs, including the final, and go, oh, my God, did we blow that? Oh, my God. And they're going to be
NBA
back.
Finals was Sunday.
They're going to be.
The NBA Finals was Sunday. Sunday was, for those of you who had tickets to the game, you might as well tell your grandkids, their grandkids, write it down when you're thinking about it, when you're ready to go to sleep, 6 feet under. You might as well say it that you were at the NBA Finals Game 7.
I mean, yeah.
Hey, sorry to be braggadocious. Vic's right. The East is a joke. That the whole Eastern Conference in the NBA is a friggin' waste of time. I don't even know why they play the season. I'm dead serious.
It's been that way for a long time.
Those teams are going to get
too.
their asses kicked repeatedly.
Why is that? Like,
Because they're
almost,
a joke. They're sycophants. They all conglomerate.
Okay, but hang on. What I'm asking is, how has the West consistently been miles better than the East, almost without exception, for like 2 straight decades? How has that happened?
The only factor has been LeBron. He's like, you know what? back in the day, they had a commissioner of the American League and the National League, including plus a commissioner of baseball. Do you remember that? They had separate leagues. The American League and the National League were like separate leagues. They each had their own commissioner or the president of. Then they had the baseball commissioner overall.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody like that in the NBA, but whoever that person would be should be thanking their lucky stars that LeBron actually played in the East to give them some cred, because the East stinks.
You know what, Moshe? We're discussing a topic that has a lot of relevance here in town. And let me tell you why. And the reason why that loss on Sunday hurt so much, so painful, is because it's very, very similar, as we've already brought up, to the Raheem Moore game. So what happened in that game? The winner of that game went on to win the Super Bowl. The winner of that game, that playoff game, which was not a conference championship game, mind you, it was the round before, correct? The round before, just like this one. The winner of that game, as we knew then, although Baltimore rode a carpet ride to their championship, we knew the Denver Broncos that year were ready to win a Super Bowl. They were ready to win a Super Bowl, and they gave it away. The Denver Nuggets were ready to win another championship, and guess what? They gave it away.
Yeah, they did. And you know when, like I said, when you're 24 hours removed or less than Monday morning, then you're 36 hours removed, you suddenly have great deal of clarity. 72 by Friday. Oh my God! By Friday, we're going to be able to solve the space-time continuum. You know, we'll be able to figure time travel by Friday because everything will become crystal clear in our brains. It's getting clearer every single day. Vic is correct.
303-504-0925. Quick.
Last one. Did you notice that the Nuggets, T-Wolves ratings, which were on cable, TNT, were higher than the Knicks, East Coast, using some of Mosier's logic, the East Coast bias? They were on network television.
Yeah.
And the Nuggets, T-Wolves had better ratings. So the next time one of these people, these national folks, Stephen A., anybody, all these dudes who say, they're not relevant. Or what was the word used by Chris Mannix?
Compelling.
What was that? They're not compelling. Huh. That's funny. Two mid-market teams playing on cable outrated your behemoth number one market Knicks, didn't they? Huh.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
I love that. When we return, there is something that I have been asking for forever, and it's made no sense why it hasn't happened, and it's finally happening. It's going down soon. We'll get to it next. That's the lucky sound of Tulatero, and Tulatero is shaking up the game by bringing official state lotto right to your fingertips. Simply just download the Tulatero app and enter the code MAGIC to claim your free lottery ticket and give it a try. And with the Tulatero app, you have instant access to lottery tickets and jaw-dropping jackpots like tonight's Powerball jackpot. Let me get out my Dr. Evil finger here. $100 million. So visit Tulatero, Tulotero. Grab that free lottery ticket with the code MAGIC. Get some of that $100 million in your bank account. Good luck. Good start, Nelly. Because if you guys have listened to the show for any extended period of time, you'll know that one of my biggest annoyances is that in a sport, and I try and make this clear, this is a multi-billion corporation, okay? The NBA is a multi-billion-dollar corporation. They're going to get even more rich once NBC seems to acquire these rights. But the NFL makes billions every year. And I get annoyed. I'm like, how greedy do you want to be? You want me to buy all these different apps and all these different subscriptions to watch every game? I feel like that's just being greedy. Why not just be happy with what you have? Oh, and by the way, when you have this money, why don't you utilize that to make your product a little bit better? And they finally are. Because, Vic, how many times have we said the funniest part of an NFL game with how much money they make is it's close. Let's bring the 60-year-old from the sideline with a chain to see if this group has gotten a first down. It's one of the dumbest things I could possibly imagine for a sport that makes that much money.
Hey, man, can we? Okay.
It would be as
Brett,
if Amazon delivers packages by carrier pigeon. And
You're-
you're just like,
no,
why don't you
you're
guys
right.
find something more advanced?
You're
It's
right.
Amazon using a compass. We got a compass.
Yeah,
and
it's
a
like-
donkey. And a donkey. Brett, you're right. But let's give it up for the old guys who just want to chill and get a few bucks and a free hot dog.
No, I get it. I get it, Moj. But it's just like those guys actually walk to the spot as if it's like they're doing a field sobriety test at 2 a.m. It's like they're stumbling but whatever.
You know, I shouldn't talk. I'm officially an old guy like Moj now, but it's the old guys doing that old guy run to the spot.
Yes.
That looks like it hurts, like they're in pain as they're running to the. You know, the old guy run to the spot.
Uh-huh. It's almost like their arms don't really move, but like Vic, one of these right here, one of these, like hands down and just a little
Brett.
waddle.
Give me your impression. Give me your impression of the typical NFL referee, please,
Chain gang guy?
or just the referee. Remember, we heard it.
Oh.
Good, yeah.
All right, it's tails. You want to kick? All right, you're going to kick. You're going to kick. But that little
Pretty much.
that little one of these runs out
Yeah.
there.
Little
It's like
trot.
it's like when
Little foxtrot.
the pedestrian crosswalk thing, the car's coming and you just want to make it seem like you're moving faster, so you just do a walk, but it's at a different pace. The point to this is the NFL seems to have finally listened. And who could forget Sunday Night Football when they actually brought out a note card to see if they got a first down or not? Who could forget that? Again, multi-billion-dollar corporation.
That was, you know, who did the note card was the guy who did the referee's television work this year. What's his name? Batista? But
Yes. Yeah, I think that's it.
no, it's not Batista. No,
Wait,
that's not it.
Wait, are you talking about? There's like 5 different ones. It's Pereira. It's
Gene Steratore.
I can picture the
Steratore.
bald
I
guy.
think he's the guy who used the note card.
Oh
I
no,
believe.
no, the guns would be bigger on this guy if that was Steratore. Steratore is jacked. The point to all of this is, though, the NFL has announced this on CBS Sports. The NFL is moving forward this preseason with an optical tracking system for line-to-gain ruling, sources tell CBS Sports. The system had been tried out in a few NFL stadiums this past season. It will get a full preseason trial this summer, and if the trial goes well and everyone's on board, they will implement that full-time for this upcoming 2024 NFL regular season. So, the days of the chain gang being the main source of telling which real estate you've acquired seem to be possibly on the way out. Now, I have 2 questions on this. Number 1, I still don't know how they're going to get the exact measurement right. Because you can have a tracker in the ball, but how do they know when a knee hits the ground?
Yeah, or if the ball's moved.
Right.
If the ball's moved after the tackle's made, that's a great question.
Like, I don't know, this might sound like really dumb, but I'm like, do they just tie it in when they blow the whistle? Do they hit a buzzer and then it tells you where the ball... Like, I don't know what they do. I have no idea. But that's one question. Here's the other one. As much as I think this is a good thing that they're actually advancing this and trying to make this a little bit more accurate, because as we all know, a few inches in a football game could make a hell of a lot of difference. Will any of you, if they actually go to this, miss the 2 seconds of real sort of tension as they bring out the chain. The guy puts it down on the possession line, and the other guy does this move right here. The old stretch. That little 2 seconds of that stretch of the chain to see if you got it or not, it's actually pretty entertaining. Kind of edge of your seat stuff that I will kind of miss if they actually put this into practice. Am I wrong?
You know, listen, as much as we complain about the human element, umpires in balls and strikes, NFL refs trying to get line to gain, NBA refs, charge, block, NHL refs, was that a cross-check? Was that boarding? As much as we hate the discussion that goes into all of those controversial calls, there is something about the human element that gives us a reason to watch. There's something about it. And you remove the human element altogether and you turn it into AI and robots. I don't know, man. I don't know if I like it or if I need it. You tell me.
I'll tell you right now, I'm going to be totally hypocritical on this because I think this is a good thing for football. I am very anti-robot umps in the MLB. I'm very against that. And I know that doesn't compute with one another. But again, I keep thinking about this though, Vic, like when they get to it's 3rd and goal at the 2-inch line and it's a quarterback sneak and there's 15 bodies piled on top of each other. How the hell do they know where the ball's at when the guy's down and what, you know what I mean? Like how are they going to figure that part of it out is what I don't understand. And that hasn't been explained yet.
I don't know.
And Mose, you have gone from yelling and screaming to being silent for minutes at a time. You're a very difficult man to read this morning.
I read a discussion, a back and forth he had with somebody on the text line, and I'm laughing out loud. It is typical Mosier, and it's one of the funniest things I've read today.
Are you going Vic on me? Are you ignoring the show to argue with people on the text line?
I did just David. David is not. He says you're being so cringe, and you're right, David. You're completely correct about it. There's a reason for it. Vic, I am so glad I'm not you. And not for the reasons that you think. I love your family. I love your kids. Your entire family has been so nice to me over the years. They really have. They've been awesome. I mean, I feel like I'm an honorary Lombardi. I obviously traveled to your friggin' parents' village.
Yeah. All right, now degrade me. Go to the next one.
I swear to God, if I had as many family members close to me as you do, I'm not even exaggerating. I absolutely would go to a deserted island.
Yeah.
I would cut my own wrists and I'd wade into the shallows and let the sharks eat me.
Okay,
it's a problem.
Man. Goodness. Do you have any thoughts on the chain game?
It can be a problem. He is arguing with people on the text line, and normally I take on that role because someone said, ease up, Mose, you're being too harsh this morning or whatever. And he responded to one person by saying, my sister is making me go to my nephew's graduation. This is a big deal.
My personal favorite is Eric said, Mosier, you need therapy. And Mosier just replied with 2 words, suck it. So that's the mood today, folks.
All because you have to go to a graduation? And let me tell you, Moj, they are boring like nothing. They are 3 hours, 2 hours of just, all right, let's go. Call my kid's name. Let's go. Let's get to it.
Brett,
get to the kid's name.
I can't talk about it this morning because I swear to God, my sister, my whole family's in town because my nephew and my daughter are graduating. We're having a duel. One's graduating today. One graduates tomorrow. The big party's on Friday.
And she's making you go to her kids and yeah, I get it. No, and I would go too. You have to be responsible. You have to be a responsible uncle.
Yep.
I get it.
I sure do. And I'm going to be there with bells on because it's important.
But not to say, though, you won't be bored beyond belief.
Oh, man. The Moj on air, because it's important, he says.
You want by the way, can I offer a quick piece of advice for graduation ceremonies? We've all seen them. We've all been a part of them. the excess talking that goes on in these ceremonies, it's one thing to hear from like the valedictorian or the class speaker. That's great. I love listening from the kid. The kids are the best because it's about them. It's about their graduation. I don't need all the teachers and administrators talking. I love you. I appreciate you shepherding our children. I love it. I don't need you to talk. Just get up there, hand the award, get off. I don't need you wasting another hour with your words. Let the kids talk.
At my kid's
Is that
graduation,
fair?
at my kid's graduation tomorrow, some kid's gonna sing, and I'm like, "What, Brett? Have you ever been to a Catholic wedding? God bless Vic Lombardi. I swear to God, dude, I'm so glad I'm not you. Have you ever been to a Catholic wedding?
Yep.
Dead serious. If you haven't been to a Catholic wedding, people, Vic, I don't have to tell you.
Mine was only 97 minutes. It was
Yeah.
102 degrees at Mount Carmel with no air conditioning.
About 45, 50 minutes in, here's what I say. And I'm in church. I say some foul language under my breath. Say, can we just get it on? Can we just go drink some booze and eat and dance? What are we? God loves you already enough. You don't need to go by yourself. I swear to God, my friend Mike's wife, she had to go in the corner by herself and talk to God for like a half hour. And I'm like, Jesus.
Okay,
That's
so
what-
so
that's
you're
what-
forced to go.
That's
So you're
what I-
forced to
I-
go
I
to
don't-
your nephew's
stop.
graduation,
Shh,
and now you're
shh,
completely out of sorts.
I'm telling you,
I'm not
I
talking
was
about
trying-
it today. I'm not. I love it. I'm excited. It's going to be awesome.
I am like going to lose my mind here. Like I'm trying to do this sports radio show.
You're
this sports
awesome.
radio
Chain
show.
gang, yeah, the old man. You're
and what Mosier has done
I'm
for the first
sorry.
35 minutes is just be in a piss mood, and all he can talk about is his problems today.
I know.
And then he tells me it's not a big deal, and I'm not talking about it. It's all you've talked about, actually.
You know
'Cause I'm
how I knew
trying
it was a big
to
deal?
weave in between
Hey.
different things.
Brett, you know,
And
I
you're
knew
an
this show
absolute
was going to
pro.
end up like this.
You're a pro,
You know how I
Brett.
knew this? He called me a
He
half hour
called me.
before showtime. He called me and said, I got big news. I'm like, oh, wow, what happened? I have to go to my nephew's graduation party. I'm like, great.
Like,
No, it's not a great.
This
We're
didn't-
having a big party together. It's going to
this
be
didn't
awesome.
start.
Well, whatever. But you didn't have to call me to alert me of that. That wasn't necessary.
Vic, mine was at 5:51 in the morning. This didn't start at like 6:58 when the show and he walked in the studio. It was 5:51. And I'm like, I don't think it's that big a deal. You're going to be fine. It's okay.
I know it's going to be awesome. Seriously,
Okay.
it's an important time in all of our families' lives.
Yes. All right, so this week,
back to the chain gang. There's nothing you can do. It's
By the way, Moj, $2.
okay. Football is a game.
Nelly, start enforcing that damn charity cup.
Football.
I got the list. We how do we want to document this? Mosher complains about a graduation for 2 hours, then says it's not a big deal.
Yes.
Yes.
All right,
Okay.
it's on the list. It's canonized.
Football is a game of interpretation. That's what it is. From holding to pass interference to whether or not some 80-year-old guy who's on Cialis, is measuring the spot right. I mean, this drunk 82-year-old jerk anyway, who knows if he spotted it correctly in the first place? You got some referee out there who's on roids. He just sticks the ball on the ground. And they say, oh, by the way, get the chain out, and this is going to make everything great. I know we've got Super Bowl writing on this and billions of dollars, but I'll tell you what, stick your friggin' thing in the ground and then pull it for 10 yards, and we'll see. There's nothing you can do about it. All the computers in the world underneath a pile of bodies will never
100%.
figure out whether the ball is actually to the line of gain or not. It's dumb. I don't care
human
anything about the
element-
NFL in trying to fix this. I want the human element. I want the old men doing their thing like it's 1963, and I want to keep rolling that way.
The only advice I'd give the NFL, if you really want to sharpen things up on the field and officiating, is make the officials full time. It's the only major sports league that doesn't have full time officials, and the rebuttal is, well, because they only work for 4 months out of the year. What are they going to do the other months? I don't know. Figure it out. Send them. I don't know. Make them work in the office. Make him work at the NFL office opening envelopes. I don't know.
Go in the mailroom and sort mail, whatever it takes. Last thing. I was born and raised Catholic. And I love my God like everybody loves their God as much as anybody. That being said, there is no need for all the bull crap that goes down in a Catholic wedding. There's no need for it. It wastes everybody's time. Even
Sorry, Moj. I think the orchestra's playing you off here.
Even the nuns in the back are going, good Lord, I want to go have a smoke. Brett, I'm not even kidding you.
I don't disagree, bro. I don't disagree. I don't. And you know me. I live it. I've been to many.
Even the nuns are talking
the
to
only
themselves.
thing longer is a Catholic
Sister Mary,
funeral.
let's go have a dart. This is ridiculous.
Moj, if you're complaining about a Catholic wedding, have you been to a Catholic combo rosary/funeral?
Oh, yeah, Vic. I've been around a lot of dead people in my life. I know exactly what you're talking about.
All right. 303.
By the way, my mom is dead. Are you
okay.
happy?
What? Why? Why? Just why? He's dying laughing. Dude,
still listening.
Vic. He's hysterically laughing to himself off to the side. I'm dealing with a schizophrenic this morning. Like, this is a crazy person.
I'm sideways. I apologize. It just, I had to get up really early. It's
Like,
it doesn't matter.
I'm kind of nervous being here. Like, I don't know what's going to happen.
The only thing worse than the long Catholic wedding is when somebody says, "Will you marry me?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about? Like, will you serve as my official?" What?
Have you done that before?
Oh, I've been asked to do that, but every time I've been asked 3 or 4 times. I'm like, I ain't doing that.
I've done it.
I
I've
don't
done
know
it
the
twice.
vows.
I've done it twice.
I ain't doing that. Hey, I don't understand. Like a normal person, what are we doing here? I ain't doing it.
I've done it.
I'm not a referee. I'm
done
not
it-
Gene Steratore.
I've done it twice. My only stipulation was it's going to be 5 minutes and then I'm done. And I go, if that's cool with you, then I'll do it.
We've got to get the break. Let's get the break. But,
we do.
But that being said, I had a fear about this week, especially because both series ended on a weekend. We're off the rails, and this is not good.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Moj, for that assessment. Wonder how we got there. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Don't. No. Nope.
Nelly, you make me laugh.
Hey, bro. My aunt sang a 15-minute rendition of Ave Maria at mine when it was 102 degrees with no AC.
It's a great song, though. It's a great
Yeah,
song.
but it was over and over for 15 minutes. Like, it wouldn't end. 15 minutes of it.
Can we go to a couple things here? First of all, we ended the show yesterday talking about this. So Vic, you just dipped out because you had to go do some things yesterday. I want to bring something to your attention. Me and Moshe talked about this for a second, but I think there's a lot more to this. So I was watching on the TV in here, we have Fox 31 on, and they were running a story about how CU for the second straight years sold out their season tickets, which not surprising. And I started by saying, any year that Prime is roaming the sidelines, I think they're going to sell out tickets kind of regardless of team success, because that's what Prime does. He just brings attention. But I followed it up with this. Everybody has expectations. You and me say this all the time. Expectations are a privilege. As miserable as last weekend was, the privilege of having this miserable feeling is that you had expectations that these teams were capable of winning something. So, with that, what is fair to expect from CU in year two? Because I'll give you two sides of the coin. I'll give you two sides. One side is, look, it's year two of a massive rebuild for the worst Power 5 team in college football when Deion took over. They're also entering a new conference, and there's a whole bunch of challenges that go with entering a new, different brand of football. Every conference plays like a different style. Like, look at the way the Big Ten plays as the way the Pac-12 played. It's nowhere near the same. So you have challenges there. But also, Vic, if I tell you that a college football team has what they claim is the best quarterback in the nation and the best all-around player in the nation, 2 top 5 potential picks in the NFL draft, how can you not expect them to do some winning this year and to really put up some numbers? So it's kind of two schools of thought, and I don't know where the fair line is in between, but go ahead. What's your answer?
Well, I mean, if you're asking me what do I think are fair expectations for the CU Buffaloes after a 4-win season, my expectations would be to double those 4 wins to 8. Now, that may fall short of what you want, what you necessitate. An 8-win season is not going to get you a national championship contention. It's not. But an 8-win season is double what you got the year before, and that's fine for me. The reason why CU is sold out, the reason why people are still high on CU, is because they don't know what they're going to get, and there's something about being there, and there's something about seeing this unfold, and we know what it is. We know what's up there. It's fun. Some people hate it, some people love it, but they want to be a part of it somehow. But don't tell me that CU is sold out because people are going up there expecting 10, 11 wins.
No.
Really?
I don't think so.
Out of a team that won 4 games?
Vic, you're completely right. Although it's a new conference, I guess we'll see what the Big 12 has to offer this year. I think it's probably wide open because while it is a, quote, power conference, it's not the Big 10 or the SEC by a million miles. So we'll see. But nonetheless, and I don't really hear any complaining about it from CU fans.
Complaining of
them not winning a ton of football.
Yeah.
I don't really hear a lot of complaining. The time will come, I think, when they want to win. But here's where the CU folks are right now. I'm on ESPN.com, and I'm on you go to the NCAAF, right? And you just click on it, the homepage. The first picture you see, Brett, is what?
Prime.
Coach Prime. And the slug is, the headline is, a complete timeline of Colorado's tumultuous offseason. Has it been tumultuous? Absolutely, it has been.
That's what sells.
Yeah, from guys
That's
leaving,
what sells,
guys coming, all this kind of thing.
It sells.
The guys who are gone, taking shots at the program and Coach Prime with the law of Jesus and all this kind of thing. That being said, I don't care about any of that, and nor should the fans. The fact of the matter is that you're relevant. Yes. You are relevant. Now, whether
Yes.
it's because you're going to contend for a Big 12 title, which I don't believe you will, even though you have the best quarterback in college football reportedly, and one of the top 5 players in the upcoming draft in Travis Hunter. It doesn't matter. You're a relevant program that's on a lot of people's radar. You should be thanking your lucky stars because you were irrelevant. You were nothing. And believe me, I'm the guy who goes to CU games. I love going to Boulder. Folsom is one of the most beautiful stadiums in the history of mankind. I have a great time every time I go, win or lose. You sucked.
Well, let me tell you something on 2 fronts here. For the start, I have criticized Dion for the way that he's handled some things. I don't like the way that he goes about, like talking trash on guys on the way out. Don't like that stuff. But here's one thing I've never said about him. He should never change what he does because what he does is exactly what CU needed, right? It does bring attention to that school and to that program.
He took it from 0 to 100.
Yes.
Right?
And like I'm never asking him to change. I don't like some of the ways that he goes about things, but he's certainly done very good things with the program. That's one.
See, I want to get on that because people think because you criticize certain things he does, certain practices, that you're against him. I've never been against him. I think what he's done is open a new chapter to CU football that's been wonderful to watch. I think it's wonderful. But it doesn't mean that we can't be critical either. You are the highest paid public employee in the state of Colorado. You make more money than any state employee. You're damn right you're going to get criticized. And guess what? If you can't handle it, you can't handle the job.
And he can, by the way. It's
people around him that evidently cannot. Come on. What do you mean he can? What do you mean he can? He's been thin-skinned in a lot of this.
No. I think with him, he is so used to it, he just has no problem going back at people.
And I have no problem with that either.
There's a difference between being thin-skinned and just being willing to go back at people about stuff.
Then the net result is positive. He is a net positive by a long mile, okay? It doesn't mean he's perfect.
Correct.
It doesn't mean he's perfect. His stuff with the CSU coach last year, that was weak.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And then to put that on your weekly television show or what that was terrible. That was a bad look. The adult in that room was Travis Hunter, the kid. He was the adult in the room.
Now, here's what I'd say the shift is. And I kind of like what you said, Vic. You said double the number from last year, get to 8. I think like a minimum of 7 is kind of what I would like to see out of them. You make a bowl game pretty easy, and there's some real improvement with the roster. But more than that, he's accomplished, I think, half of what his job was here. Half of what Dion's job was to get this team back on the map, make them relevant, and get them in a position where they're viable for the future. That's what the Big 12 Conference has done for him now. The second part now is, and this is where it's going to get difficult, and this is where I still have my questions, it's the actual coaching part. It's making the team competitive. It's week in, week out, are you able to compete with teams in this conference? Because I'll tell you this. When we were discussing this for a minute yesterday, Moshe, and people said, well, don't forget, part of the thing that might hold them back is roster turnover this year. And I go, that's every year with Dion. That's not an excuse. He is going to ravage the transfer portal. He's going to have guys leave his team and a whole bunch of guys come on it. You cannot give him a pass for saying, well, the roster's brand new. It's going to be brand new every year
but it is,
in Boulder.
It's going to be that way for a lot of teams. I mean,
but especially this one, Moshe.
Agreed. But think about when Lincoln Riley took over the USC job, dude. Do you know how many guys turned over on that roster? I mean, but it's that way with the Portal boys. It's that way for Florida. It's that way for Georgia. I mean, everybody has constant turnover of big players.
Can I ask you two things?
It's just the way it is.
Can I ask you 2 things? Let's say Dion is here for 4 years, okay? What percentage of the roster do you think are going to be guys who have played for CU for 4 years?
Oh, my. All right, so 4 years of football at CU.
Like, never transferred,
I would say,
signed on out of high school, and stayed here.
Yeah.
18%.
You ready for the number?
18%.
You ready for the number? 10%.
18%.
I think it might be less. You know what I mean? Like
10%.
Because this is how he's going to build his roster. Here's the second question. We can get back to this later, too, but just quickly. So yesterday, Vic, we were talking, I just found the first article I could find. I said, Big 12 power rankings for the spring. Give them to me. Where do you think CU is on Athlon Sports for a 16-team conference in the Big 12? Where do you think they rank right now?
God, Athlon's already has their preseason top 25.
No, they just power ranked the Big 12 conference. Where they think teams will finish.
Okay. I'd say they have CU somewhere near the top 5, maybe 6.
11.
Really?
Yeah, 11.
Wow.
And that's
Okay.
what I'm saying. Like,
But
if they can't finish 11th in the conference this year.
Dude,
No, that would be an all-out.
But timeout.
No, you can't.
That being said, you've added so many teams, and you can project where they were in their old conference, but you have no idea what they're going to be up against in a different Big 12 conference, including Utah, and
Understood.
Arizona, and ASU.
Utah's number one, by the way, and they should.
Yeah,
be.
yeah, but you truly, what was okay? Utah and Oklahoma State. Who's going to win that game? Well, flipping, I don't know because there's no comparables between the two.
The thing about it though is if you claim you got two top 5 draft picks on this team, you can't finish 11th.
Agreed.
So we'll get back to this
No
later.
chance.
303-504-0925. Back after this.
All right, those guys are going to have their own little chit chat, huddle up. I'll start the.
He's showing
segment.
me stuff.
Okay, whatever he's showing you, I'll take it from here, and I don't care what you have planned to talk about. I've got a piece of news that has just come down, and we've anticipated this. We've heard rumors of this, but this goes for all the people who think that the NBA, and it's, every time they say, oh, well, look at the NFL game day ratings versus the NBA, or look at Christmas Day, or look at this. I'm telling you right now, you can balk at NBA ratings. You can say nobody watches or nobody's interested. All those people that say that. Look at the money being thrown at this league. It's unreal.
Yeah.
It's unreal how the price goes up every single time the deal is up. ESPN is going to take on more for the NBA in the new television rights deal. Amazon is joining the party. They're going to do first-round playoff games, in-season tournament, bunch of stuff like that. NBC is close. I mean, when I say close, it's not official. It's going to be announced soon. NBC will replace TNT as the B provider. They'll get the B schedule. They'll get weekly games and all that stuff. So inside the game, the TNT post-game show, pre-game show, that's gone.
Yeah.
That's gone.
That's
all
of
this
a
together.
crime. And Ernie is not going to leave TBS and Turner because he's been
It's
there.
gone.
What a crime.
Here's why, though.
That's so
Here's why.
disappointing.
So this new media rights deal for the NBA, which begins after next season, is going to be worth over $7 billion. $7 billion for the league. And the reason they're leaving TNT is very simple. In this age of streaming, we've complained about it on this show. Where do I find this game? How do I find this game? Where is this game? These networks, these leagues, they want to be easy to find, and they're going to have NBC at their disposal Sunday night.
Yeah.
Sunday night basketball, just like Sunday night football. They're doing the same thing, same model, because there is nothing that resembles live television,
So
live sports television.
will they not do that until like February?
After football season.
Yeah, NBC has Sunday Night Football.
Yeah. Well, after football season, they'll go to Sunday night basketball. Okay. Sunday night NBA.
So where does Chuck end
Collinsworth
up?
on the
Where
call?
does Shaq
That'd be
end up?
funny.
Where does Kenny end up?
I don't know.
I know
but
that I know that Ernie won't leave. Ernie can't leave. Well, that's pretty disappointing.
Well, Ernie can. He just won't.
No, I've reached out to Chuck and haven't heard back. I'm sure they're just shell-shocked over the news because they had a good thing going, and you hate to see it break up because it's the best studio show in all of television, all of it. It's gone. It's done.
So TNT will still have the National Hockey League.
Yep.
That's weird. I mean, they're
Very.
It shows you that every network has their price. That, man, they must have just gone to the NFL, the NBA, and said, "Man, we just can't afford that. We just can't. We cannot compete with an NBC."
It wasn't even that, Moshe. It wasn't even that. It was the NBA saying, because TNT was competing with NBC, they were going to match the number. But the NBA finally told them, no matter what you offer us, we're going to NBC because we want to be on network television on Sunday nights.
Yeah.
Well, on top of that, here's one.
But time out real quick, though. I'm asking a legitimate question. I put a TV in my wife's art room. It was in my garage. Okay, it was hanging up in my garage. I didn't use it. Hang on.
But she's doing art.
Yeah, but she wants to be able to like when there was no TV in her art room, so when the Avs were on the road in Montreal, she had to have it from one of the master bedroom and turn it up loud and that kind of thing. So this TV was sitting on the wall in the garage. It's an old Toshiba, like little tiny guy. Like,
great.
Hold on a second. I set it up yesterday. It has to update and then you have to choose your apps and all this kind of crap, all this sort of thing. What is network television anymore? With as fractured as TV is, and with the apps that you have to have, and with the picking of your channels and all this crap, right? Every channel has its own app now, and if you want to opt in, you may have to subscribe to it and all this kind of crap.
Yeah.
What is network? Well, how is NBC going to draw more viewers than TNT? How is that even possible, Vic?
Because it's free.
But it's okay. But it's TNT's essentially
TNT's
free.
not free.
Well,
TNT's not free.
That's not free.
I know, but
It's not free.
You pay for it as part of whatever package you have.
All right. ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, PBS, it's free. You just answer the question. It's free. Now, how you get it, some people are like, well, how am I going to get it?
That's what I'm talking about, how you get it. There's a price
I
to
told
pay
you how.
for everything. So
I gave the secret.
And by the way,
to
nobody has a
powder.
friggin' antenna tinfoil on the. Listen to my brain this morning. Graduation. Nobody has the tinfoil on the antennas anymore. Getting a signal from Channel 9. Okay,
I have an antenna.
Well,
I have an antenna,
Actually,
too.
you do. I know you do. Actually, to be honest with you,
I bought one at
but
Target
nobody does that
for
anymore.
$8.
I understand that, Vic. Nobody does that anymore. Everything comes via some sort of
I know.
provider. So it's not free. You're paying for it in some regard. The days of just having 4 channels on your television, turning it on, and Channel 31, Channel 9, Channel 4, Channel 7, those days are long gone, bro.
You guys are focused on the entirely wrong detail of this,
Why?
by the way.
What-
As sad as it is that Inside the NBA is leaving, this is John Tesh on Levitard's show yesterday.
According to Sports Business Journal, NBC has now offered $2.5 billion a year to get back the rights to the NBA to create a basketball night in America. Bill Simmons is saying, quote, it's a wrap, and Charles Barkley says he's going to be on LinkedIn tomorrow. Has NBC reached out to you about reviving Round Ball Rock?
They have actually, yeah.
Yes.
They it's nothing firm, but they said, hey, can you stay frosty on this? It's like a Navy SEALs thing, because we'd love to talk to you about it. And we're actually talking right now about licensing it to them for the Olympics in Paris, which is always great. Yeah, I love. So we're actually going.
So that could be coming back. Nelly, can you please? I think, is this not the greatest theme that's ever existed in sports?
I had John Tesh on my podcast a couple years ago because he's also a prostate cancer survivor. So we talked prostate cancer. But I asked him about this song. Do you know the story behind the song, how he came up with it?
Oh, yeah, but go ahead and tell the people.
So at the time, he was contracted by NBC as a musician. Hey, we're doing this NBA thing. He was working the Olympic Games in another endeavor. And while he was in Paris at the Olympics, he came up with this top of his head in the middle of the morning. He called his voice recorder back home in LA, had this music in his brain, and just, Mosier, I don't know how you musicians do it. Nelly, I don't know how you do it. But he just started humming this tune into his voice recorder back home so that he would remember the tune. And then when he got back home, he produced it. Yeah,
that's what he left on his voicemail.
He still has the voicemail.
That's awesome.
So listen, 2 things on this. Now, I told this to Nelly earlier. That song means different things, I think, for different generations. I think for you guys, that harkens back to a time when you guys were kids or whatever watching the NBA on
Round Ball,
NBC.
dude, Round Ball Rock was the theme. It's like dun 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 dun.
Right.
Dun dun dun. I mean, like the Monday Night Football theme. You had your theme. That was it.
Well, when I was a kid, Monday Night Football was, are you ready for some football?
But-
Hank Williams Jr. But what it means to me and Nelly is you went to the arcade and you played NBA Jam. Because that was the theme to NBA Jam. Like,
Yes.
that's what it was for us.
Yeah.
He's on fire.
Yep.
So here's the thing. And I was thinking about this with that song in particular because it's so great. I don't think there's a better theme in all of sports than that right there, Round Ball Rock.
No, the Monday Night Football theme, the original Monday Night Football theme is the
I will
best.
argue.
That's
look,
ridiculous.
You're never
That's not even my top
You're not going
five.
to change my mind on this. You're not going
That's
to change
fine.
my mind.
But that's subjective. It's I don't think Round Ball Rock makes my top 5. Monday Night Football is that is
Monday
the
Night
number
Football?
one.
Which one?
The original.
The original. Brett, I love you. And one of the reasons I love you is because of this. When I went, dun, 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 they're like it's like the very first time 5 years ago, and I did that, you immediately took it and ran with it perfectly. I was so proud of you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, this snot-nosed little brat knows exactly what I'm talking about, and he just took it and ran with it like an absolute superstar. I was so proud of you. That is the best theme.
It's the one and only. And to say that Round Ball Rock competes with that is
It does for me.
Monday Night
It's
Football.
behind.
Does for
Nelly,
me.
It's an insult.
Do you have it,
You
Nelly?
should be. In fact, you should be jailed.
All right, hold on a second. You want to talk about my childhood, Brett?
Poll question at Brett Kane Radio. Monday Night Football theme or Round Ball
Well,
Rock?
no, original Monday Night Football theme. Don't give me the Hank Williams Jr.
Yeah,
crap.
I don't care about Carrie Underwood's
Yeah.
Sunday night theme. I don't care about all these other.
No, none of that kind of crap.
Nobody cares
It's
about
coming
that.
to Sunday night. No, none of that crap. I'm talking about dun 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 dun.
Doo-doo, doo-doo,
Dun 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 dun.
doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo,
All right, so do you
dun, dun, ba, dun, bum, ba, ba. Dun,
Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. Yeah, it's so flipping good. Nelly, it's the best. When I was growing up and Vic was growing up, when we were littles, so all you littles out there, this jammed.
Oh yeah.
Sounds like the intro to Granddad's Happy Hour.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh.
All right, let's go.
Oh my
Oh,
God,
God.
was that great?
If you heard that, seriously,
the thrill
that
but
was arousing.
the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat is in the vernacular of every sports fan.
Great.
The thrill of victory.
And
So
the
is,
agony of defeat.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it. Woo!
Shut up. The CBS, somebody on Twitch said CBS College Football, the original CBS College Football. Oh, wow. Intoxicating.
That was really, really good. Yeah.
Intoxicating is what that is. That puts you in the mood.
I see that Mosier is now just having a private conversation with Nelly about all the songs that he wants to play, and we don't have enough time
I
for
know,
this
but
right
I
now.
like songs.
You want to know how you can make a whole lot of money? I was talking about this with Nelly. Be a pretty famous band or musician and write a song that a sport will take as the theme of that year's season.
totally.
Pickleball can use one. Pickleball's now supposedly the fastest growing stupid sport in America.
Nelly.
So one of you musicians, Nelly, you're a musician.
Write a-
you got
write-
that brass band.
Write a pickleball theme song.
Somebody send us a pickleball theme. Let's go.
No.
Send us a Thursday night pickleball theme.
What I'm telling you is, do you know how much money like Fallout Boy made off of one college football season?
yeah.
Where it was, what was the song again, Nelly? What was
Remember me
it? For centuries. Na, 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 na. That song?
Wasn't that dude married to somebody? Who's that dude married to? Some chick.
Yep.
Thanks.
Typically, that's what happens when you.
Listen to
this
this.
is great. I mean, it's great.
I mean, come on. Great's not the word. This is probably the greatest song in history. Outside of Rocky.
God, that's good. It is good, though. God, that's good.
Just power, violence, hostility, football.
Violence, hostility, football. I like that a lot. That should be the theme. Well, it used to be the theme of the NFL. All right, 303-504-0925. Back after this. Nelly, give me some of that Monday Night Football theme. I know it's not football, but when I'm talking about the Circus Sportsbook, it's sports. So let me get some of this so I can talk about these games tonight. First of all, Mavs, T-Wolves on the Circus Sportsbook, that brand new Circus Sports Colorado app. Yes! T-Wolves, 4-point favorites tonight. You go to the NHL, Panthers, slight favorites at -109. You can check all of that out on the Circus Sportsbook. I wish they had odds for which song was better, this or Round Ball Rock. But you can find a whole bunch of stuff on the Circus Sportsbook. So download the app. Best odds in the game. Low holds. Excellent customer service. Download the app Circus Sports or go to circusports.com. It's good. It's not up there with the others, though. It's not. Just not. I don't know how else to tell it. Like, it's good. Is there anything more disappointing, by the way, than a bad theme to like get into a sporting event? I remember somebody. Maybe it was
every new theme feels like a bad theme until you get
that's
used
true.
to it, right? So,
Like Amazon.
when the NHL went to TNT,
Yep.
and you're like, oh, what is this? And then it sort of grows on you. It takes time.
Well, the old theme for NHL hockey on ESPN2 was killer.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, it's just stuff that you I don't know, that you grow up with, you identify with, whatever it may be. It just sticks in your soul, and that's just the way it is.
While we're hearing all of these football theme songs, can I ask a question to you guys? Kansas City Chiefs, really good. Super Bowl champions again. Did you guys happen to see the video of Patrick Mahomes walking into camp? He is being fat shamed as he was walking
into mini camp?
Yes.
OTA camp, whatever they call this, this portion of the year.
And I will say, we got the picture last year. He had the dad bod going on in the locker room. I think it was after the AFC Championship game. But he does look like kind of out of shape. Now, the question is, how much does that matter? I think none for him. I don't think it's really going to affect him all that much. But would that weird you out? Like, football's a different sort of animal. So here's the video. This is him walking in, and you can see maybe the wind's just pressing against his chest in a weird way, but there's some stuff hanging. See what I mean? And
Done weird me out. We know how he's wired. If you know how a guy's wired, you know that's temporary. That's all temporary. By the time the season rolls around, by the time December comes, he'll be a machine. I mean, come on. You need to be sold on Patrick Mahomes?
No.
Like, people are doubting Patrick freaking Mahomes? Are you kidding me?
this is what I was going to say, Vic. If he came in at 290 pounds, do you still think he's the best quarterback in the league?
Yeah,
I probably do.
He could look like the late, great Jared Lorenzen, the fattest quarterback in the history of football, and I would still be completely terrified of him.
You know what? Patrick Mahomes like Nikola Jokic. They get the benefit of the doubt.
100%.
That's what I was going to say. I'm like, I don't care. People can talk. And Jokic takes care of his body well enough now where I doubt this is like he's ever going to look like he did. Was it like 3 years ago? That season where he came in and he was like out of shape.
Little chunkadelic,
yes. I don't think that's ever going to happen again.
You know,
but if he did, I'd just be like, he'll get
whatever.
Right. I don't care. Yeah.
I would prefer you say that about me. Use that word.
Chunkadelic.
Chunkadelic. I don't mind that at all. I like that. Another thing. Regarding the AFC West, I don't even care about the Raiders. I don't think about the Raiders at all. However, I've been reading lately, and because I saw the one story, I had to look for more stories about it. I don't know whether this scares you guys at all, but apparently the Los Angeles Chargers are really liking their new head coach. They're thinking he's funny, he's smart, he's this, he's that. Harbaugh has made already apparently a pretty positive impression on his football team, and they're liking him. Dude, I swear to God. Well, hold on. Well, do you think? It doesn't even matter.
Well, do you think they were going to hate him?
Well, no.
You're going to get reports that he'd be hated?
No, but I think that they just like his personality and like him as a dude. At least, I mean, that's the impression I'm getting.
Okay, here's the thing.
All these stories.
Here's the thing, though, Moj.
What?
Let me say this about Harbaugh. Because I believe this. I think Harbaugh's going to be really good in LA.
See, I'm scared. I'm scared of that. I'm scared.
He's going to hit year 4, and people are going to be driven nuts by him.
Maybe.
And looking for ways
There's
to get
always
him
an
out.
expiration date with him.
He has, he's like milk, Vic. It's like, oh, yeah, it's fine for now, but give this a couple weeks, and your mind's going to change in a hurry.
What about our guy?
Dude,
You know what he is? He's like the Larry Brown of football. Larry Brown, outstanding Hall of Fame coach, but man, there's an expiration date. There's a reason he hopped around multiple leagues.
think about this for a second. Go look at Jim Harbaugh's coaching resume. Tell me his win-loss record everywhere he's been, the championships he's won, the big games that he's won. And tell me why that guy has so many jobs. Tell me why. Like, initially in his career, it was climbing the ladder, right? San Francisco went to a Super Bowl with him, with Colin Kaepernick. He turned Kaepernick into a viable, very, very good quarterback in this league. They went 8-8 the year after, and they said, I'm done with this. I can't take it anymore. He goes back to his alma mater, and they're winning football games. And finally, they get over the mountaintop, right? They beat Ohio State consecutively. They make the college football playoff. They win the Big Ten championship. They win a national title, and they're like, I'm done with this guy. I can't take it anymore.
Sometimes truth hurts, though. As much as he does expire at the end of his road in each place he visits, he's brilliant. I mean, I'm going to give you his resume in abbreviated fashion. The dude won at the University of San Diego. The dude made Stanford a legitimate football program. The dude took San Francisco to the big game. The dude went to Michigan, his alma mater, and won a chip. The dude wins.
Everywhere.
That's it.
And so
Everywhere.
here I am thinking, screw the Raiders. I don't care about the Raiders. They're junk. Okay, I'm worried about our team here, and I'm worried about Kansas City. I'm starting to feel like I'm going to have to worry about SoCal when I didn't think I had to or wanted to. When they had Dum Dum down there making every wrong decision at the end of every dang football game, you don't worry about that, right?
This is what I love. Is that Brandon Staley, who you just referred to as Dum Dum?
Sorry, I
No.
apologize.
It's fine. Was originally referred to as Boy Genius his
well,
first couple of years.
Yeah, well,
in LA.
that wore out pretty quick because he. Would you agree with me when I say this? And I mean this with all due respect. It's in the Geneva Convention. Did he do some really dumb things?
Yeah.
Was he a dumb football coach?
At times he was very dumb.
Okay,
He was attached to the analytics way too much.
That being said, I'm starting to have fear. Maybe not even this year, but man, oh man, if the Broncos, if they have to contend with this guy and those guys every year, Brett, when you go through his resume, you want a trivia? Guess whose son played for Jim Harbaugh at San Diego?
Guess whose son played for Jim Harbaugh? Big 50 son?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Good job, buddy. That's a great poll. You remember I told you that probably 5 years ago.
I'm
Great
sorry.
Actually, I met Big 50's son, and Big 50's coming back to Denver, by the way.
He is?
Yeah.
I got to call him. I love it. Anyway, so the story is that I'm afraid that they're going to be good sooner rather than later. Listen, man.
Moj, there's not a fear. I'm telling you, they are going to.
Then what are we going to do? Then what are we going to do? You've got a friggin' witch.
The Broncos
in
are
Kansas.
going to suck for the next couple of years anyway. Like, that's why I'm not all that concerned about it right now.
You've got a witch in Kansas City. You've got an I don't care if he looks out of shape or fat or his wife is on Sports Illustrated or whatever. I don't care. The guy's a witch. All right? And he does.
Hey.
So what are we going to do, Vic? We're
Well,
going
I'm
to
gonna
sit
tell you
around
what
here
I'm
with our
gonna do.
teeth in our mouth
No,
for the
let me
next
tell you what
5
I'm gonna
years,
do.
watching the Chargers get good with Herbert, watching the witch continue to do witch stuff, and have our guy drive around a friggin' sushi parking lot for an hour?
Let me tell you what I'm going to do, Moj. While you're attending multiple graduation ceremonies this week, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something that I was ill-prepared to do this week. That wasn't even on the schedule because I was banking on a Western Conference final schedule this week. Well, that went out the window. So tomorrow, you know what I'm going to do after our radio show there? I'm going to drive over to the Broncos where they're going to have their first media session for OTAs. We're going to hear from Sean Payton. We're going to get to watch practice. We're going to see Bo Nix among the veterans. We're going to see a lot of I don't know how many are going to show up. I have no idea. But we're going to see what the Broncos look like at least. And you're going to get remarks from me on Friday that you normally hear from D-Mac. Oh, this guy looks great. Oh my God. You're going to hear those because this is what we do in this town. This is how it works. When the other team stop playing playoff games, we're going to go to jogging practice and remark.
Did you guys see Bo Nix was in the, I don't know what this was, this seminar that involved Tom Brady and Jay-Z for some reason?
What?
Did you guys see this?
No.
So all these rookie quarterbacks, and Nelly, I saw the video briefly. Do you know, like, I saw Caleb Williams, I saw Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels was there, like a whole bunch of these rookies were talking to Tom Brady and Jay-Z, and I don't know what this thing was for.
I believe it was hosted by the CEO of Fanatics.
That's what it was, yeah. I'll just play you a snippet. Here's Tom Brady talking to him. If my button works.
When you have 53 guys on the team and you think it's about you, it ain't about you, it's about us. And the biggest problem I see with a lot of the young players today, you guys are making it too much about I and me because of social media, because of branding and all that. It's fine, you're not gonna win. There was a difference between being a star and being a champion. Every day of practice is important. You know why? Because when I was on the Patriots and we had 20 years winning, every day was a big day. I treated a preseason game, I treated a regular season like it was a Super Bowl. So when I got to the Super Bowl, it was just another day for me.
So it was a lot of that stuff being told to some of these young quarterbacks in the room, which I'm sure is cool to hear from Tom Brady, have him sit in front of you across the table, whatever, and sort of give you advice. Now, again, I don't really know what Jay-Z was doing there. I don't know what his role was in talking to young quarterbacks in this meeting.
Well, here's his role.
But
hi, I'm Jay-Z.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's just cool that Jay-Z is there.
It's pretty cool. But you know what? But the question I have about that, and that seems like very sage advice from Tom Brady, does it not? And I mean, the guy approached because he was a sixth round pick, because he was spurned by his favorite team growing up. The Niners didn't draft him, so on and so forth. Dude, he came to work like Rod Smith every single day with a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
How much of what he tells, how many of these guys will actually absorb and implement what he says to them, and how many of them are looking at him like, okay, old man, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different time, though. How many, like Caleb Williams coming into Chicago camp is not going to have that same approach or mentality. He's not.
No.
He's just not.
He's number one overall. No, he's not.
Exactly. He's not. They're not coming from the same place. Brady had to do everything just to earn a spot on the team, let alone a starting spot, then became what he was. He had to go uphill. Caleb Williams is already at the top of the hill coming in.
Isn't that weird? Like that shit. Even when guys before the rookie wage scale, I can't remember. Was that like 2012?
Was Sam? What was it? No,
Sam Bradford was the last.
Sam
one.
Bradford was the last guy. Correct.
So even before that, though, those guys got, the mega contracts before they even played a snap, and that was stupid.
Jamarcus Russell.
Right, but there's something different about what he just said about the personal branding aspect of it. Where you get the contract, but the contract is to play football, and maybe you do get it. Jamarcus Russell was a little bit lazy about
wasn't
it.
Tom Brady selling a pair of underwear for $125?
Not when he first broke in the league.
Okay,
no, Moj. See, this is where people get conflated. This is where it gets. Everybody criticizes Tom Brady for making a buck. He did it after he became Tom Brady.
Agreed.
Not before.
Agreed, but
not
I mean,
before. I'll give you an example.
But Caleb Williams is already Caleb Williams. Tom Brady was a nothing, a zero.
I understand.
All right.
But not at the professional level. Not at the professional level. Not at the top of the top. Now, Shedeur Sanders thinks he's that, but not at the professional level. You know what? When Tom Brady made those comments, which quarterback came to mind? For me, it was Shedeur Sanders.
I didn't want to say it, but yeah, immediately it came to my mind. Immediately.
100%. I mean, play it again and think of his name. Play those comments again from Tom Brady and tell me what comes to your mind when you hear him say
You have
this.
53 guys on the team and you think it's about you, it ain't about you, it's about us. And the biggest problem I see with a lot of the young players today, you guys are making it too much about I and me because of social media, because of branding and all that. It's fine, you're not going to win. There was a difference between being a star and being a champion. Every day of practice is important. You know why? Because when I was on the Patriots and we had 20 years winning, every day was a big day.
No,
Okay, and this is one thing I want to dispute. I'm not suggesting Shedeur doesn't practice hard. That kid plays his butt off, and he's a warrior, and he plays hard. There's no disputing that. But I think Tom Brady also notes you don't have to throw footballs next to a private jet every day on your social media account and tell us you're working hard. You don't have to go to Mexico for vacation and throw with a private coach and tell us you're working hard.
Could I also argue, Vic, that sounds like Russell Wilson year one?
100%. And how'd that work out?
Yeah.
It didn't. Obviously.
How'd that work out for him?
Obviously, it did not.
303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. There's something else I want to get to, and I like to use days like this to kind of recap on things that we missed during the playoff runs because there was so much going on with the Avs and the Nuggets every single day. It was a different game. So now that we have a little bit of time, can I revisit something that I think was 100% correct that they're still talking about today? Yeah, go ahead.
Before you do, somebody on the text line says, you guys realize Brady loves Shador. I know this. Brady has a relationship with Shador. You don't think Tom Brady's had this conversation privately with Shador?
I'm sure he has.
So, Texter,
Yeah.
we know that.
We do,
And we've
yes.
told you that Shador. You don't think Tom Brady privately is said, hey, man, let's chill on that.
Well, not to mention, this is that, like, there's some selective hearing from CU fans that kind of drives me crazy.
Yeah,
'cause he goes,
CU
"It's
fan-
great."
it drives me
Wait,
mad.
Wait, he says, Brady loves Shador. My God, guys, dude works his ass off. Vic literally said at the end, he works his ass. You said the exact
I
thing.
said there's you cannot challenge him for his work ethic. The kid is a workaholic.
Ryan, I'm talking specifically to Ryan now. Ryan, we are on the same page, buddy. We're the same team. It's all good, bud.
303-504-0925. So something that we missed that is still being talked about, and I don't know why this is so hard for people to understand. We'll get to it next.
Yeah. With the with a yeah and a
The person who runs socials for us, Anna. I'm going to play this through the phone, so it's not going to sound great, but can I replay something that we did earlier in the show? This was actual 15 seconds of audio of the show.
It's pretty good.
There's nothing like you and the boys just going out and doing themes to old Monday Night Football music. There's nothing like it.
Honestly, I could sit in a bar with you guys.
Name another theme song. We'll do it right now.
Yeah, I could sit in a bar with you guys and just sing sporting event theme songs all night. We don't have to talk.
We're taking your request
We're
now.
gonna drink beers and we're just gonna sing or just go dun 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 dun. Dun. Yeah, just so good.
Oh, Raj now got upset. He goes, "It's me who sent that, you dummy." There's two people in charge here. I thought Anna was doing stuff. Now Raj. Okay, Raj, you get credit. Is that what you wanted?
Thank you, Raj. You're the man.
All right. So, something I want to address.
How about the NHL theme song on ESPN, which I love? Can we give a rendition real quick?
Well, Nelly's going to play it first so that maybe people are unfamiliar with it and they wouldn't get it because we're going to blow it.
Side. So send in your requests on the text line, okay? And then we'll do it in a second.
Do our version.
Yeah. We'll let Nelly ramp up some of these, and then we'll do it in a second. But first, here's something we missed in the middle of the playoff run, and I don't know why this is a big deal. This is Austin Rivers on the Pat McAfee show a couple weeks ago.
Where the best athletes in the world are, that's us. I could take 30 players right now in the NBA and throw them in the NFL. You cannot take 30 NFL players and put them in the NBA.
It's because you're only allowed 5 on the court. Let's all relax.
It's because you get a break every play. All you got to do is catch the ball and run north or south.
Listen, our sport,
it ain't complex.
Our sport's better. Our sport's better because we would just create a position for one of you 5'2", 40 running 6'10" guys. And just put them, can't get hit much, fragile, all right, little thin, very tall. We would just create a position because we got big brains in our sport.
Listen,
that's what we would do.
There's a reason why hip-hop artists, when they rap, they compare themselves to ballers. They're not talking about footballers, they're talking about basketball players.
That's because they're not tough.
Okay, so this then kind of spun out of control because football players got very defensive of this. Now, when Austin Rivers says 30 could go to the NFL, I think relax on that one a little bit. But bottom line is, he's kind of right, isn't he? I've seen basketball players go to the NFL with no experience, by the way. I've never seen the opposite. I've never seen somebody who's a football.
Yeah, you have.
Who?
Charlie Ward. Charlie Ward won a Heisman Trophy as a quarterback at Florida State and played in the NBA.
Okay, but he did both. My point is, Moj, there's guys who barely played football who just got done playing basketball, and it's like, hey, go be a tight end now.
100%, and you're not wrong. And honestly, Austin Rivers is not incorrect. The ability to translate to the National Football League for basketball players is way easier than the other way around.
You can find. Let me tell you right now,
he's not incorrect. In fact, I remember.
You're telling me athletically, Russell Westbrook couldn't learn to play safety at 24 years old? I mean, come on, dude.
As much as I disagree with Austin's assertion that he said 30 people and all you have to do is run north-south, I disagree with
crazy.
That. But it's not even debatable. There are more NBA players who could make it in the NFL than vice versa.
100%.
And it's not even debatable. It's not. And if you're going to debate that, if you're going to argue that, and you're going to say, well, you have no clue. You're clueless. Clueless. Do you understand how hard it is to play in an NBA basketball? The skill involved to survive a game of NBA basketball? To shoot? To do just the shooting? You're clueless. If you give me Anthony Edwards, line him up on a football field, give me 2 weeks. I'll put him in an NFL game and he'll be able to survive.
Well,
give me Lou Dort. Give me 2 weeks with Lou Dort.
This is where
he'll survive.
2 weeks not going to happen. I mean,
what do you mean not going to? You give me Lou Dort on special teams, have him run down the field. You don't think he'll
just
survive?
a gunner? Just be a gunner?
Give me somebody to play tight end. You know, like Aaron Gordon. Put Aaron Gordon at tight end near the goal line. You think he can get it done?
Dude, I think of Aaron Gordon as like one of those edge rushing sort of guys on the outside, 6'8".
Oh my
long
God.
arms,
Gary Harris.
250 pounds.
Gary Harris
Love to see
was an
it.
all-state wide receiver in high school. Could have played in the NFL had he pursued it. He chose basketball.
Well, here's the thing too, Moj, because I was thinking about it. Hockey's probably the hardest. I mean, but it's hockey and baseball side by side. Would have to be the hardest ones just to pick up and go. You need to learn to skate.
Right.
So hockey's got to be the hardest one. But I've seen these guys. I watched CJ Stroud throw a baseball. I'm like, what? You're a professional throwing person. What was that?
Did you, for a guy who throws a football so well, watching him throw a baseball was painful. What? It doesn't even look natural. How is that possible, Brett?
I have no idea.
I will say this. Back 30 years ago when I did college basketball, there was a coach. He's passed away now, but he was a coach who had a player who was 6'5". He was like a 6'5", sort of. He's kind of a Barkley kind of guy, Vic, right? In the college game, kind of a thick guy, but really athletic, really good. Anyway, the coach said, "You know what, kid? I'm going to get you a tryout with the Pittsburgh Steelers." He had good friends in the National Football League. And he got the kid, the Steelers like, absolutely, we'd love to see him as a tight end. Absolutely. And so he was there for a little bit and then eventually did not make the roster. But that's kind of an example where, blam, I mean, hey, the kid's never played football before. I'm going to turn him into a tight end. And there you go.
Well, I'm seeing a whole bunch of this, and I want guys to understand something. This is all relative, okay? Because I've seen a whole bunch of NBA players are too soft. They couldn't make it in the NFL. If you're immersed in the sport, you act differently. Can I give you an example? Moj, who do you think is think of a really badass, tough football player. Toughest one you can think of. Who is it?
Well, it was Aaron Donald, I think.
Okay, Aaron Donald. We put him on the hot corner and have him wear a one-hopper going 110 miles an hour off the chest. He wouldn't. Now, he'd learn to do it if he did it long enough, but he wouldn't initially. That guy's Roger Dorn, right? Bail
100%.
out.
It is so funny we brought
relative.
it up on the show. It's truly remarkable to me how many elite athletes, I'm talking top class, world's best elite athletes, cannot throw a ball.
I know. It is very weird.
Throwing a ball. Like, get on the mound, let's see you just wind up.
Vic, it's got to be, it's a cultural thing. And let me explain why. Have you ever seen a European try to throw a baseball? Or a ball?
I see Nikola Jokic throw a ball all the time, and he throws it perfectly.
Okay,
good. True. He does a really good job.
He throws it perfectly.
Okay, well, good. I've seen some Euros, and they can't throw a ball. And I'm like, well, don't you even try to make it?
Vic's not talking about somebody from Romania throwing a baseball here. He's
I'm
talking about
American athletes,
like football players. That's what he's talking about.
American athletes.
Are they just talking about people?
Stephen A. Smith, who played basketball in college. Did you see him throw a ball?
Yeah.
It's embarrassing.
And this is where I was naive.
In fact, I'm going to make this claim. If you're listening to this, if you cannot throw a ball, you should not be allowed to talk sports. I'm dead serious. I will make that rule right now. That's the official rule. And we're going to test it. If you cannot throw a ball from point A to B, it's an essential quality of an athlete. If you can't do that, you can't talk sports.
You know what? I think I've done this before. I don't know if I put it to a poll question. I'm going to put it to a poll question right now because we have a lot of female listeners on the show. If your man can't throw a ball, that's a giant turnoff. It has to be. If your husband, boyfriend, whatever, was like, I'm throwing out the first pitch of the Rockies game, and he looks like 50 Cent, I think it's grounds for breaking up or divorce. I really do. You can't be married to that.
In fact, I actually go through a full interview with would-be friends. If you want to be on my friend list, I got to see you throw a ball first.
Man,
that's the interview.
I'm saying,
Vic's like, I don't care if you've murdered somebody. Can you throw a baseball? Because we'll figure out the rest.
Any kind of ball. Like, you're at the golf course. Hey, throw me that ball. I just put one in the drink. Whoa.
Oh, is there anything worse than that?
Whoa.
Is there anything worse than the, hey, that's a gimme. Can you throw that ball to me? And it's like chucked over your head. You're like, all right, you could have just left it. All you had to say is, I don't know how to throw. I don't need to go chasing this thing around, okay? Anyway, I want to put that poll question up.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. I mean, I've had that deep in my thoughts, and I want to bring it out, but I'm glad you think like that. It's beautiful. It's wonderful.
Okay, hold on.
Monique on the text line, 100%, Brett. Thank you.
Well, she's sexist.
This goes back to field day.
Hold on.
Field day, like.
I know. I know. At Holy Family, you were the field day king. I get it.
I think I still have the blue ribbon record. I don't think it'll ever be surpassed.
Brett, can I throw well?
Yeah. Yeah, you pass.
Wait, pass? Say it.
Well, I didn't see you do the speed pitch game, but yeah, you pass.
Hey, let me defend the nons out there. All right, the non-throwers. Not everybody grows up throwing I threw, how many, just like you, how many baseballs have I thrown in my life? 100,000. I don't know the exact number, right? But I mean, every day from the time I was 5 years old through high school. Okay, and then beyond, obviously. But not everybody does that, man. Some people like the Dungeons and the Dragons, man. Some people,
exactly right. You can throw that little video remote control.
Yeah, but you know what?
I don't want to.
All you geeks out there, let me say this. You got it in you. I've seen you throw video game controllers and break them. You've got the wing ready to go, baby. You just need to work on the motion a little bit.
And I don't want to hear this crap that, Dad didn't throw the ball with me. You think Easy-E was throwing a baseball with me when I was a kid?
How about this?
You kidding me?
You pull Easy-O out of the hills.
You gonna have a catch with your son?
Hey, you pull Easy-O out of the hills of Italy. Swear to God, off the boat to Denver, Colorado, not speaking a lick of English, and say, hey, Easy, start throwing a baseball around. It's not his fault. He was attending to cows on the side of a mountain.
If you grew up in America and you can't throw, you're not American.
I agree.
I'm going to make it that easy.
I agree 100%. Nothing changes my opinion of a person in every way than watching them throw a football or shoot a basketball. If their form sucks, I'm out. Yeah. It's just like
it should be a required part of our citizenship. You want to be a U.S. citizen? Throw.
303-504. Yeah, that should be. You know what? If I were running for president this year, that would be on one of my hallmarks. That's one. It's my what do you expect me to get done at president page? As president page, number one is everybody will throw a baseball correctly. I will teach proper form. It will be mandatory in elementary school.
Who's one of the newest Americans that you guys know?
Newest?
One of the newest Americans that you guys know, Mark Rycroft.
Rycroft.
Yeah, he's an American citizen. But I got to be honest with you, Rykes. I've never seen you throw a baseball, bro. I've
check that out.
I've got to see. I'm gonna have to see what Rykes has. Riker, if you're listening, I got to see.
Give us a video.
You better start throwing right now.
Just find a tennis
we're coming
ball
for you.
Find a tennis ball, close the garage, and throw it up against the garage, and let me know what it looks like. Like I got to see this. Because you know what? To Mosier's point, you aren't official yet. I will revoke that citizenship.
George Washington throw a baseball.
303-504-0925. Back after this.
Memorial Day is this weekend, and you want to start the summer out with a brand new ride, look good, feel good about it? Well, get to my friends at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Right now, they've got 0% interest for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on all new Ford Escapes. Any pre-owned vehicle that they have, a full 3-month, 3,000-mile powertrain warranty plus the Mosier Special in full effect. And they've got 1,000 vehicles there to choose from. Believe me, from EVs to hybrids to gas-powered, everything you want. You get $1,000 in free accessories, or free 3-year maintenance, or $1,000 in extra trade allowance. You're not going to find a better deal anyplace else. You've got the time this weekend, so get there. Highway 36 and Wadsworth, or go online to see everything available to you at sthmotors.com.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app, and that is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. So, one thing that I want to keep in mind for today, and I'll go back to where we started this morning, Vic. I can't really stomach still watching some of these playoff hockey and basketball games, but I did tune in for the fourth quarter last night of the Celtics and Pacers. And I was hit by two things. Two overwhelming feelings. Number one. Well, okay, actually three. Number one, if the Nuggets made it past the T-Wolves, they're winning the NBA championship. That's one. Number two, you keep this core together. Like the longer I'm able to wait kind of past the pain of that loss, the more I realize how damn close you actually were to going back to back, and the over-emotional sort of mental takeover of things need to change. I can't have that feeling again. It's starting to dissipate, and a clear mind is taking over. Yeah. You keep the starting five together, you find some depth pieces, you'll be okay.
Well, I share the same sentiment you had last night. Watching that game proved to me, and we'll see if it works, proved to me that the winner of Game 7 Sunday, Nuggets, T-Wolves, is going to win the NBA championship.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw it, and I feel it, and I believe it. I saw it, I feel it, and I believe it. We'll see if it comes to fruition. I don't fear the East. Never have, never will. Neither of those teams have the requisite front court to stop the two teams we saw on Sunday. That's number one.
You know what I'd compare like the Celtics to? So there was a lot of guys who went to my high school that had regular whatever cars that they would put a spoiler on it, or they'd get rims, and I've never understood it. And it's like, it's all just an aesthetic, because what's underneath is just a normal whatever car. That's the Celtics.
Listen.
They're built with a whole bunch of flash, but the actual substance, they don't got a lot of it. They don't have a lot. They can on random nights. Like the nights are hitting threes, Vic. Yeah. Boston's really, really hard to beat.
Sure.
But there's a lot of nights that they don't. And they don't have a backup plan.
They have the flash. They don't have the muscle.
Yeah.
They have the flash. They don't have the muscle. And that's required to win an NBA title. Required. So, all right. That notwithstanding, let's get out of that for a second. Because watching last night's game, I will never comprehend how a team does not foul when it's up 3 and it's the final seconds of a game, and you give the opportunity for the other team to jack up threes from every angle. I'll never understand it. I'll go to my grave never understanding it. I've had debates with coaches about it. It's just stupid to me. Why would you risk it? Why? Why risk it? Why give them the opportunity to tie when you could easily send them to the line and only allow 2? But whatever. That's on them. That's on the Pacers.
It doesn't make any sense. None. Like, the fear, I guess, in not doing it, the only thing I could think of is that you would foul somebody in the act of shooting a 3, which I have almost never seen the refs give someone.
Foul better. Foul hard. Don't let the ball come up. But let's erase that, because the one thing you mentioned about the Nuggets moving forward, recency bias begets recency panic. And when the Nuggets lose the way they did, panic forces you to say, oh, we need this change, that change it all, change everything. We all do that. We're all subject to that because it hurts. And you want instant gratification. But then over time, you come to understand why you lost. And I think the same issues we brought up in October regarding the Nuggets roster apply today in May. It's not the starting 5 that's the problem.
No.
Even though the starting 5 got outplayed by Minnesota's starting 5, that's not the problem. The problem is the instant support for that starting 5. That's what they need to address this offseason. The support for that starting 5.
Could I ask you this is a larger question. You won't have the answer to it, but just kind of what's your gut feel about it? I think there's a very important detail in constructing rosters and making championship teams that sometimes goes overlooked, because we know that there's basically like a holy trinity of this, okay, for championship teams. In one spot, you need to have a superstar. In another spot, you need to have a good coach. In another spot, you have to have a good front office, more specifically a GM. But within that trinity, the head coach and GM have to be on the same page.
Yes.
In how they're building the roster. And do you think that maybe Michael Malone and Calvin Booth are a little different on this aspect? Booth wants the draft and develop approach, get cheap guys on rookie contracts who could become contributors, and Michael Malone's like, I want a veteran who I can trust to put into a playoff game. Think about the guys who played, Vic. It was Reggie Jackson and Justin Holiday, and then one in Christian Brown. Peyton Watson did not play for a lot of that Minnesota series.
Well,
Justin Holiday did.
You don't have to worry about me speaking the truth regarding this matter. Don't worry. You would have to be naive if you thought they were on the same page with every single evaluation of every player on the roster. You'd have to be naive. Of course they're not on the same page, but how many coaches and GMs are? That doesn't happen. You're going to have differences. You're going to have difference in opinion on what a player can do for you. One guy shops for the groceries. The other guy cooks them up.
Now,
That's how it works.
I guess the point in this, Vic, is if we're kind of on the same page in that the reason or one of the bigger reasons in why you lost that series was that they didn't have help and they can't get together on what the help should be. It's not like a great situation at the moment. That's all I'm saying.
It seemed to me at the beginning of the season, Michael Malone was on board with the approach and the strategy. And by the way, that strategy is born from financial restraints that are born above his pay grade.
Yes.
And even above Calvin's pay grade.
Yes.
Calvin was given a budget. Go spend this money, see what you can do with it.
And they are spending a lot of money,
unlimited budget.
They are spending a lot of money, by the way. Like they're into the tax, they're in the apron.
One of the biggest spenders in the NBA.
Yes.
There's no disputing that. They have 3 max players. So for anyone who says, "Oh, we'll spend more," they already are. Go look at payroll. They're among the biggest spenders in the NBA. It's not a want to spend. They spend. Now, how far beyond that? You can spend like the Phoenix Suns and Matt Ishbia. What has that done for them? It's about how you spend.
Mm-hmm.
You can overspend. Golden State's done that for years. Golden State has gone into the luxury tax for years. How they doing? How they cooking? How's that working out?
Mm-hmm.
It's how you spend. And they're given a budget. Here's what we're working with. And I think Michael Malone at the beginning of the season, he saw it. You could sense it. He said, we want to be like the Spurs. We may not win it this year, but we're going to come back. And I believe him now. I do. But man, at the end, it hurts because you had a chance to win and you were up by 20.
Yeah.
And that's where the pain derives. Because all that talk, man, you could have put it all out the window. You're up by 20.
Yep.
At home.
Yep. But especially like when you're looking at what the rest of these Final Four teams are, and you're like, all right, well, that was a missed opportunity, and you really were this close to making another championship happen. And on top of that, when we talk about depth, a lot of times the discussion is, well, who's going to be the guy that gives you 12 to 15 off the bench? You know what the Nuggets also faced this postseason from a depth perspective that kind of flew under the radar because we just kind of accepted it? If they had a viable backup option, would Jamal have played as much as he did on what was obviously a bum calf, especially early in that series when he was going 3 of 18 and we just knew he didn't have it? Would they have been like, all right, well, it's not working right now. Let's throw in Bruce Brown and he can take over for a good portion of this game, taking point guard minutes. Like, you didn't have that option either. Like, you were so much teetering on the edge of if one guy went down, what the hell were you going to do? You know what I mean?
There's no doubt. And that's the difference between the Nuggets and the Celtics. Do I think the Nuggets would beat the Celtics? I really do. I really do, honestly. But the Celtics can get away with missing a starter in the East.
Oh,
They haven't had Porzingis for the last few games, have they?
Vic, Minnesota's out here like, one of our big men's in foul trouble? Here comes another one. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So it's just it's a different argument
Rudy
for a
Gobert
different
missed a
conference,
game.
different teams. Yeah. Eventually, everyone's going to get to that point. That's what the NBA's done. They've set up the CBA so you whittle away, then you get to that point. Oh crap! What do we do now?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the Nuggets are. That's where they are. I believe that this team can return intact with one mission and one mission only: a backup big who can score.
Yep.
I've said this for the last 2 days. I'll continue to say it. And if they think that can come from within, great. Got to prove it.
Right.
A backup big who can score, not only who can score, but who will play in a playoff game, not sit.
303-504-0925. Altitude Sports Radio hooking you up with free gas thanks to our friends at Alta Convenience. Tomorrow from noon until 3, PhD is going to be broadcasting from an Alta Convenience store and giving away $5,000 in free gas. And all you need to do is show up. Everyone will get a $25 gift card for gas or anything from the Alta Convenience store. And one lucky listener is going to get $100. We'll announce the location tomorrow morning, so stay tuned. We'll tell you exactly where they're going to be. It's free gas for your free time this Memorial Day weekend, thanks to Alta Convenience. Convenience beyond the pump. So, still a lot to get to here. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line if you guys want in back after this. Come on, Anderson .Paak, sing it. Man, what a great song. What a great song. Silk. Sonic. All right. So a few things here, Vic.
By the way, Mosier, if you're hearing this, you're probably at the graduation ceremony right now, and I guarantee you got an AirPod in your ear, something. Enjoy the pain of the next 2 hours. Soak it in.
I want to give you two things here. Nelly, can you pull up the video? And I want to know what you think here, Vic, because we get crushed. So hang on 1 second, Nelly. We get crushed when our teams lose. And there's this old saying, like, the players don't care as much as you do about your teams. And I think to a certain extent that's probably true, right? It's a job for them. But what would you think if you were a Boston Bruins fan? Their season ends. They're on the plane ride back to their off season. This is not after winning a championship, Vic. This is getting eliminated in the postseason again. And you saw a video of this. So go ahead and pull this up, Nelly. On the plane back, guys all with drinks in their hand, rolling dice, and they look like they're having a hell of a time.
Yeah, it pissed me off.
Wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And it's more like
who unloaded that? Who put that out there?
Whoever Spoons79 is on Instagram. That's what this Bleacher Report.
Is that a member of the team?
That I don't know. Nelly, could you look it up for me?
It comes from a site called Bro Bible by a guy named Slice Bread.
Yeah. Could you look up Spoons79?
Yeah, it's a tough look. That's tough to stomach if you're a... Man, I've always said fans are always, and I don't want to stress hard. I mean, always more broken about defeat than those who play.
Yeah.
Not because those who play don't care. They all care.
Sure they
Of course
do.
They care. Hell, AG came up to me and gave me a hug after Game 7. He cares. They care. But they display it differently.
And by the way, Spoons79, sorry to cut you off, is Parker Wotherspoon. He does play for the Bruins. He's number 29.
Oh, that was dumb, Parker.
Mm.
That was dumb, posting that. Just plain dumb. It's insulting to your fan base when you do that. They care, but they deal with it much differently than we. I mean, what are we going to do? What are fans going to do?
Right.
We don't play. They exert their souls out there. They give it everything they have. They're gassed. They're tired. I mean, you played college baseball. You played high school baseball. When you lost a game and you went home to Pops, was Pops pissed?
Yeah.
Was Troy pissed?
Yeah. Troy, when I was...
If you went 0 for 4 or your usual 0 for 7, was Pops pissed at you?
I had 7 at-bats in a game?
Yeah. And you 0 for 7.
That would be a brutal day. Yeah, that would stink.
And yet you couldn't explain to him why, or you tried to.
Yeah,
players play.
Mm-hmm. Now, a texter says that was when they were on a team trip to Vegas, not after the game. I don't know. That's what Bleacher Report said it was after the season. If it is, whatever.
Oh,
still,
that's a different story.
The same general sort of point, though, remains is that I've seen that happen before where some guys are like, I mean, Vic, you guys lived through 1, 2, 3 Cancun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you guys lived through that.
100%.
It's just a different sort of vibe. And I always think it's interesting for a player perspective and a fan perspective at the end of this. They're all mad. They've exerted a lot of effort into this. But gosh, that would be just a weird, it's a weird concept to get your mind around. Because, Vic, we wanted to die on Monday morning. Yeah. We were on the air, we're like, I can't. I can't do this.
Members of the media, I know, were really ticked off. KCP left the locker room the other night without talking to reporters, and I know some reporters were angry about that. And I respect what they're trying to do. I'm not angry one bit. Go ahead. I'd be so... KCP was the one guy, remember when McDaniels tried to dunk the ball? Who stopped him?
Wait, say that
KCP.
again? Sorry?
When Jaden McDaniels tried to dunk the ball at the end, it was KCP who stopped him. He wears that stuff, man.
Oh, yeah, he does.
He wears it.
Mm-hmm.
No problem with him leaving the locker room without wanting to talk to anybody. No problems at all.
On top of that, are you mad about this? With the subject of being mad. Mm-hmm. Once again, we're getting more and more awards flooding in from the NBA. They're announcing all defensive teams now. And neither KCP nor AG find themselves on the first or second team. It's going to be another season, Vic, in which nobody
I've
else
got-
outside of Jokic is going to be honored with anything.
I've got one issue on that all-defensive team. How SGA is considered a better defender than KCP is pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
Get Hastings on the line. Hastings will follow at noon. He'll tell you he's seen enough. They try to hide SGA on opposing teams' players.
Yep.
He's not a featured defender.
And that's I'm in disbelief that nobody who is a teammate of Nikola Jokic has been honored with a damn thing his entire career. I mean, I know we've seen this graphic over and over again, Vic, of like MVPs and the awards that their teammates have gotten in their runs during whatever. And it's just nothing. Like, Jamal Murray's never been honored as an all-star. AG, not an all-star, nor all-defensive team. KCP, same thing. I mean, even Coach Malone never been honored with Coach of the Year, despite taking a team to a championship. I don't know if this is just some sort of bigger market bias that's going on here, but then explain SGA to me. I mean, I know he's a bigger name player. He's a star player, but he's in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
And it just feels like even those teams get more love than some of these guys on the Nuggets do.
I don't understand it either. I looked at that list and I agreed with all of them except that one. I just said, come on, man. What are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't understand that one. I don't know, man. Listen, we can sit here all day and say, woe is me. Why don't they give us the attention we deserve? And we can do this all day. It's not going to change a damn thing. All I know is this. For the national folks who contend that Denver is just a flyover city and that Denver doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, and they can't wait, guys like Evan Turner who can't wait for Jokic not to play because he doesn't want to watch him play and blah, blah, blah. All I know is Game 7 Sunday between the Nuggets and the Timberwolves on cable had bigger ratings than the precious number one market New York Knicks on network television.
That is crazy to me that somebody like Evan Turner would just be that forthright about how his disdain for Joker for no reason,
Yes.
by the way. None.
Yeah, no reason. None. Out of thin air. But I want you to know, having been in the television business a long time, if you're on network television versus cable, what a huge advantage that is for numbers.
Oh my God, yeah.
And the fact that the numbers showed the Nuggets and Timberwolves were better than the Knicks.
Then the Knicks in Madison Square Garden
In a
for
Game
a Game
7.
7. Yeah.
So don't tell me that these middle market teams don't matter. Don't tell me, national networks, that, we got to have the Lakers win. We got to have Chicago. We got to have New York. We got to have Boston. No, you don't. You know what you got to have? The best teams with the best players. That's what you got to have.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
And all those arrogant, coastal biased media members, some of whom are my friends, some of whom I play basketball with, you know what you're doing. You know exactly what you're doing. You're just adding to the system. That's all.
By the way, Vic, this seems to be official now. I know we kind of talked about it earlier, but the 2024-2025 NBA season will mark the final run for TNT's Inside the NBA featuring Shaq, Ernie, Kenny, and Chuck. So it looks like they're going to get one more year, and we kind of know this NBC deal is all but done for the NBA to go over there. I just wonder, and this is a big thing now, because, Vic, you've noticed this in hockey.
Mm-hmm.
ESPN has not been well received in this early portion of them taking over the NHL, right? People have had some issues with some of their broadcasts and their studio crews and stuff like that. But this is the highest compliment I can pay inside the NBA. I don't care about pregame shows, postgame shows all that much. Like, I've always watched College Game Day because it's just a fun way to start off a college football Saturday. But hasn't Inside the NBA, Vic, really challenged networks to put together a good show that actually kind of works
and is entertaining because
Yeah, they've
I've
all
never
tried.
thought of them that way until this
Yeah.
show came along. And now
They've
you're
all
seeing
tried.
like TNT and Biz and all the guys on that. It's like they're trying to recreate that kind of stuff, and I wonder if NBC does the same.
You know that show with Biz and TNT? That's actually pretty good. I
No, it's
actually
a good
enjoy
show.
that one.
Yeah.
I enjoy that one. I really do. I think it's great. It's off the cuff. You know the worst shows? And it's funny because it's the most popular sport. The football pre- and post-game shows are terrible
Yeah.
in terms of that stuff. You tell me.
If I had to pick one that I would say is at least okay, I would say probably Fox, because Fox has a little bit of fun because Terry Bradshaw's just bouncing off the walls, but there's nothing like this. No. Like,
No.
Vic, try
They're
and
terrible.
try and watch a pre and post game show on Sunday Night Football. I'm like, I have no interest in watching Florio say anything.
No
None.
interest, no clue, nobody.
No.
Nobody. But the Inside the End game, the TNT show, you actually wait for the game to end just to watch it.
No disrespect,
You're
Vic.
like-
I watched that over when you guys were doing the post
So
game
would
show
I.
on TNT.
So what man? I host a Nuggets post-game show. If I'm a viewer at home and I have a choice between listening to Chuck and Shaq and those guys talk about the Nuggets game or me and Hans and Demps, I love my boys. I love myself. But I ain't going to us.
I mean, that's how good the show was. And they really tapped into a thing that I think most networks just took for granted, which is, yeah, we'll get some people on and they'll talk about the game and give us the box score. And it's like, it doesn't have to be that. It can be like fun. It can be like an actual show.
They revolutionized the post and pregame stuff. They revolutionized it. They changed the game to a point where it cannot be replicated. Everybody tries to replicate it. Everybody tries with every sport, and none of them have come close. You can't replicate personality. You can't replicate Charles Barkley. He is the centerpiece. I don't care about everybody else on that show, and I know Chuck even says Ernie's the centerpiece. Ernie's not. It's Charles Barkley.
Well, I was going to
That
ask you,
show
Vic.
does not. That show does not work without Charles Barkley. Take Charles off the show. I don't care.
Well,
Not
it's
the same.
It's actually the same thing, Vic. Like, if Shaq's not there, it loses a little bit of that edge, too. Like, Chuck is the star. There's no doubt about that. But everybody's got their own little piece. My question
And the reason Charles is the star, Brett, the reason it works with him is because he's the only member of the media, I know, the only member of the media who cannot, will not, has not, will never be canceled for something he says. He says whatever the hell he wants.
I mean, it's the old adage, isn't it? When you're watching a TV show, listening to a radio show, whatever. It's the old Howard Stern thing. Why do people listen to Howard Stern? Because you don't know what he's going to say next. Like, that's what Chuck has. He has that quality in spades. But my question
But
is...
he's also endearing.
Oh, sure.
And he's fair, and he's beloved, and he's real. He's real. It's not a fake thing with him. Yeah, he has fun with these predictions and these guarantees. That's a gimmick. But the reason he can do what he does is because of who he is, and you can't replicate that.
So Ernie's already said he's not leaving. I don't know what the contract situations are for Chuck and Kenny and
That can be
Shaq.
negotiated, by the way. Ernie doesn't want to leave Atlanta. He doesn't want to leave headquarters in Atlanta. So if whoever wants him next, NBC, those things can change.
I thought he said it was out of loyalty to TNT because he's been there 35 years. He doesn't want to go somewhere else. Maybe I'm wrong, but let's
He
just
doesn't
say
want
this.
to leave his home.
Let's just say this. And I don't know what the contract situations are, but let's say that NBC in the middle of, it's like a $7 billion deal is what they're throwing at the NBA. They decide they're going to buy out the contracts of Shaq and Kenny and Chuck and bring them over and just put somebody else in the middle. Do you think it still works?
I got to see it. Okay, we've seen replacements for Ernie before. We've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, I mean, as much as I love Ernie, he's the best at what we do. He's the number one guy ever.
Just won an
at what
Emmy.
We do. Yeah, he's so good. I think the show can live on without him. It cannot live on without Barkley.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Nelly, can you cue up ESPN? They put a quarter in the yelling machine, Mad Dog Russo, and he's yelling about Micah Malone. Can we get some audio of that real quick and just see what the heck he's up to here? Because it's this "What are you mad about?" segment with Mad Dog.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think I have a feeling. I know where he's going with this.
Oh,
2 games.
Okay, never mind. He was just talking about Michael Malone. He was mad at Michael Malone for the way he handled his press conference. We must have just missed it. But he was just screaming about that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, and I think we touched on it too. It was wrong what he did. Now, we also understand why he did it.
Yeah.
I mean, both things can be true, right? I can criticize Michael Malone. I'm sure he's sitting there at home saying, damn, I shouldn't have said that. I'm sure he is too. But it's also 5 minutes after you got eliminated and blew a 20-point lead. I mean, I get it. I get it.
There's one thing that's blatantly obvious with Michael Malone.
And, Brett, if you had been there, right behind him, the Minnesota Timberwolves were throwing a party.
I don't think people know that. Like, I don't think people understand. There were some pieces of audio. It wasn't the one that, like, the clear things that we get sent to us from all these the channels that clip the audio. That's the clean ones that's through microphones like this, Vic. I heard from the people who were recording on their phones, right? They were sitting front row.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You just said it. There was an absolute rave going on, perfectly audible, when Michael Malone was talking of Minnesota Timberwolves guys high-fiving, hooting, hollering, music being played, and he's talking about how their team lost to Game 7. Like, that's going to wear on you, too.
In fact, he's a better man than me. If I'm put in that situation and I have to eulogize my team after a devastating loss like that and I hear that going on in the back, I'm like, nah, we're gonna do this in another room or at another time. I ain't doing this.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way I could have proceeded with that press conference.
Well, and a texter says, what did Michael Malone say? Here it was.
How hard is it just to absorb a loss like this after going ahead by 20?
Next question, man. The season's over. That's what's hard. Being up 20. The season's over. You don't understand that. The season's over. It's hard. Stupid ass questions.
So I want you to play this again, Nelly, and I want you
get
guys.
the background?
I want you guys to ignore what Malone is saying. It's very faint in this, but it was super loud. If you were in that room, listen to the background.
In fact, it was so loud in that room you could barely hear Malone because of what was going on behind Malone.
So listen again.
How hard is it just to absorb a loss like this after going ahead by 20?
Next question, man.
So stop right
The
there.
season's
You
over.
guys can hear it again on that microphone. It's faint, but God, was it loud?
Not excusing him for going after and saying what he said. That's he. I guarantee he regrets it right now. Not excusing it. Just trying to help you understand what was happening. Okay, and you know what? I also feel for Coach, and somebody on the text line brought up, he gets a lot of heat from fans for something I said that's misconstrued as him.
Yeah.
And that's unfair to him.
You can get in touch with us on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app that is powered by the Fricky Law Firm there in your corner. Got Fact Checker coming up next. Stick around. Nelly, give me some of that Monday Night Football theme. I know it's not football, but when I'm talking about the Circus Sportsbook, it's sports. So let me get some of this so I can talk about these games tonight. First of all, Mavs, T-Wolves on the Circus Sportsbook, that brand new Circus Sports Colorado app. Yes! T-Wolves, 4-point favorites tonight. You go to the NHL. Panthers, slight favorites at -109. You can check all of that out on the Circus Sportsbook. I wish they had odds for which song was better, this or Round Ball Rock. But you can find a whole bunch of stuff on the Circus Sportsbook. So download the app. Best odds in the game. Low holds. Excellent customer service. Download the app, Circus Sports, or go to circusports.com.
Let's pay our new producer a compliment this morning, shall we? BNutty303 on Twitch, the Safeway Twitch feed. Which, by the way, Safeway has everything you need for Memorial Day weekend. Fresh T-bone steaks for the grill, sweet corn on the cob, and a slice of watermelon. Shop using the Safeway Deals and Delivery app to save time and money. He says, I must say I've been thoroughly impressed with Nelly for keeping up with all the requests from Brett. Martio was amazing at that. So nice job, Nelly. Now, can I ask you a question? I need you to answer honestly. This is an honest thing on the show.
All right.
I feel like I am a very, very easy host to produce for in the fact that I don't ask too much out of you. Is that true or false? Some guys are tyrants, D-Mac.
Yeah, so far you're pretty easygoing, man. And when you ask me to bring up a song or something, you do the classic Nate Kreckman thing of reiterating and treading water to make sure you give me time. This is the theme to the NBA on NBC, Roundball Rock, John Tesh, parodied on SNL, and you just keep treading water for me, so thank you.
Vic, you know what I'm talking about, though. There's some
Phil.
hosts that walk in, they're like, all right, I need 18 pieces of audio, and then they use like 2 of them. I'm like, why are you making this guy do all the work for stuff you're not going to use?
know.
What are we doing here?
I know. It's not easy, and Nelly, you get a grade A from my end, too. You've been awesome in the 3 days. There is an art, and Brett's very good at filling time, because there's nothing worse than having to fill time that you're not prepared to fill. So good job on your behalf, Brett. Mosier is gone at a where is he again? He's at his nephew's graduation ceremony that he was required to attend. It wasn't willingly. He was solicited by his sister and basically told he must attend. So he was not happy when he arrived this morning.
Mosier was different level. Like, borderline Vic couldn't take it in the studio. Because for the stuff that he did on air, it was every break off air. But I'm like, you know what, Moj? It's going to be okay. Like, this isn't a huge thing. It's not a big deal. It's just a little bit of time. That's all it is.
It is, but I haven't experienced my own daughters. It was a 2-hour ordeal. I just think you could expedite the process is all I'm saying.
Oh, Vic, do you know what I did when I graduated from college?
Yeah.
I did nothing. I said,
You didn't go to the ceremony?
Mail it to me. I'm not going to this thing. I'm not doing it.
I mean, look at your college.
It's a good college. Shout out UNO softball, by the way. You made it all the way to the last game of regionals. Nice job, girls. Anyway, couple things here. Take care of some business. Vic, is it dissipating for you? Are you going to be able to watch? There's an NBA and NHL game on tonight. Are you going to be able to watch either one of them? Are you still abstaining from this?
As much as it hurts, I'm a fan of the game. I'm a fan of the sport. I will not watch with the same anxiety, tenacity, interest. I will not be there for every step of the way, but I'll watch. I'm going to watch Minnesota-Dallas. Yeah, I'll watch it. I'm not going to, I talked to coaches about it too. Coaches in town. In fact, I asked an Avs coach, who do they like from here on out? They don't care.
Yeah.
And I get it. They don't care.
My question was, are you even going to watch? The answer was probably not.
No, it hurts too much. I get it. But, we have a radio show to do every day. What are we supposed to do? Come to the radio show tomorrow? Hey, what'd you think about that call? I didn't watch.
I'm thinking about it. I'm emotionally broken. Can I not be broken for a couple days? Just a couple.
You know what I'm going to do?
I'm going to break down Florida Panthers' fourth line. I mean, come on,
man. You know what I'm going to do? Let me give you a life hack right here. For those of you that are still in pain and say you're not going to watch, let me give you a way to watch. It's simple. Hate watch it.
Yeah.
You ever hate watch something?
Hate watch. It does work. It does work.
Yeah. Go in with hate. I'm going to hate watch this thing. I'm going to hate watch this guy. I'm going to hate watch this play. I'm going to hate watch all of it. Yeah. Take that. Try it. It works.
But that means I got to root for somebody. Like when you hate watch something, you're rooting for somebody to lose.
Like, I told you, on the NHL side, I get no problem. I'll be a Panthers fan for the rest of this. They mean nothing to me. They don't bother me, nothing like that. I can root for Florida, no big deal.
Yeah,
basketball's going to be
they're
tough.
Switzerland. Yeah, but Florida's Switzerland in your world. They're neutral. They don't offend you. There is no such thing. I guess Indiana could serve that role on the NBA side, but
here's something else, by the way. And I was wondering this, and we got a couple of minutes before fact checker. What do you think the purpose was? Because I didn't know this when I read the story yesterday. We talked about not Josie Jewell, goodness, Drew Sanders tearing his Achilles.
Yeah.
And I thought that happened like 2 days ago. That happened in mid-April. That was before the draft. I didn't know that detail of it. What do you think is the purpose in them just not saying anything about that for a month?
I don't think they realized perhaps they didn't have the full diagnosis. I mean, those Achilles tears, if it's not full bore torn like Mosier's was, could be partial tear. Could be, Kevin Durant went through that. Remember that? We didn't know exactly how bad was it.
Yeah.
So perhaps it was that. Maybe they were trying to pin it down for a month on how bad it really was. And then they determined, screw it, we're going to have full surgery. Let's go.
It sounds like, though, his injury was a factor in drafting Jonah Ellis in the third round. Maybe it was, maybe it was. It sounds that way, though, from what Sean Payton was kind of saying.
You could also say you can never have enough at that position, like they say all the time, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's also true. But you said you're going to go out to their media day tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm going to go tomorrow. They have an open session for the media at OTAs. Coach Payton will talk after the practice. Get to see, I don't know how many veterans will show up. I don't know if Cortland Sutton will be there.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Well, we'll find out tomorrow. But I want to see Bo Nix mixed in among the vets and see what they're all about, see what they have to say. I know that in Pittsburgh yesterday, they spoke to Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. Did you hear those comments? Because they have their similar OTAs going on. And Russell was asked, are you scalded from what happened in Denver? He said, no, man, I'm not. That was a growing opportunity for me. I can't wait to compete against Justin Fields. And Justin Fields asked the same question. He goes, yeah, I can't wait to compete against Russell Wilson. What kind of competition do you think that'll be?
And on top of that, he says, no, I'm not scalded by it. Sorry, I just want to look at my bank account for a second. Yeah, I think I'm okay, actually, with how that all went down. I don't know. I know that they put that the Pittsburgh-Denver game in week 2 for a reason, because I think their thought process is, Vic, if Russell Wilson plays at all this year, it's going to be early in the season.
Exactly. Good point.
I mean,
they didn't put that week 17.
No. They know that if there's going to be that storyline, it's going to be early in the year where they maybe give him a few weeks and then they go to Justin Fields after. I don't know.
I'm anxious to see tomorrow Zach Wilson, to be honest with you. I'm going to see what he looks like.
That's what I wanted to ask you. So you're going there, you're going to ask some questions, and we can do this again tomorrow. But just right now, Vic, you got one question to ask Sean Payton. What is it? Is it surrounding Knicks?
I can ask the question, but I know
What's the question?
I can ask a question that I know will not be answered the way I had hoped.
Okay.
The question is, do you have a starting quarterback in mind, or is this an open competition?
And he's going to say it's an open competition.
He's going to say, of course, the latter. But I guarantee he has one in mind.
Yeah. I think it's Bo Nix.
So do I.
Like, I don't understand what the purpose of this season would be if it's not to play Bo Nix, just see what you got, right? Because you aren't going to win 13 games.
Well, I mean, just think about what he said and why he drafted him. He drafted him because he's already mature. He already absorbs the playbook. He understands the process. He processes the field. He does everything he wants. So if he does everything you want, why would you sit him?
Mm-hmm. And I'm always like a learn-on-the-job kind of guy. I know a lot of people swear by the idea of, hey, sit out and watch and learn. I'm like, why not learn on the job and just tell them if you make mistakes, it's okay. Like, that's what this is for.
Yeah, and for those who still, for those who say, yeah, but look at Jordan Love. He sat behind Aaron Rodgers.
A little different.
Yeah, but look at Patrick Mahomes. He sat behind a guy, Alex Smith, who's pretty damn good.
Yep.
So this is not the same situation.
I was just going to say, situationally, those two names that you brought up, Jordan Love, and you could go even before that, Vic. Aaron Rodgers had Brett Favre, right?
Yes.
And then Kansas City, who Mahomes had Alex Smith. What else did they have in common? Not just good quarterbacks. The teams were good.
Yes.
The teams were good, and they were still trying to win football games.
Yes.
That's not where the Broncos are at right now. Not with Zach Wilson and not with the roster that is currently constructed, at least the way that I see it.
So what that would be the primary question. What would you ask Sean Payton? In fact, why don't you just join me and ask him?
So I'm playing golf tomorrow.
Good point. Hey, wait a second. I asked you to play golf, and you said you only had time for 9 holes.
Well, because I have to take my wife to the airport today, my wife will be not at the house tomorrow, and I will be free. I'm a free man.
So tomorrow you could play.
Tomorrow I could, yes.
Oh, well, screw it. You're screwed for me.
The point, well, you asked me what would I ask. I almost think they would get so much of their fill on the quarterback stuff. It's going to be, I would imagine, almost the entire press conference. I would legit ask what the hell's going on in the running back room. Why are there 4 guys here that all seem like viable options? You aren't keeping 4 running backs on the roster.
Well, let me answer the question for you. Well, you can never have enough depth. Can never have enough options at that position. Quarterbacks come and go. They get hurt. We just want to make sure that room is full and competitive, and these guys are going to compete their hearts up. And we got every kind of running back we desire for this offense. And there's your answer.
It's also a lot of guys who look the same, big bruising running backs who run between the tackles and maybe don't have some breakaway speed.
You know, and I feel bad. Maybe that's why I don't ask as many questions as I normally would in years past, because I've been in the business long enough to where I can predict the answers. And if I know the answers, why the hell am I asking the question?
You can ask him why his car burnt to the ground.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the bad way to go about it. You should ask the question because you never know what's going to be said. But I seem to know what's going to be said.
Right. Yep. All right, couple minutes left here. How about a fact checker, Nelly?
Marty monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I guess I got to fact check that intro since it's no longer Marty, but I will monitor one minor mistake or clarify something we talked about earlier. We were talking about that game, that Sunday Night Football game where the referees actually used a note card to determine whether or not it was a first down. The referee was, in fact, Gene Steratore. It was Sunday Night Football on December 17th, 2017, Cowboys at Raiders.
This is my mistake. I confused Steratore for Hockley. That was my problem.
Give me my flowers. Nelly, thanks for bringing that up.
There you go.
Flower me.
That's right. I just heard Steratore, and I went straight to Mr. Biceps, Ed Hockley. Yeah.
Turn me on, Nelly.
Nice job. Well, those might be a thing of the past now, if they're going to use microchips in footballs to figure out where things are being measured.
You know, I like you, Nelly, because Marty used to pick on me with Fact Checker and usually make me the butt of the joke. I like the fact that your first full-fledged Fact Checker was holding me in high regard for being the factual one on this show. Thank you.
Give Nelly a week. That's going to change. Once he finds out who the real Vic Lombardi is. Once he figures out the real one. You jaded Marty. Marty was a nice guy, Vic, and then he met you.
Who told you that?
And then he became a sarcastic you-know-what.
It was complex with his mother and Thirsties.
Yep. Don't mention that. Don't tell Vic your mom's whereabouts back in the 80s, okay?
Oh, okay.
All right. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moj Lombardi, and Canes, where you can find the podcast. You guys have a wonderful Wednesday. We'll talk to you all tomorrow. Bye.
What up? It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company's the program on a Shout Out Wednesday. I'm Alex Ryan. You guys know me better as Raj, your host today. Cole Smith behind the glass. And as always, joined by the namesake of the program, my partner. He is Christopher A. Dempsey. What is up, brother?
Oh, well, you know what? It's just a great day so far. It's a beautiful sunny day. The stalled car on I-25 that delayed me didn't matter. It doesn't matter today, Raj. Nothing can bring me down.
Conference finals start tonight in hockey. We had the conference finals in the East start in the NBA last night, and it was a thriller overtime. The Pacers had this thing locked up in the bag, and they blew it. Celtics take a 1-0 series lead. We'll get into that momentarily. Dempsey's going to have his NBA baseline coming up at 10:45. Cole Smith's going to bring us through the biggest stories in the NFL at 11:20 today. And as always, on a Shout-Out Wednesday at 303-504-0925, text in your shout-outs to the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. We got the, if you saw this last night, Demps, we got the second part of the Bo Nix draft documentary. And what it focused in on was his preparation for the Oregon Pro Day.
Okay.
And the one thing that I took out of it, and again, I know it is a produced piece to make Bo look really good and ready. The biggest thing that I took out of it was his ability to command, and I'm going to put this in air quotes, a huddle, because again, it was at Pro Day, where it is everything is focused on you looking your best for whatever scouts are there. His ability to command a huddle of the guys that he went through the entire season with while still feeling like one of the dudes was the biggest thing that stood out to me. And it's funny, right? Because that's the one thing that we looked at Russ last year was, can you relate to your teammates? Are you one of the guys in the room that someone wants to hang out with, talk to, really go to battle with? And there were some questions there because he felt like he almost felt robotic. He felt phony in some cases. It's odd because Nix and Wilson do share a lot of similarities, right? Like they're both incredibly entrenched in their faith. Take that how you will. Some guys and some people are big fans of that. Some people aren't, but both of those guys are very faith-based. And while it came across differently for Russ, and I don't know why it came across so differently for Russ than it did for Bo, for me last night watching that, he felt like one of the dudes.
And I think that, so here's, okay. If I go back to things that I saw from him in terms of interviews and interactions and while he was at Oregon, I think the thing that really, one of the things that impressed me about him, and at the time this was not even like I think he'd be a great quarterback for the Denver Broncos because that wasn't necessarily a thing to that point in the season. But it was pretty impressive to hear his teammates really talk about him and talk about him as this, he's the quarterback. He's the face of our program here, but he's he is one of us, and we know that he genuinely cares about us. And he gets down in the foxhole and fights with us, and he puts his arm around us when it's I always really did admire that about him. And so like when you now produce a documentary and that shines through, I don't think that that's phony. Even if, the documentary is obviously in place to put put him in the most positive light, but he does that by himself, and he has done that by himself. And I think that's actually one of his real admirable qualities.
The other thing, and I don't know why this hits me so different, the aversion to profanity. And maybe this is me being a hockey guy, right? Because like you saw the video from Paul Maurice a couple of days ago during the second round of the Eastern Conference, where he's talking to the Panthers, and it's very clearly profanity laced. And he goes, "I just thought that the guys needed to hear it," and he ripped out an F-bomb in a presser. I know Michael Malone's getting ripped for that right now nationally. It was kind of funny, and it's almost accepted in hockey culture and almost wanted in that culture to throw that type of language out there. It's always rubbed me the wrong way for some reason. I know it doesn't matter at all about a guy that is like so averse to using that type of language. Who's the like Philip Rivers?
Mm-hmm.
There was something wrong about Philip Rivers for me because he was so like I'm gonna dance around those words.
I think
Nix is one of
Tim
those
Tebow
guys.
would have been in that boat
I'm
as
sure
well, right?
he was.
Yeah.
It doesn't sit right with me.
It does not.
And even with that last night again, and I'm not going to draw conclusions as to what Bo is going to be as a quarterback just from a 20-minute YouTube video last night that I watched. Even with that, it still felt like he was one of the dudes.
Yeah,
and that's difficult to do.
Well, he's just super genuine, and that is in a way that doesn't feel like, well, I'm doing this for. We were talking about social media and Russell Wilson yesterday, right? I'm doing it for right, or I'm doing it for my IG. I'm doing it for my whatever. Bo Nix doesn't have that feel to him at all, and I think that's only because that's not a part of his mental makeup. If he is a genuine guy, then it's just because it's coming out of him in an organic way. There was after one of the games that Oregon lost to Washington last year. He gave I wish I could remember what the question was, but he ended up giving an answer that it encompassed everybody in that program and basically just said, look, yeah, does it suck that we lost this game to Washington? Yes. Do I believe in every single one of those guys in that locker room? Yes. Do I believe in my coaching staff? Yes. Do I think we're going to bounce back from this and be better from this? Yes. And it was literally a 6 or 7 minute long answer. And at the end of it, I just thought, well, okay, well, you know what? If I was a teammate of this guy, I'd run through a wall for him. I would. And I think that that's going to play well. And now he's a Bronco, and I think that's just going to play well in the locker room. He's not going to be over here. He'll sit with his teammates in the cafeteria. He'll sit
not going to have his own office.
Right, exactly right. So there's just an everyman aspect to him that I think is going to play really well.
You know what? It made me like Dan Lanning.
I don't like Dan Lanning.
It made me like him more.
Did it?
The last 2 episodes have made me really like that coach, and I went into the documentary wanting to hate the guy because of how brash he was last year going into the game against CU.
Right. Right.
I went into it wanting to hate the dude.
Yeah.
And I came out going, I'd play for him.
He's clearly a good motivator.
Yep.
I really hated all of his rhetoric around the CU game. Even right prior
that
to
said,
it.
though, like you and I have talked about this a lot over the past few weeks with everything that's coming out with Dion and the transfer portal and for lack of a better term, the hit pieces that are coming out with guys leaving the program and saying that they were treated poorly. It's got ground to stand on.
Yeah, look, I gotta say this delicately because we know how much I've railed against that actually in recent weeks. But also I feel like you know how it's like you can't say that about my brother, but I can say that about my brother.
Yeah.
Like that, I think that's maybe how it's resonating with me right now. But Dan Lanning getting that, I can't remember if it's the pregame speech or the postgame speech when he's like, well, we're not in it for clicks. We're in it for the blah, blah, blah. It's not about uniforms and that's, it's not about this, that, which it's always been about uniforms in Oregon. You guys are the originators of every week you guys do something different.
They were sweet.
For the clicks.
The Mariota era Oregon Ducks jerseys. Those, was it 3 years he played at Oregon? I don't think he played 4. I think he played 3.
I think you're right.
Those 3 years, unbeatable. Unbeatable.
I've always loved their uniforms, but I just didn't love him. Just like, stop talking about Colorado and just keep talking about Oregon. So even if he's right, and he probably was,
I'll get back into Bo Nix in more of a deep dive scenario. I've gone through each of the 6th overall quarterbacks taken in an NFL draft dating back to the year 2000. I've done the same exact thing for the final quarterback taken in every first round dating back to the year 2000. I'm going to tell you what that means in terms of projections for Bo this year, coming up at 11 today. So we'll get back into Bo. We'll get back into the Broncos. We'll talk about who's there, who's not. It looked like Courtland Sutton was not at OTAs yesterday, according to his Instagram story. So the holdout continues. Before we move on, last night we had a banger of an Eastern Conference Finals game between the Celtics and the Pacers. The Pacers, you say, are the most exciting team in the NBA right now. Jason Tatum drops 36 and 12. Pascal Siakam drops 24 and 12. The Celtics had to hit a 3 in the corner to tie this thing up and send it to overtime. If this is any indication of what this Eastern Conference Finals series is going to be, it's must-watch TV. And listen, I know you... Watching the West Final is going to be tough as a Nugget fan, right? It's going to be really, really difficult as a Nugget fan.
It is.
Watching the East should not.
No. I mean, these are the number 1 and 2 offenses in the NBA. It was from a scoring standpoint. And that's why yesterday when we were talking about fun and not fun, and I'm like, these two series are going to look vastly different.
How so?
Because this is 133, 128 is going to be just about what we see most of the time in this series with the Pacers and the Celtics, because like they both want to run up and down the court. They both shoot the ball extremely well. And if they're just on, they don't even have to be kind of on. Like Boston shot 47%. That's fine. But they got up 99 shots. So like, it's I just think it's wide open. It's 3-point shooting. It's getting to the rim. It's quite honestly what the Western Conference used to be, and probably still is in pockets. But the Western Conference, meanwhile, is going to be two teams that are defensive oriented, and the Mavericks and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Now those are going to look like old school Eastern Conference conference finals games, because those two teams are just going to lock you down and going to muck it up, and it's just going to be low field goal percentages, low scoring, I would say, in the majority of those games. But meanwhile, you're going to have this. And I think it's great. And, look, for the Pacers, this was almost kind of a perfect matchup for them, because they're going against a team that can be coaxed out of playing real defense. If you just want to run up and down and shoot, Boston will do that. And styles make fights, man. And for Indiana, who probably honestly shouldn't even be in this scenario, but they're here, and they're here against a team, and they played a really good game. If they should have won that game yesterday, I think we're going to be in for a fun series.
Follow the money when it comes to the NBA and the Final Four teams, and one of these teams is not like the other. And Indiana is that team.
Yep.
Like the other 4 are firmly in the top 10 in terms of payroll.
Yep.
3 or 2 of those 4 are in the top 3. And your Nuggets were there as well. Like, follow the money. Indiana might be out kicking their coverage here. Who knows what's going to happen next season, but they let one get away. We'll get into more of that on the other side. Altitude Sports Radio is hooking up you guys with free gas thanks to our friends at Alta Convenience. It's tomorrow from noon until 3 p.m. with Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC. They're going to be broadcasting from an Alta Convenience store and giving away $5,000 in free gas. All you need to do is show up. Everyone's going to get a $25 gift card, which is good for gas or anything from that Alta Convenience store. And one lucky listener is going to get a $100 gift card. We'll announce the location tomorrow morning, so stay tuned. It's free gas for your, unfortunately, free time this Memorial Day weekend, thanks to an Alta Convenience. Convenience beyond the pump. On the other side, I'll tell you what you can get for Sam Girard, why it's the option that the Avs need to look at this offseason. Also, the NBA's all defensive teams, they disappointed us again. That and more.
Face off at center ice, won by Cogliano. Backwards now for Sam Girard at the red line. He'll fire it deep. No, it goes in! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness gracious! That's the strangest bounce I've ever seen! Sam Girard launched that from Charlotte! It went off the post and in! You heard it! You heard it here, folks! It was a dump in from Sam Girard, and it just goes over the left shoulder of Kochetkov!
I remember that goal. It was like 2 goals in 5 seconds for the Avs. They were down 3-0 with under a minute to go in the first period in Carolina against the Hurricanes. And Girard, with like 30 seconds to go, gets the puck up ice, gets one to Logan O'Connor, who goes backdoor to Zach Parise, and then in the ensuing face-off, the Avs win this thing, and Girard dumps the puck in from center ice, and instead of being down 3-0 going into the second period on the road, they're down by 1. That was one of the more exciting games I had watched for the Avs.
This season or ever?
This season.
We can go into just narrow it down to regular season.
No, that
games.
that was an absolute blast of a hockey game to watch.
Yeah.
It really was. Right, they came back, they won that thing like 7-4, I think. Like Ananen comes in, shuts the door, if I'm correct. Or did they lose that game? They end up losing that game? No, they lost that game. They lost that game 5-2. They made it close, then Bunting scored a power play goal in the second, and then Jarvis scored an empty netter.
Oh, okay.
It was still very exciting.
But it was still fun.
I remember. I was doing the 950 game in there just to our right.
Yeah.
That highlight coming back as we welcome you back to Dempsey and Company, because as we've been talking about what the Avs and what the Nuggets need to do in the offseason, with both teams being completely against the wall in terms of cap issues, I think the one thing you have to do is unfortunately move on from Sam Girard, who I thought had an excellent season this year, especially when he came back from the Players Assistance Program. He's a young player. He just turned 26 years old on May 12th. He is a cap controllable player, $5 million through the year 2026-27, which I think makes him a tradable asset, although he does have a 9-team modified no-trade list. The reason why I'm talking about this instead of the Mikko Rantanen situation is we got the text message in from the 784. Mikko's not an option because, no, I don't think he's replaceable. Like, 55 goals don't grow on trees, guys. That's the thing. And I know Mikko hasn't looked the same since the 2022 season. He hasn't had the same type of snarl to his game that got the Avs to a Stanley Cup championship, but he scores.
I was going to say he continues to be wildly productive.
Scores.
Yep.
Wildly productive. You don't find 100-point producers just on trees. And we've also seen with the Avs this year is that creating that in the aggregate, like doing the whole Moneyball thing, isn't as easy as it seems, right? Like you thought that the Avs could get a whole bunch of production from guys like Miles Wood and Ross Colton and make up the aggregate of what you've been missing on this roster since a guy like Nazem Kadri left. It's not as easy. Like you can't just say, well, here's $3 million players that add up to the 9+ that Mikko is making. They're obviously going to be as productive as Mikko is. It's just simply not the case. Like, it'd be nice if that worked that way. I don't think you can give up a top 15 player in the NHL just because you don't like the way his game looks. Like, he's not Mitch Marner, guys. Like, he's a far more aggressive and physical player than Mitch Marner is in Toronto. I heard some of the guys talking about it yesterday on PhD. Would you trade him straight up for Leon Draisaitl? My answer is yes. But is Edmonton going to do that? No. Edmonton's probably going to be in the Cup final this year. Right. Well, maybe not. Dallas is playing really, really well.
But you never know.
Draisaitl is a multi-100-point producer. He's an MVP candidate year in and year out. I love Draisaitl. Also, the reason why you like him is because Draisaitl plays the middle, and those guys are more valuable to teams than guys who just play the wing. I've seen a lot of people go, well, why can't Mikko just play center? Like, he's a winger. They've tried to play him there. He's not as responsible defensively. You can't just say, well, go play center, and then the guy just automatically becomes a more dependable player. It just doesn't happen that way. Some guys are wings. Like, it would have been nice to have Alex Ovechkin as a center for all those years in Washington. He's a wing.
Yeah.
He scores. I just don't think it is a viable option to move on from a guy who should have his jersey retired here.
Yeah, if you can keep talent, you keep talent, especially when it's in their prime. And look, financial situations are extenuating circumstances, but he doesn't have to be sacrificed in this particular financial situation. You can still kind of nibble around the edges a little bit, do something else elsewhere, and keep the most productive players on your team. I never ever. I'm just never on board with parting with talent that can really help you, unless you're, to your point, it's been replaced or it can tangibly be replaced. And that's just not the case here.
Dan texts in, where were those goals in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Where were those goals in the playoffs? You know, as many goals in the playoffs as Mikko Rantanen did this year? Nathan McKinnon. You're going to trade him? You want to get rid of that player?
No.
If it's just about goals? Guys, like, I'm telling you, 55 goals doesn't just happen. Like, that is a ridiculous amount of scoring. It doesn't just happen. He's also only 28 years old. Like,
right.
You still have lots of years of excellent production out of him. I think that you need more around that player, right? Like, if you can get more grit, more snarl, more physicality around him, it takes away, like, the glaring misstep in his game. And I think that's the reason why you have to move on from a guy like Girard, because where do the Avs have a glut of talent? They are far and away the best offensive blue line in the National Hockey League, and they have been for many years, right? They moved on from one of those players in Bowen Byram at the trade deadline to make sure that you got deeper at the center position, and you're likely going to have Casey Middlestat here for the foreseeable future. Whether it's a bridge deal at 3 years or a long-term deal at 6 or 7 years, you have effectively, for now, filled that hole.
Mm-hmm.
I think you still need to take from that glut of talent, knowing that you have a guy like Malinsky coming up, knowing that you've got a guy like Sean Behrens, who's probably not an NHL or next year, but maybe in the future, in the next 2 years. You've got a guy, Mikhail Gulyayev, who's playing out in Russia. He was your first round draft pick last year?
He was.
He was your first round draft pick, yeah. And that guy's, like, if you guys have watched him, and it's tough to watch KHL hockey now because of, like, the international relations, he's a freak. Mm-hmm. He's probably not in the NHL for another 2 or 3 years.
Why not bring him over?
He's still under contract.
Oh.
It's tough to do. You can bring a few guys over. I still think he's a little young, and he's still under contract.
They won't buy that out.
Nah, they won't. I think you can move on from Sam because those $5 million allow you to plan for having both Landeskog and Nichushkin on the team next year. And it gives up a point of pride for this team in terms of having, like, the best puck moving blue line in the world. You're gonna have to sit down on that. Like, you're gonna have to move down into the 5, 6, 7, maybe drop down into, like, the 10th most points in the NHL from your defenseman, and maybe get a little bit slower on the back end, maybe get a little bit meaner on the back end. The only way that I think you can do that is moving on from Girard. Moving on from Rantanen would be a mistake. Just because you see his pending contract coming up, don't get scared off of it. Like, you can't overlook the fact that guy produces.
He's already making, what, 9.25? So you're talking about a pay raise of a couple of million.
Yeah,
per
he's
year?
probably an $11 million. Yeah. Like, if you're going
something
to get,
that you can absorb.
If you're going to get a discount, he's probably an $11 million player.
Mm-hmm.
His value's probably 12. Probably 12. Just looking at what scoring 55 plus gets you.
Right there with McKinnon.
Yeah. He'll be underneath McKinnon.
Yeah. So, okay. And McKinnon's contract rolls through, what, 2031?
Yeah.
So, okay. I mean, if McKinnon's going to be your top guy, then Rantanen's not making more than that. Then so it's going to slot. It's a couple of million more per year.
Yeah.
But if he's making $11.25 million, fine.
The $2 million more that you're going to get per year is going to be reflected in the salary cap increase, not this year, but the following year when it's expected to get north of 90. Like they're thinking like $92 million in 2 seasons from now. So that's $5 million north of what the cap is going to be this season. They're expecting it to be like 87.5 or 88 million going into next year, right? So you can allocate that to Rantanen. You can allocate a little bit more of that money, right? So if we're talking about $5 million over 2 years, you give 2 to Rantanen, you give 3 to Makar, who's going to be a free agent in 2 seasons from now, but you have to move on from another big ticket item. And the only 2 guys that I see in terms of money that can be moved are, well, 3. There's Arturi Lehkonen, Sam Girard, and Josh Manson. You're going to move on from Manson? What do the Avs suck at right now? They're not big. They're not physical. They're not mean, right? They're not Dallas.
Yeah.
You're going to move on from that guy? I think the answer is no. And unfortunately, because I'm a huge Girard fan, like I see the value in his game. I just think at $5 million, the Avs can't afford to have that surplus on the books. So I think you move on from Girard, you open up $5 million, you get a couple of middle, like one bottom 6 player, one middle 6 player, or you move him for just picks and you use that money in the free agency pool to try and go out and get tougher, get better defensively on your wings, get better defensively in your bottom 6 pairing, and try and just change a little bit of who you are. Not everything, but change a little bit of who you are.
So taking his $5 million and splitting it so you get 2 players, because otherwise, if you're just going to go player for player, you might as well just keep them on the roster, right? If you know what I'm saying? If you're going to use it that $5 million,
you need multiple
for
assets.
Somebody else, then yeah.
You need multiple assets, because when I look at the Avs roster right now, and I did this yesterday, right? I told you that I filled out 9 forwards, 4 defensemen, and both goaltenders. And I only had $4.5 million to work with. That's it.
Right.
Right? Moving on from Girard, and again, unfortunately, because he's been really good, and I do have to throw this out there, Girard had his best season in like 3 years this year, and he was excellent in the playoffs. Like, really freaking good in the playoffs. Physical in the playoffs. Him against Tyler Seguin was a joy to watch. Sagan's got a lot of weight and a lot of height on him. Sam's listed at like 5'10". He's not. I'm 5'8", and I am taller than Sam is. So don't be fooled by the roster sheet.
What if you didn't move on from Girard?
You have to hope that you get out from the Nichushkin contract and you get the 6.125. Me moving on from Girard is me succumbing to the fact that Landeskog and Nichushkin's money at $13.125 million is on the books for next season. That's me succumbing to that fact.
So those players need to play then.
Yeah.
They have to play.
They have to play. They have to play, and they have to perform to their dollar amount. Like, that's the scariest thing about Landeskog is, well, yeah, he could come back, but is he going to be a $7 million player? I can't guarantee that. Yeah. Nichushkin can come back. Is he going to be a stud on the ice? Yeah, he is. But is he going to be on the ice when you need him the most? Who the hell knows?
Would you push Nichushkin down to like the 3rd line?
No, you can't do that.
Why not?
Well, why would you?
Because you can't. Because you can't rely on him. And if you
no,
and I don't. Okay, all right.
He's so freaking good when he's on the ice, man.
Yeah.
They have to find a way to move on from him, but I don't see an ability. Unless there is a team that is willing to take him off of your hands, or that the NHL allows you to void that contract, which, again, they don't have ground to stand on right now in terms of doing that. You have to plan for him being on the team. You do.
Just slotting him right back in at the most important spot. Like,
yes.
You know.
And it's a really tough thing to have to look at Nathan MacKinnon and Cale Makar, who lost his mind in that locker room when it happened, day of. Lost it.
Yep.
Reportedly.
Right.
You have to look at those guys and say, well, our hands are kind of tied. And again, that's me. That is me assuming they can't get out from under the contract. I hope and I expect that the organization will do anything and everything in their power, short of buying out the contract, which again is not a foregone conclusion, because you can't buy out a player who's currently in the NHL's Players Assistance Program until he's out of it. And guess what? That doesn't happen until mid-November at the earliest. And you know what happens in mid-November? Actually, before mid-November, the buyout period ends. So unless the contract is voided or he's traded, guys, he's on the roster. That's really, really tough to deal with. Not only from a personnel standpoint, but from a locker room standpoint.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to imagine. Look, the players will say the right things, right? I mean, here's what's going to happen when he comes back. We will ask Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and all the players, right? Everybody will get asked. Bedsy will get asked. And they'll say, yes, we welcome him back with open arms. And he's one of us. And we hope it goes well this time. Like they'll put their best face on. Even if that is not exactly how they are feeling actually in that locker room. And that's the tough part. And that's why I asked you if you just push him down a couple of lines, because, especially with players that do not, obviously he's much more talented to be than to be on a third. I promise I understand that. But if you have these individuals who you put so much importance on, and then they just disappear from you, then when they come back, should you heap that same responsibility and importance on that player, or do you maybe suppress some ice time so that if in the event that he is once again removed from the team, that it doesn't impact you as severely as it would if you just handed over all the ice time that he had before?
I understand the
concept.
I understand the concept of build the team without him, and if you just slot him in, he's a bonus.
Right.
I understand that, but it's tough to do with the $6 million player when that money is $6 million is 7% of your cap, right off the top of my head. I'm not great at quick math, but I think I'm probably right in the ballpark there.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough, man. I don't know what they're gonna do if they're going to field a hockey team next year. A contract has to move. One of the big ones, $5 million or more, has to go. I can go down to $4 million, but $4 million or more.
Because you can't just add a bunch of.
You don't have the money.
$100,000.
No, the minimum you can pay a guy is $750K. You're gonna hope to compete with 6 guys making the league minimum.
No,
that ain't easy, man.
No.
Then you get back into the top heavy issue, and then if you shut down the McKinnon line, you can't win. You got to move on from a contract, and it sucks because I love Sam Girard, but his trade value, I would argue right now his trade value might never be higher. So look for that at the NHL's draft at the end of June. On the other side, the NBA has disappointed us once again. Chris Dempsey's going to have his baseline. Dempsey and Company, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Shout out Wednesday. Text those in at 303-504-0925. You can also use the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app that's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. All you got to do is go to the ASR mobile app, go to the bottom, hit the little microphone, and record a message. It'll get sent to our producers. We'll use it on air, and we'll go through those shout-outs coming up at 11:40. NFL Notes at 11:20, and I'll also get into literally every single quarterback taken either last in the first round, like the final quarterback taken, not the 32nd pick.
Right.
Or the 6th quarterback taken overall in each draft going back to the year 2000. I'm going to tell you what those numbers mean for Bo Nix next year. But before that, it's time for Dempsey's NBA Baseline.
Well, Raj alluded to this just a few minutes ago when the NBA's released their all-defensive teams. How many guesses do I give you? Did any Nugget make it?
Are you asking me? Because I teased the people that the NBA has let us down once again.
They have.
Well, there were votes.
Yeah, let's see. So Kentavious Caldwell-Pope got 11 second-place votes. So this is a very minuscule number. He didn't come close, and neither did Aaron Gordon.
No, they didn't sniff it.
Right, to making either one of these two teams. And it's interesting when you look at these teams, they seem to be, like you got a lot of big men on the first team. You got a lot of guard-type players on the second team. And then you have Victor Wembanyama on the first team, the first rookie to be named to the first all-defensive first team in the history of the NBA. So it's an interesting award. I think the evolution of this award has been, honestly, I think it's been positive because especially when I was in my early days in the newspaper, so you're talking about late 90s into early 2000s, if you were the steals leader or the blocks leader, you were probably on these teams. And with defensive analytics, really, I think out of all the analytics that can further explain the effectiveness of a player on a court, field, whatever the sport is, in terms of basketball, the defensive analytics are really, really good because they lead you to players like Alex Caruso, who otherwise wouldn't be probably on these teams. But you see, if you're in the city and watch him play, you see the impact that he has on the defensive end, and then you have some metrics that can give numbers to what it looks like when he is on the court and off the court and what that does to, in his case, the Chicago Bulls defense. So, the Nuggets tried so very hard from day one to get Kentavious Caldwell-Pope into the conversation, and it's to get into this defensive fraternity seems to be pretty difficult because now you have these names that are just kind of there all the time. And like Herb Jones from New Orleans is kind of a newcomer to this, but kind of splashed onto the scene in his first year as a defensive-minded player, really shut down a lot of guys, and so now he is reaping the rewards of that. But outside of that, Anthony Davis, Bam Adebayo, Rudy Gobert, those guys they're there every year. And so we know who they are. Then Victor Wembanyama joined them on the first team. Congratulations, though, to Derek White, former CU player. He has grown so much on the defensive end. He's really, really good. He was rewarded with that. He's on the second team. Jalen Suggs, who for an Orlando Magic team that couldn't score any points, you really needed to get to play really good defense. He was good as well. And then obviously you had Jaden McDaniels, who we got to see for 6 games against the Nuggets. Drew Holiday is a name that's there every single year, and Alex Caruso on the second team. So, I don't know. I was listening to a podcast and one of the hosts said as he got around the NBA and he was asking coaches who they would vote for their all defensive teams, the name that he didn't expect to come up, that did come up a lot, was actually KCP's name. So within the coaching circles, they know what he meant to the roster, to the Nuggets defensively. But to the people who are voting, it's been very difficult for him to break through in that respect. And so we'll just see if now that his name is kind of on the radar screen, if next year, if he's with the Nuggets, if that has him break through. So we'll see on that.
Does this feel like an indictment on overall team defense for the Nuggets? Because again, like this is a team that is in most categories defensively, like top 7 in the league in pretty much every single one of them. And for the majority of the regular season, the best clutch defense in the NBA. They fell off a little bit toward the end when they kind of limped into the playoffs, but it just doesn't seem like they ever get someone on there. And like Aaron Gordon, KCP always being lockdown defenders, I don't know if they're ever going to get it, because for me, I wonder if like Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic's perceived lack of defense, and Michael Porter Jr.'s for that matter, kind of rubs off the wrong way on AG and KCP.
Yeah, here's what I think is interesting about the Nuggets in terms of awards in general, because I think you're not wrong. You're walking down the road, the right road, and Nikola is such the overarching figure with this team that it has been very difficult for like anybody else to step out of that, out of that shadow and say, hey, but you know what? I am doing great things on this court too. And the thing that is head shaking to me is, that's the case because they won the actual title, and you can't do that with one good player. And not even if that player is Nikola Jokic. But because of that, I think the national perception of the Nuggets is it's like, it's Nikola Jokic. And what else? Well, Aaron Gordon's one of the best defenders in the league. KCP is one of the best defenders in the league. Jamal Murray is one of the best guards in the conference. He should have. He'll push. He'll push to get to an All-Star game. Michael Malone's one of the best coaches in the NBA, and he's the closest he's ever gotten to Coach of the Year is third. And so somehow the organization has to really illuminate the fact that these players are elite level players in their roles and have that really resonate nationally. And that's just not happening right now. So we'll see what happens. But I think it's an interesting conversation when you talk about the Nuggets.
Your thoughts on the media deal? It looks like TNT's dead. We're going to have one more year of Inside the NBA, and then Chuck and Shaq are free agents. And we know that Ernie doesn't want to leave Atlanta and move from Turner Sports. But what looks like the best show in not only sports television, but maybe like television in general, in terms of like a desk show, it's gone. It's done.
Yeah. So Sports Business Journal reported that NBC has been making no bones that they wanted to get right back into basketball. So when I was a kid, NBC had games, and it's been so long that I'd forgotten. When we play from time to time, we'll play that NBC actually open the music that's so very popular. I'm sure they'll just get right back to that song to open the NBA coverage this year. So NBC threw billions of dollars at this. NBC, ESPN, and Amazon. So that's where the TV contract, that national TV contract, is going to look like. Games split between those three entities. Amazon is just taking over. They're starting to really throw a lot of money at things, and they're getting exactly what they want. But you're right. Look, for Inside the NBA, it will be the end of it as we know it. In the weeks prior to this, when there was some speculation about that NBC was gaining real traction in this national TV contract, I read someplace where they said basically, look, Charles Barkley will get plucked and paid by NBC to be on their studio show as well. So we'll definitely see Charles Barkley. Outside of that, though, I don't know how many of they could just get him, but I don't think they will.
They're not going to go after Kenny.
Maybe one of the other two. I don't know if it'll be Kenny. But because I think NBC is going to want to put their own stamp on it somehow, even if they don't want to just do a carbon copy, which is what they probably should just do anyways, a carbon copy show. But they're going to probably want to pluck and put a player in there that is not currently on TV.
I heard it from MLK, like they're reaching out to John Tesh about Roundball Rock and possibly bringing that back, and that might actually come to fruition during the summer with the Olympics in Paris. Like that might actually come out, and if that works, that'll probably end up being like the feel of the show moving forward. Again, it's just a shame because even people like I know a lot of people who are not like don't care one iota for any type of basketball.
Yeah.
They'll tune into that show.
Yeah.
They'll tune into Chuck.
Yeah, it's so entertaining. It just is. And even if Chuck is going to be somewhere else, it's one part Charles Barkley and his ability to just say anything, but part two is the chemistry between all of those individuals on the set is immaculate. And you can't recreate that chemistry. So when that show dies, even if Charles Barkley is reincarnated with NBC, it won't be. I can't imagine that it would be the same.
The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. It's a quick look throughout the NBA with Chris Dempsey's NBA baseline. On the other side, I told you, I've gone through every single quarterback either taken as the last quarterback in the first round or the 6th overall quarterback in a given draft back to the year 2000. Tell you what it means for Bo Nix going in as a starter next year. Live from the Backus and Schenker studio, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. It's Dempsey and Company. Alex Ryanemi alongside Christopher A. Dempsey, the namesake of the program. Cole Smith behind the glass today. Hanging out until noon. We'll give things up to PhD. We're going to be able to be out there at Dove Valley tomorrow for OTAs. Really excited about that. Starts at like 10:30. Also, the guys who won't be able to be out there at Dove Valley are PhD because Altitude Sports Radio is hooking you up with free gas thanks to our friends at Alta Convenience. That is tomorrow from noon until 3 p.m. PhD is going to be broadcasting from a random Alta Convenience store and giving away $5,000 in free gas. And all you need to do is show up. Every single person will get a $25 gift card good for gas or anything from the Alta Convenience Store, and one lucky listener is going to get a $100 gift card. We're going to announce the location tomorrow morning. Again, so we're keeping it under wraps until tomorrow morning. Just be on your toes, so stay tuned. It's free gas for your free time this Memorial Day weekend thanks to Alta Convenience. Convenience beyond the pump. OTAs underway. We'll be able to see it tomorrow. Overreact to guys not really doing much, but that's what when you have two teams that aren't going for a title anymore, because again, it's the first time it's happened in 700 days here in the state where we don't have someone going on a title run. This is what we're reduced to. So, without further ado, I bring you my nerd stats.
Yeah.
Bo Nix, 6th quarterback taken in the draft this year. The first time that there's ever been 6 of those guys taken in the first round of a draft. So I've gone through every draft going back to the year 2000 and found the 6th quarterback taken and the final quarterback taken in the first round, because not all drafts are the same. Not all quarterbacks are the same. Like we've had years within the past 5 years, if I'm correct, we've had a couple of drafts where there's been like one quarterback taken in the first round, which just doesn't seem like it's going to happen ever again, right? If you go back to, when's the last time that happened?
One quarterback taken in the first round?
2022, Kenny Pickett.
I was going to say it's pretty recent. Yeah.
Very recent. Kenny Pickett. So not all quarterback drafts are the same.
Yep.
And we should go into this exercise knowing that. I have found 6 relevant quarterbacks who were the 6th quarterback taken off the board in a given year in the last 25 seasons.
Okay.
6 relevant guys. So that means that we have 18 other 6th overall or 6th taken quarterbacks that have essentially busted and been nothing and just turned into a footnote of their team's draft history.
Right.
And I'll go in reverse chronological order. Sam Howell, in his second year in the NFL, finally started, went 4-13, was a 1-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio at 21-21, but threw for 4,000 yards. Right.
Yeah.
And
A lot of yards, yeah.
Right. A lot of yards, but clearly not the guy that Washington wants to move forward with, but was relatively serviceable, although on a bad team only wins 4 games and doesn't take care of the football. Mason Rudolph, in year 1 as a rookie with the Steelers, started 8 games, went 5-3, 13 touchdowns to 9 interceptions, but just 1,800 yards. And then after that, not the starter anymore, not the quarterback of the future for Mike Tomlin and company. And we'll hear from Russell Wilson and Justin Fields here in a few minutes with the NFL notes. I'll get to Russell Wilson because he's the most successful 6th quarterback taken off the draft, arguably in NFL history.
Yep.
Colin Kaepernick started his first games in year 2.
Yeah.
He went 5-2, 10 touchdowns to 3 interceptions, 1,800 yards, and then did far more on the ground. In year 3, he goes 12-4.
And to the Super Bowl.
And then obviously we know what happens with him and taking a knee and a stance against police brutality and violence and all that, and he just never sees the NFL ever again.
Yep.
Chris Sims started his first games in year 2.
He might have been, like, Colin Kaepernick might have been, if his career was allowed to finish, he might have been the most accomplished on this list.
Right. Chris Sims, 6-4, 10 touchdowns to 7 picks, 2,000 yards. Trent Edwards, 5-4, 7 touchdowns to 8 interceptions, 1,600 yards in year 2. He essentially did the same thing, went 500 with the Bills, 11 touchdowns, 10 picks, and 2,700 yards. Russell Wilson, on the other hand, in 2012, which you could look at 2012 and go, like, that's one of the better quarterback drafts of all time.
Right.
Russ is number 6 taken as a quarterback. He was taken in the 3rd round. Year one as a rookie, 11-5, 26 touchdowns, 10 picks, 3,100 yards, and continued to get better and better and better. Never had a losing season until his final year in Seattle and has not had a winning season since.
Right. You ever done anything dangerous?
That goes to say, in year one, for Bo to have a really good season and get the Broncos to relatively 500, probably not going to happen. Because most of those guys have a diminished skill set compared to the rest of their draft. I don't think you can look at Bo this year and go, I need this guy to go 6 wins this season, throw for 3,500 yards, 10 interceptions, and 20 touchdowns. Like, I don't think you can look at Bo and say that's what has to happen this year if he starts every single game.
Okay, so
because most of the time, these guys don't even start a full season.
Well, I was going to say, first of all, most of those guys didn't even play a full season. Russell Wilson seems like he did in his first year.
Russ played a full year. The only other guy that did was Trent. Trent Edwards only played 9.
Yeah.
Russ is the only guy that played a full 16 games.
Okay, so right off the top.
Sorry, Sam Howell, but he was year 2, 17.
Right. So right at the top, I think the games played will matter in this scenario. So, I've been on record already as saying I think that Bo Nix can throw for 25 touchdowns this year.
It would be the greatest season. It would be Russell's season.
It'd be Russell's season.
It would be the best season by a 6th quarterback taken off the board.
I think he's going to have the opportunity to be able to do that. I do. If he starts game 1 and is healthy enough to make it through the entire season, I think he could put similar stats up under Sean Payton.
Not only that, but if we go by the metric of final quarterback taken in the first round, it would be the best season ever in terms of touchdown production. No other quarterback has thrown for nearly 25 touchdowns. Mac Jones got close in year 1 when he went 10-7 with the Patriots, threw for 22 touchdowns, 13 picks, and 3,800 yards, but then he regressed in year 2, going 6-8 with 14 touchdowns, 11 picks, and just 3,000 yards through the air. Now, clearly not the quarterback of the future for the Patriots, although it's a different era with Bill Belichick being on the outs. If we go through the rest of those final quarterback taken in the first round over the last 25 years.
Yeah.
Can't really throw in Richardson, got injured, only started 4 games. Just told you about Mac Jones. Jordan Love didn't start until year 3. So I suppose you could throw him out because he sat behind Aaron Rodgers for all those years. In year 3, he went 9-8, 32 touchdowns, 11 picks. And that was last season.
Yeah.
Right? So you can look at Jordan and go, well, his first season, he did something special. He sat for many, many years. We're not expecting Bo Nix at his advanced age, having played 6 years of college football, to sit. Like, you expect him to play meaningful games this year, if not start the entire season.
Yep.
Lamar Jackson went 6-1 in his first year. 6 touchdowns to 3 interceptions. However, he did rush for another 700 yards and 5 TDs. In year 2, he wins the MVP.
What a freak. That's crazy.
Deshaun Watson started his first games as a sophomore, 11-5, 26 touchdowns to 9 interceptions. So again, second year. Didn't go in as a true rookie.
Right.
Paxton Lynch, not going to get into that. That's still a sore spot. Marcus Mariota went 3-9, threw for 19 touchdowns, 2,800 yards. Year 2 went 8-7, but threw for 26 TDs and then fell off. Still in the league. Teddy Bridgewater was the 6th pick in his draft. He went 6-6, 14 touchdowns, 3,000 yards. In year 2, he got better. He went 11-5, 14 TDs for 3,200 yards, took care of the football. Brandon Weeden was the 6th quarterback taken overall in Russell Wilson's draft. Weeden went 5-10, 14 touchdowns to 17 picks with 3,400 yards. I want to tell you how good this 2012 NFL draft was.
Yeah, who else is taking that?
It was so good. Andrew Luck, number 1 overall.
Okay.
Career cut short because he decided to retire.
Right.
Robert Griffin, taken number 2.
Rookie of the year, right?
Rookie of the year.
Yep.
Ryan Tannehill, 3rd quarterback taken out of 4 overall in the first round. Still in the league. Started games last year. Is he a great quarterback?
We openly asked the question, should the Broncos
no doubt. There were many shows that is Ryan Tannehill going to be the guy here in Denver.
Right.
So, successful career over the last 12 to 13 years. Brock Osweiler, not in the league anymore, but integral part of Super Bowl 50. You don't win it without him.
Right.
And he signs a huge ticket with Houston afterwards. So I would look at Brock Osweiler's career and go, pretty successful as a second-round pick. Maybe could have been a little bit better as the Broncos if Peyton had given him the opportunity to play, but we'll leave that in the recycle bin. Russell Wilson, third-round pick.
Yeah.
6th quarterback taken off the board, Super Bowl champion.
Right.
Borderline Hall of Famer.
Yep.
After that, Super Bowl MVP, Nick Foles goes off the board. After that, in the 4th round out of Michigan State, a guy who just signed another massive ticket, Kirk Cousins, was the 8th QB taken in 2012. And then the other guy, there were 3 other quarterbacks taken. The 9th guy taken off the board in the 6th round started games in the NFL, Ryan Lindley. 2012 was an unreal draft.
Okay, but so being that I am glass half full guy, you know what I hear? Because there's a lot of lip service paid to, but 6 quarterbacks aren't all going to be productive in the league. So somebody on this list is going to be like, there's probably only going to be 2 or 3 guys that actually do anything, and the rest of them are going to flame out. And I don't think so. It doesn't have to be that way. And Bo Nix is actually, he's one of the things about when you read those quarterbacks is there's a lot of different coaching situations for a lot of those guys where it is now this is your head coach, now this is your offensive coordinator, and those things start to change pretty quickly in their careers. I mean, Mac Jones is the quintessential example of that, probably the most recent example of that. And it's, he has a good rookie season. Oh, your offensive coordinator's gone. Oh, we're going to just put people who are unqualified to be offensive coordinator as your offensive coordinator, like just ruined him, and now he's gone. I think Bo Nix is in as good a coaching situation as any rookie quarterback could ever hope for, because Sean Payton's not going anywhere, and whether we like him from an attitude standpoint or not, he is a very effective football coach, and he is a very effective offensive football coach. And the continuity that Bo Nix is going to have with him here, this is not just going to be, well, the Broncos didn't win enough games, so they fired Sean Payton, and now there's a new head coach, and now Bo Nix has to learn a new system, and that's not going to be present here. So he's going to have all of the opportunity to be able to succeed, and I think he will.
He has the coaching staff working for him. He does not have I don't think he has the requisite talent around him right now to
that's
succeed.
Fixable,
It's fixable not this year. It's fixable in the next 2 or 3 seasons, right?
Yeah, but that was always the case, though.
And the reason why I'm going through this is I want to project what year 1 can and should look like, or what you should expect from him. Because I think, and maybe I'm wrong here, I think the 25 touchdowns thing is crazy. Like, I think that's a pipe dream. As we continue down this list, Christian Ponder, final first-round quarterback taken in 2011. 2-8, 13 touchdowns, 13 picks for 1,900 yards. Josh Freeman, taken 2 years prior to that. Tim Tebow was also the final first-round quarterback, but we know what happened with him. Didn't start in year 1, started in year 2. Turns into a guy who can't really throw a football. But the most exciting stretch of 8 weeks that we've probably ever seen in Broncos history. Freeman goes 3-9, 10 touchdowns, 18 picks, but in year 2 goes 10-6, 25 touchdowns to 6 interceptions with 3,500 yards. One of the better seasons in terms of record is Baltimore, having taken Joe Flacco, going 11-5 with 14 touchdowns, 12 picks, and 3,000 yards. He would go on to win a Super Bowl with those Ravens, but again, had a really good team and a solid defense around him at that time. As we get a little bit deeper, J.P. Lossman went 1-7 in year 2. Jay Cutler went 7-9 as a rookie in his first season with the Broncos with 20 touchdowns and 14 picks with 3,500 yards. And I think I think that's the ceiling that you can hope this year from Bo Nix and this team. I think it's very, very similar what happened when the Broncos had Cutler at that point, although Cutler probably had a little bit more help in terms of his wide receiver options that year. But 7-9, 20 touchdowns, 14 picks, 3,500 yards is my year 1 ceiling for Bo Nix. Doesn't mean that he can't be good in year 2 or year 3. But I'm telling you, like, the numbers over the last 25 years for guys that were either the 6th quarterback taken off the board or the final quarterback taken in the first round, like Bo Nix or both Bo Nix was this year, the history tells you that unless you're the anomaly, the Russell Wilson, the Joe Flacco winning 11 games, having a good team around him, chances are it's ceiling of 20 touchdowns, 10 to 15 picks at the most, although I think he's going to take care of the football a little bit more, and you're going to max out somewhere between the 3,000 and 3,500 range. And that's the best year I think you can hope for.
So, okay, there's more context to this story. And the context is, what kind of offense are they running? What kind of offense did these quarterbacks run? B, how many of those quarterbacks were better than Bo Nix? Christian Ponder, I can tell you right now, was not a better quarterback than Bo Nix was. So there's variables that have to be considered here. And he does not actively want to run an offense that is closed off. He wants to run the ball, yeah, but also he wants to throw the ball. 34 attempts. Russell Wilson's first 3 games last year. 34 attempts, 32 attempts, 38 attempts. 28 attempts, 31 attempts. And then when they were losing all the games, it became, okay, well, let's try something different. And then that's when you get 22, 29, 19, 29, as they are trying to get themselves back in a better offensive space. The pressure to get to the playoffs is off of this football team. There is no pressure to get to the playoffs. They can say it, and we'll have to just listen to them say it, but almost nobody thinks the Broncos are going to the playoffs, and there's no pressure for them to do so. Their pressure is to lay a foundation that eventually gets you to the space that you want to be. And I don't see why Sean Payton, with a quarterback who's going to actually do what he wants in the passing game, would suppress the passing game. And because I don't think he'll suppress the passing game, it's going to allow Bo Nix the opportunity to be able to throw for a lot of yards and touchdowns. And if he takes it, this was an offense that found itself in the red zone kind of a lot last year.
I'll give you that. And
execution was but I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity here that it doesn't necessarily this is a different kind of a situation than I think a lot of those quarterbacks were facing when they entered the league.
It's not better. It can't be better. Other than the fact that Sean Payton is the head coach, it can't be better than most of those. They can't.
But Raj,
they're a bad team.
All you got to do is
they're a thin, bad football team right now.
Is
in the middle of building a foundation. He's not stepping into what Joe Flacco stepped into in Baltimore. He's not. He's not stepping into what Lamar Jackson stepped into in Baltimore. What I'm trying to tell you is that the numbers over the last quarter century are telling you that you're hoping for the greatest season ever by a rookie quarterback drafted where he was drafted.
I know, but that's just taken in a vacuum, man. There's just too many variables and too much context for that to be a straightaway comparison. There's just too many variables. And if you're asking me, if you're just saying to me that you know already beyond the shadow of a doubt that the Broncos offenses will do nothing this year,
that's not what I'm saying.
If that's what you're saying, then okay, then he can't put up numbers in an offense that does nothing.
I'm just trying to temper expectation.
25 touchdowns isn't a lot. That's not a lot. That's just 17 games. It's like 1 point something touchdowns per game.
It's not a lot, but I bet you if you look at the passing leaders last year for touchdowns in the NFL, 25 has got to be respectable.
1.4 touchdowns per game. Can he throw 1.4 touchdowns per game?
25 touchdowns gets you into the top 10, Demps.
That's
a top 10 quarterback. That's what you're hoping for here.
It's 1.4 touchdowns per game. That is not a lot.
It's more than Matt Stafford threw last year. It's more than Derek Carr and Lamar Jackson threw last year. That's more than CJ Stroud threw last year. You're asking for more touchdowns than CJ Stroud from last season.
You're telling me that?
I'm telling you it's a pipe dream. It could happen, but I'm telling you it's a pipe dream. We'll put a pin in it. We'll get into more of it. NFL notes are next. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 every single day here on Dempsey and Company. We go through the NFL notes, biggest stories around the National Football League. Before we get into that, and I do this. I see a lot of the texts coming in like Raj is a hater. I'm not trying to, with the exercise that we just did about Bo and 6th quarterback taken in the draft or final quarterback taken in the first round, isn't me telling you that Bo's going to suck. I still think that while it was a reach, it was a pick that needed to happen because you've been so quarterback hungry for so many years. The reason why I'm doing this is to tell you that, like, if you're hoping for 25 touchdowns this year, which gets you into the top 10 of all quarterbacks last year, all quarterbacks, all the guys who are making a whole bunch of money, get you into the top 10, 25 TDs. I think that's hoping for a whole bunch. However, most of these guys had better second seasons. Like, they got better with age. So the future for these types of quarterbacks taken either as the last quarterback in the first round or the 6th quarterback taken overall in the draft, it bodes well for the Broncos. Like, Russell Wilson got better year in and year out despite having like an amazing year 1. Colin Kaepernick got better in year 2. Chris Sims got better in year 2. And if you look at the final, those are just the guys who were taken as the 6th quarterback off the board dating back to the year 2000. If you look at the final first round quarterback taken in that same time frame, like Jordan Love, obviously his first season started last year. He sat for 2 years, 3 years, marinated. He had a really good start last year with 32 touchdowns. Lamar Jackson, MVP. Teddy Bridgewater had a long, successful career. Joe Flacco, long, successful career. If he turns into Jay Cutler, it's a pretty good draft. I'm just telling you, it's probably not going to happen year 1.
Okay. Okay. I just think that 1.4 touchdowns per game isn't asking him to be a world beater. I mean, it's asking him just to be a competent quarterback in the league. And I think that's what he'll be. It just is, that is not a super high threshold to be able to attain. And I think in this offense, he'll be able to do that. And there's a lot of variables with this offense and a lot of unknowns. How good is Josh Reynolds? Do you know?
No, I don't.
Right. I mean, how good is Marvin Mims going to be? Do we know? Is Troy Franklin gonna have an instant impact? We don't know. Is Greg Dulcich going to play the majority of the season? If he does,
you need him to.
Right.
And you need him to be good.
Right.
You need a safety blanket for this kid.
Yeah. I mean, you could throw the ball to Jaleel McLaughlin. I mean, I think they have intriguing pieces. They have so many unknowns with this football team right now. We'll see.
All right, Cole Smith, what you got?
Raj, all I got to say is you better hope D-Mac isn't listening about your Bo Nix hate. I guess got to say that.
Hatred.
Why are you hating on Bo Nix,
It's not
Raj?
hatred. I'm just trying to tell you that they're probably not going to have a lot of success this year, but it doesn't mean that he won't have success into the future. I'm trying to pump the brakes on Mr. 25 touchdowns.
Such a hater.
Well, speaking of quarterbacks trying to find success in the future, Russell Wilson, he is in Pittsburgh competing with Justin Fields for a starting quarterback position. And last month, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin said all 3 of his quarterbacks were somewhat scalded by their 2023 experience. Reporters asked Russell Wilson if he was scalded by his time in Denver.
I wouldn't say I'm scalded. I would say that if anything, I've just learned a lot, and I think that internally you get better, you get tougher, you use your experiences, you use the challenges that you've gone through to be the best version of you. And so I don't blink, and I'm looking forward to the challenge and the opportunity.
Okay, so the answer is yes, he was scalded. I mean, how could you not be?
Scalded, and also, like, he goes to Pittsburgh, and then they trade for Justin Fields. The guy's going to be like, what do I have to do here?
Yeah, well, play better.
Yeah, be a good quarterback, it turns out.
I mean, that's all there is to it.
Is that the first time you've kicked Russell Wilson? You have never done that. You and Kim Becker are big Russell Wilson defenders.
Well, look,
no one more than Kim.
Yeah, Kim loves it. Don't worry, we'll revisit this with her as well. But I think I'm both here, right? I mean, I don't think that the Broncos did him any favors. I don't think they did him right here. I absolutely agree with that. So I can't sugarcoat that, but at the same time, he just wasn't the quarterback that he was built to be when he was here, and for whatever reasons, for reasons that I thought were in his actual control. So when you get here, just blend in, learn offense. Don't try to take it upon your own. Put it on your own shoulders and have the Russell, like, do all the things. Just be the quarterback and not everything else. And that, I just thought that got out of his control. And so I can admit that. I can also admit that in this situation here, I mean, he was scalded. That's just no doubt about it. When he's talking about it on the inside and you're calloused and you're like, there's only one reason why. That's it. Because you were burned so badly in your last place that I learned a lot about how this league works. Okay, that's cool. I wish him all the success, but that guy ain't finishing the season as the starting quarterback. I promise you that.
The 257 keeps calling me an Oregon and a Bo Nix hater and says, "Oh, you didn't watch Oregon football." And like, I'm not hating on Bo.
Why are you hating on Bo, Raj?
That's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to temper your expectations. I'm trying to coddle and save all of you. I'm trying.
We're all just watching, that's all.
NFL Notes is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. You can go to mountainhighappliance.com.
Sticking with quarterbacks, Aaron Rodgers is back as the starting quarterback of the New York Jets, and he says he's healthy, confident, and ready for the potential of this season. But Aaron Rodgers also spoke with the media, and he also understands the stakes that are going to come with this season.
If I don't do what I know I'm capable of doing, we're all probably going to be out of here. So I like that kind of pressure, though. I know there's, it's a tough market to play in. It's not for everybody. I relish that opportunity, and that's the way the NFL is. I'm not saying anything monumental as you guys are typing away and putting your tweets out. This is how it is every single year. You might not say it, but as you get older in the league, if you don't perform, they're going to get rid of you or bring in the next guy to take over. I mean, it happened in Green Bay. So, and I'm, a few years older than I was back then. So I expect to play at a high level. I expect this to be productive and competitive and all that stuff to take care of itself.
I agree. I don't love Aaron Rodgers, but I do know this: he's really, really good on the football field. And until he shows me actually with his play that he's no longer that good, then I'm just going to walk into every season that he starts and think that offense is going to be a good offense and that team has a chance to really win big.
As you should. And the team around him, like we're talking about the team around Bo and the team around all these other quarterbacks that were taken 6th overall or last pick or last quarterback taken in the first round. What is the team around them?
This is good, man.
Zach Wilson beat Denver with that team. Now, if you go back to, and who knows what Aaron's going to be, but if Aaron Rodgers even sniffs MVP Aaron Rodgers, the Jets are going to be a handful. Like if Aaron Rodgers turns into MVP version Aaron Rodgers, the Jets win the East. The Jets turn out to be a better team than Buffalo. Yeah. That's what happens if he's MVP level Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
That's how good the defense is. Right. They've got a ton of weapons on offense. They're getting back Breece Hall in a full season after having that injury. That's a scary team if they have an all-time NFL quarterback. Now, if he's 40 and he has a noodle arm and he can't stay healthy, then they're picking in the top 12 again.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, they appear to be a quarterback away from being a real threat to a lot of the contenders in the AFC. I mean, Garrett Wilson still. I mean, so there's, look, and for the New Yorkers, for I guess for Jets fans, it probably makes you feel good that the quarterback will come out and say, "Look, I'll take the pressure. I want the pressure. I'm not running away from it, and this place is not for everybody, but it is for me, and I can handle it." And so I do believe he can handle it. If he stays healthy, the Jets, man, that's going to be a team that's going to be very, very difficult to deal with.
Guys, my favorite story of today, the NFL is finally implementing some technology. Sources have confirmed to ESPN the NFL will implement optical tracking systems for yardage rulings during the preseason. And if things ultimately go well, the NFL will want to implement it for the regular season. But the thing is, all teams will have to I guess, get the technology in their stadiums. But guys, we're finally getting some more technology in the NFL. It's about time.
It took too damn long. But the chain gang is still a thing?
Yeah. You don't want them to run out there and then
the
drama of them putting the chain down and then the last link, the football is at first down by a link.
Are there not enough jobs at your local municipal golf course to go be the starter out there? Because those are the men that are taking that job. Every single one of them has a Coors Light beer belly and has been retired for a few years and doesn't want to be the guy at Home Depot showing you where the light switches are.
Raj chose violence.
That's what it is. Come on. That's all this is. It's an employment program. That's what the chain gang is.
Wow.
For a bunch of dudes who are like, the wife needs me out of the house, and it just happens to be on a random Sunday. Come on.
Now they're back in the house. They're going right back to the
We
house.
need all these things. All these leagues print money. There should be no reason why they don't have this implemented in every stadium this year. It's the same reason why I have an issue with the grainy footage in the National Hockey League. Again, we talk about what's a goal and what's not. Is the puck actually over the goal line? You can afford 4K cameras and high-speed cameras with amazing definition. If the NHL or any one of these leagues can do it, it took too long.
Yeah. I'm actually with you on this. I just
don't they have it? They got it in soccer, right? What do they call it? VAR?
VAR. Uh-huh.
Come on.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
What are we doing? Yep, you're right.
Speed up the game.
All right, guys, and some more updates from yesterday. Players not showing up to OTAs. Players that have joined that list. One was Cortland Sutton, receiver for the Denver Broncos. Brandon Ayuk also did not participate in OTAs in search of a new deal. And Christian McCaffrey did not report to 49ers OTAs. It's reported that it is not contract related, but it should be of note. McCaffrey is due to make $11.8 million this year, and he is paid less than receiver Deebo Samuel and tight end George Kittle.
Okay, I just want to start with Cortland Sutton because this is my favorite subject. It's cool. It's cool, Cortland. I think he's a good wide receiver. There's no I need to be clear. But it's time for him to go. And it's okay that he's not here because I actively want all the reps to go to the other wide receivers who might be playing or whichever wide receiver might be playing that spot. Let's get more reps for Tim Patrick. Is Tim Patrick at OTAs? I don't know, but I want.
We'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll be there. I think Vic's going to be there. I'll be there.
Yeah. Coach will be there.
Coach will be there.
Yeah. So I mean, I want those guys to get the reps, and then I went to trade. Let's trade Cortland Sutton. Trade him. As for Brandon Ayuk, that has been just a saga, right? You had the family saying things about the 49ers, and then he had to come back and quell that a little bit, and the report that he wanted out. There's so much surrounding Brandon Ayuk. Just I don't know if they're going to give him the contract that he's looking for, but this one seems like it's kind of headed to being maybe a little bit more contentious than most of these other holdouts. We'll see.
Those are your NFL notes. On the other side, it's Wednesday. We'll have shout-outs. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company's the program. Raj alongside Demps. Good Raj, as D-Mac calls me. 303-504-0925 is
Good
where
Raj?
you can reach us. He calls me Good Raj. On the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, and 1 hour. Reminder tomorrow between 12 and 3, PhD is going to be live at an Alta convenience store giving away $5,000 in free gas. All you got to do is show up. We're going to tell you what convenience store they will be at tomorrow morning. $5,000 in free gas. You show up, you get a $25 gift card good for gas or anything at that Alta convenience store. One lucky listener is going to get a $100 gift card. Again, announcing that location tomorrow morning. Free gas for your free time this Memorial Day. Thanks to Alta Convenience beyond the pump. We'll get into shout-outs here in a couple of minutes. We've been yelling at each other about Bo Nix's potential in year one, and people think I hate the guy and I hate the pick, and I don't. I'm just trying to save you guys from yourselves in year one. We got Western Conference Finals tonight.
I got 35 touchdowns for Bo Nix.
It would be amazing. It would be amazing. And listen, we had some friends. I was going at some guys on Twitch again, twitch.tv/altitudesr on the Safeway Twitch line. The Loop Digga is on there. We've been going back and forth. He's like, well, listen, if he throws for 30 touchdowns, you're not going to apologize. I got to level with you. We did a whole segment where I wrote an apology letter by myself to Alexander Georgiev. So while I'm the one who paints myself as the realist on this station, I will always go back and own up to my idiocy.
Okay.
So I guarantee, I will say this right now at 11:48 a.m. on May 22nd of 2024.
Yep. I'm
if
ready.
Bo Nix throws for more than 20, you can pick the number. You can pick the number because I told you if he's Jay Cutler, I think the draft pick is amazing.
Right.
Like a really good draft pick if he turns into Jay Cutler. In Cutler's first year as the starter, 20 touchdowns, 14 interceptions, 3,500 yards, and a 7-9 record.
Why not right there then? 20 touchdowns.
Done.
Over under.
If he throws for more than 20 touchdowns, I will
I'll
pen another
That's
apology
right.
letter.
There we go.
Although what I've been trying to tell all of you guys is that even if he doesn't do it, even if he doesn't have a great season, it doesn't mean that the pick is a bad pick because a lot of these guys went on to have good careers.
Yeah, look,
I'm being an optimist and a realist at the same time, damn it.
And I'm just not letting you get away with it. No, look, yes, your point is well taken. That improvement over time is really what we're looking at here with Bo Nix. And yet I just look at it a season and I just ask myself, can you throw one touchdown per game?
Will Bo throw his age this year? He's 24. Can he throw his age?
Yes.
Will Michael Penix throw his age? No, because, they drafted him and Kirk Cousins, the quarterback in Atlanta, because that was a smart pick.
That was so dumb. So dumb.
Great question.
Yeah.
Will Michael Penix Jr. ever throw his age? Because how long is Kirk going to be the quarterback in Atlanta?
Right. So he's going to have a season of 30 touchdowns.
Yep. Will Michael Penix ever throw his age?
Ooh.
There's an argument to be said that he can't.
No. I'm going to say no.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Tonight, 6:30, Western Conference Finals start. Dallas and Minnesota. Are you over it? Is your heart okay? Can you watch basketball? You watched it last night because it's the East, and who cares, right? There's no horse in that in that race for you.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. I'm good. I watch all the basketball all the time. So, yes, I'll be front and center for this game here tonight. I expect it to be boring. I think this series is going to be. It's just going to be a lot of. It's going to remind you of 1998. Just look. Let the Nugget series be a little bit of a guide here. The final game of that series was 98-90. They were. Minnesota held the Nuggets to games of 80 and 70 as well. I just think that both teams are playing really good defense, and when you have two teams that are built that way, then it just suppresses the scores. And so if you're into defensive-minded basketball, but also you like watching Luka play, then this is the series for you. If you want to see points like pinball machine up, then you gotta be dialed into the Eastern Conference because those two teams are just going to score all the points all the time because, well, who cares? Who really cares about defense? But I am looking forward to it. I don't feel one way or another about the Timberwolves. I just, there's some individuals that I roll my eyes at, but like as a team, I'll watch them play, and so I'll watch this series. I think it'll be competitive. I think it'll go the full 7 games.
Rangers and Panthers, I think, is also a 7-game series.
Mm-hmm.
The Eastern Conference Finals and the NHL start tonight, and then Edmonton and Dallas will be tomorrow night.
I'm actually looking forward to seeing that.
It's going to be a great series, man.
Yeah.
A great series. And again, I think if you're an Avs fan and you're looking for a team that has a similar style, New York's pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
New York is pretty close.
Those games against the Rangers, that when the Avs and the Rangers played, they felt bigger than regular season games. They just felt bigger.
Been it. Should have been the final, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a shame that they couldn't get it done, and the unforeseen circumstances, as we'll put it, ends up being the issue. All right, it's Wednesday. Time for shout-outs. I love this. Isaac on the text line can confirm on the retired chain gang guys. It's real. We've got a retired guy at our church who is a chain gang guy for the Broncos.
Shut up.
Isaac
Really?
in Castle Rock.
Okay.
I love it, man. So shout out to the retired guy at your church, Isaac. All right, my shout out today, 2A and 5A girls state titles games for soccer out at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. 2A is first. That'll come at 5 p.m. Flatirons, the number 1 seed, will take on Buena Vista at number 7. Again, 5 p.m. at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. And then the 5A state title game, the big one, 8 p.m. Mountain Vista Golden Eagles against number 3 Rock Canyon. Connor McGahee's wife going for her 7th state title as the head coach of Mountain Vista.
Well, I'm going to do this to Raj because I like this. I'm going to shout out the DU Pioneers lacrosse team. Who beat who to get to the semifinal?
Syracuse.
They beat Syracuse. That's right. They take on Notre Dame. Notre Dame's the top seed. That game is on Saturday at, I believe it's 10 a.m. on Saturday in Philadelphia. It's been a minute since DU has been this far in the lacrosse tournament. I think it's 2017 was the last time they were this far in this tournament, and obviously Notre Dame is a very big challenge for them, but they are world beaters right now. They're giant killers, and so why not take down the Golden Domers as well? Good luck to the DU Pioneers.
And guys, I just have a quick shout out, just a shout out to Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who got fined the largest fine ever for fighting in NASCAR, and he punched the one, the only Kyle Busch. So shout out to Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Hope you win this weekend, man.
Matty B shouts out the coaching staff for the DU lacrosse team alongside Chris Dempsey as well. And that'll do it for us. For Demps, for Cole Smith behind the glass, Josh Grismer, and the cast of thousands here at KSC Radio and Altitude Sports Radio. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. PhD is coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Safeway has everything you need for your Memorial Day weekend. Find fresh T-bone steaks for the grill and sweet corn on the cob with a slice of watermelon. Shop using the Safeway Deals and Delivery app to save time and money. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors.
Taco John's new tostadas give you the most bang for your buck. And with 100% North American beef for $3 and savory refried beans for just $2, you also get the most bang for your bite. Try new tostadas on the Valuest menu, only at Taco John's.
This is Dan Kaplis. As you know, we're all endowed by our Creator with the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But one of the ways those rights get ripped away is by violence on our roadways. There are so many violent crashes caused by reckless drivers speeding and weaving like a bat out of hell. They're often drugged, drunk, or both, but they clearly don't give a darn about your life or the lives of your children. I've spent 39 years of my working life standing up for good people whose lives have been torn apart by reckless drivers. I have a proven track record of making these reckless drivers and their insurance companies pay in full. We are the only firm in Colorado history to win 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. We are a serious firm for serious cases. We accept righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need my help, please give us a call at 303-770-5551 or hit dankapleslaw.com.
What's up? What up? What up? What up? Thank you to AAA Home Improvements. We got a project for them, but they're the best. We love them. Toby and the crew over there.
Not the one that's can do work and stuff.
Mhm.
Hey, I was
so.
in a new house last night. Did you need to call AAA yet?
Did you get scared?
You guys aren't asking the right question.
Did you make love?
My man. See this? Do we have Barry White?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Here's the part where he says no.
No, because Dan's
There's
Dan
people
missed the
freaking
sex joke. There was a sex joke, Dan. Can you please play the sex music? Say it again.
I'm not sure if they're.
No, you got to say it again.
Hey, D-Mac.
Yeah.
Did you get lucky last night? Brand new house?
Boys, let me tell you. She had cleaning to do.
I knew that was coming.
This is no joke. This is no joke. So she's walking out, and I go, hey.
Maid skirt on?
How about a little something for the favor? It's like the Bill Murray in the Caddyshack. Hey. Hey, Oopa.
She handed him a dust rag and a bottle of Windex. Said, "Get to it, big guy."
She goes, okay. And then your boy broke in the house. And then she got up, and I assume she did some more cleaning. I fell asleep 5 seconds. And I am not joking about that. Because I looked
woke
around
up this morning. The house was clean.
I was like, well, that wasn't there when I went to bed.
No.
That over there and this.
House was clean, but it smelled like cigarette smoke.
Mm-hmm. Marlboros.
Opened up a pack of Reds. And
yeah, that's right. That's right.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it been a minute too, so it was like, like I told you, like the last night and the whole house was just like, forget it. I thought there might be some celebration there, but
Well, congrats.
And I am using this show like the crutch of all crutches. I mean, the timing of this show because there's still like little stuff that's got to be done. I'm just like
little stuff. You're gonna be working on this for months.
Yeah, but I mean in the old place.
Oh,
like she said, like, aren't you gonna come back and see the? I'm like, sure. Well, I'll do a Scott. Wait, how do you do that? Sure,
sure. You betcha.
Let me tell you, boys, we're giving away free gas. Oh, I can't say where we're going.
You still can't say where we're going?
No. So I can't make my little joke, but
We're going to be out and about
How about
tomorrow.
this?
Come find us, and we got a lot of $25 gift certificates.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll do the real deal.
Who doesn't want free gas?
But let me say, it's in my previous, as of 2 days ago, neck of the woods. It's by an intersection that I am.
Dang, you got to go back there already?
This is what I'm telling you.
Well, we should drive by the house before the show.
I ain't doing that. This is.
Oh, you're supposed to go, sure.
All right.
You forgot you had it up.
This may be the furthest east. A little hint where it is. The furthest east I ever go in my life in Colorado, aside from the airport. This might be it tomorrow. But I have no need to ever go that way again. And fellas, I'm
So you rode the bike again. You can tell by the ugly
all
clothes.
right, you know what? I got a little issue here with the bike. It's such an easy ride for me here now. It's really not much of a workout because it's all basically downhill for like 3 miles.
Yeah, but going home.
Going home, I earn it. I earn it on the way home. It's like a 20-minute, like, okay.
Yeah, after you've like worn yourself mentally out
Right.
for like 3 days and you're just ready to go.
No, on the way home, it's a little something.
By the way, has anybody touch your locker room? Oh,
dude, it's the greatest thing of all
Dan
time.
didn't put that sign up yesterday, did
He did not put the sign. I hope you do. Now, see, I realized.
What's the sign going to say again?
Well,
Half
D-Mac
pint
has to say
it's
if you and I asked for it.
Like,
oh, yeah, right.
DMAC room, powered by, and just every single sponsor. Just like a boom, but it's like a NASCAR race.
Yeah.
Got it.
But I realized something. It might not get under the morning show's nerve because it hit me. They'd actually have to be here for it to bother them.
Well, it could bother Brett then.
Well, I don't want to bother Brett. Brett ain't a little bitch, like you once said about famous Scott quote.
Jay Cutler.
That's right. I mean, that's the most famous Scott quote of all time. Hey, little bitch. It's the greatest. Does everybody know that story?
No.
Tyler, do you know that story?
I don't think so.
Oh. We got time for Scotty's story time right off the bat. It's a great story.
It's not necessarily my proudest moment. It's how I felt at the time.
Are you? I don't want to force you.
Oh, no. I was actually in Detroit. We had the Pistons that night. And I don't know if it was when Cutler got moved, traded, or wanted out, or I don't know what it was. But I was on the Dan Patrick Show. And I was just going off. He asked me something about Cutler, and I said, man, he can't be and I rambled for about 45 seconds what I think his deficiencies were.
Yeah.
And Patrick goes, oh, wow, tell us how you really feel. And I go, yeah, he's a little, I said, he's a little.
Oh, God, should I not have even said that?
Well, it was a little aggressive. I'm not going to lie. It was just like right out the gates.
I don't know. I thought.
I dumped it.
Oh, you did? Oh, wow.
Well, and I didn't say it, so you didn't have to dump me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, jeez.
He's a little.
Is that friendly? Are we're allowed to say that?
I thought so.
Little female. Well, you said it yesterday.
I didn't really hesitate, did I?
No.
I don't know.
I think you can do it if you use it as an adjective.
Oh, really?
But not a noun.
Oh, okay.
I used it as a noun.
Dude, that made some news. You got some attention on that.
Oh, I
one.
got all over. Then I started feeling guilty. I actually got.
Did you really feel bad about that? I thought it was hysterical.
Yeah. Well,
why'd you feel guilty?
Here's another backstory. An assistant coach, myself and Kaz basically ran 2 bars out of Jack Daniel's bourbon that night before.
Nice.
Okay.
Been there, done that.
So this was like at 7 a.m.
Okay.
I didn't feel great. So I wasn't.
Truth. That's when the truth comes out.
I
You got no filter.
I didn't feel like messing around, right? I mean, how do you really feel? Well, he's a B word.
You know how much energy it takes to have a filter?
But I actually called Cutler. I got his number from somebody.
Come on.
And said, hey, I'd love to sit down and talk to you, tell you where I was coming from, and blah, blah, blah.
Did that sit down
and
happen?
I said, here's my number.
And?
I never heard from him.
So you just left a message?
Well, I left a message, yeah.
On his phone, for sure.
The number I was given that said, in fact, I may still have it. I may still have it in my number.
Was it like, hey, this is Jay. What do you want?
No, email. I doubt if I was.
Do you know Tyler's Cutler story?
I got Cutler stories.
The suit story? Do you know the suit story with Cutler, Scott?
I'd agree with the. He's a yeah.
Oh, all right. Well,
look, I still got his number in there.
You still got it.
I don't know if it's the same number.
I think that's actually the weightlifter. That's the bodybuilder.
Oh, it might
cool
be.
too.
Yeah.
What? No, wait, I got that guy number 2. Hold on, let me see.
I think I just broke the computer, by the way, Dan.
Yeah, no, I got the real bodybuilder.
No, I saw.
I got the real bodybuilders.
Oh,
For real?
Phil Heath. Oh, Phil.
Oh, there you
Phil's
go,
man.
Phil.
Yeah, but do you have, who's our guy? World's strongest man, dude, Colorado.
Yeah.
The guy.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Come on. What's his name?
It's yeah.
I thought the world's strongest guy was the Mountain.
Oh, well, he wasn't for a long time.
He gives him a run for his money.
You know, I met that dude in Iceland. I met the
Mountain. You told me.
Yeah,
I
know. Yeah, went to his gym.
You ever seen him with his wife? His wife looks tiny.
Yeah.
Of course, every human being looks tiny against that guy, right?
Met his sister. Not tiny.
Tyler, all right, we just tell little stories here. We'll get into the show here in a second. Tyler met the president of Iceland.
Yeah. He invited, not only did I meet the president,
great.
He invited me to his house for lunch.
Did you go?
Literally. So here's what happened. Anybody can go up to the president's house in Iceland. Like there's no like security or anything.
There's only 12 people living there.
Well, exactly. So you just drive on up and you knock on the door or you ring the doorbell, right? And they've got like one servant in there or something that might answer the door, and then you're like, hey, I would like to meet the president or the first lady. They come up and they say hello. They give you a firsthand guided tour of their house.
Cool.
That they're leading. Yeah, it's cool. It's nothing like a majestic or anything, but it's right on the water. It's really old and a lot of history behind it, right? So you can just knock on the door, no security, say hello. So we finish it, and then he finds out that I played for the Seahawks. He was a huge Seahawks fan for whatever reason. Gets up at whatever hour out there in Iceland to watch all the Seahawks games. And he's like, hey, can you come back on Wednesday? I'd love to have you out for lunch. So unfortunately, we were going on a tour around the whole island there. And it just didn't work out because we were going to the other side of the building.
Tour of an island that you can see in 20 minutes.
No.
It's
like it's a full day trip to get to the other side.
You know what? In all honesty, Scotty, I think Tyler made the right choice there. I mean, he's the president of Iceland. After 15 minutes, I mean, what else are you talking about?
Yeah.
You sat down with an international dignitary.
I gave you 15 minutes. But you probably
got lunch.
You got it figured out.
Yeah,
but you want to see.
But I had to go see like the black sand on the other side of the island.
Did either one of you guys watch Vacation?
I love
Chevy
it.
Chase here. Hey,
yeah.
Dad, the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Marky, let's go.
There's some more Iceland mountains.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you this right now, though.
Let's go.
There's another Icelandic lake.
If you've not been to Iceland, that is truly a bucket list. That has to be on everyone's bucket list.
None of us are going to Iceland.
You should.
We're not. So, but the Cutler story. The Cutler story is great.
Why don't you want to go to Iceland?
You're short like that.
Never gonna happen,
That just
dude.
cracks me up.
Nobody. I can barely afford to go to like Nevada for vacation in the summertime. I'm going to Iceland. Give me a break.
I go to Oklahoma, so
Please. You hear what he's
We're the
going to
same
do in
boat.
Oklahoma? It's like in the sewer pump and the this, that, the other thing.
Yeah,
Like,
Scott's not going on vacation.
torture.
He's going to work.
I know. Cutler story, real quick. That it's such a great
Cutler story. Yeah. So rookie year, it's kind of tradition in the NFL, right? That quarterbacks will buy their offensive lineman a gift at the end of the year, sometimes in the middle of the year. Running backs will do something, and then you do something for your own position groups and everything, right? But so at the end of the year, this is my rookie year, and I've heard all about all these stories where guys are walking away with like 4-wheelers and stuff. They get new like Traeger
Rolexes.
smokers or Rolexes, whatever, you know. So I'm pretty fired up for this, right? And
What
so
was your record that year?
we missed the playoffs with
What
the last
year?
game of the season. So I think we won 8 games. I want to say
Was it 2008?
It was the year that we had 3 games left in
Yeah.
the season. All we had to
Right.
do was win
Win
one.
one of 'em, yeah.
And we lost out, right? So anyways, get to the end of the year, or maybe it's towards the middle, whatever. But Jay's got to get it's gift time. So he's like, all right, boys, everybody come out to the players' lounge. It's time for the gifts. And so find out that he's giving away custom suits, which is a solid gift. It is. I mean, the suits that he's giving away, I mean, those are probably $6,000 to $8,000 suits, right? Really nice stuff. So he has everybody line up, and then you got to actually like reserve a time because, you know, that's the way it goes. It takes a long time. All the starters go, and I get up there, and I'm the next guy up, and he says, yeah, these are just for the starters. Yeah, sorry, bud, no suit for you. So yeah, starting 5 got the suits. I got no suit, and I don't like Jay.
That's a great story.
Well, I would think that'd just be for the starters too. I mean,
Are you
No,
Are you
no,
kidding
that's not
me?
the way it goes.
That
So
is
So when a running back
ridiculous.
gets 1,000 yards, which they used to do, they
Yes.
give everybody a watch. Aren't they just giving the starters
Hell
watch?
no.
they're giving it to
What?
the room.
Give it to the dudes that didn't play?
What I will say is sometimes they will, like they don't do practice squad guys and stuff like that. So they'll only do guys that actually play. So, I mean, whether you're a starter or whether you're backup, whatever, if you're dressed on game
Yeah,
day,
give me a break.
You're in the
Yeah,
club.
but if you got 5 snaps, you get a
But Brandon
$6,000
Marshall,
suit.
the wide receiver, gave me a
Oh
cool
my
gift that year.
God.
He gave the entire offense custom molded earbuds that were, what are they, like Ultimate Ears or something like that? They're like $500 custom molded earbuds. Pretty cool.
Yeah. And then he kicked a football and walked away and
Smash the TV.
Well,
smashed
first
the
he
TV.
slipped on a McDonald's bag
Slipped on a McDonald's bag
in his bathroom.
Brandon had some.
I'm trying to figure out why a McDonald's bag would be on the floor in the
I
bathroom.
don't know. The whole story was
It
something.
was in the bathroom. Right?
Anyways, we're giving away free gas. It's tomorrow noon to 3. That was the longest liner of all time right there.
That was a good one.
At,
That was a good one.
Good luck with that ear check. Alta Convenience Store giving away $5,000. Just got to show up. Everyone's going to get a $25 gift card for gas or anything, whatever you want. So maybe a hot dog. Mosier would love that. Alta Convenience Store. One lucky listener will get a $100 gift card. We'll announce the location tomorrow morning. So stay tuned. It's free gas for your free time this Memorial Day weekend. Thanks to Alta Convenience, convenience beyond the pump. Hope you guys did your Bo Nix homework. Hope you did, because Bo Nix, Grit and Glory, Part 2, review next.
All right, don't hold back now. Now tell me what you really think of Jay Cutler.
I think he's a little.
Okay?
All right.
All right, he's Scott Hastings joining us in the Dan Patrick Show.
What up? It's D-Mac, and if you're in the market for a new car, new truck, new SUV, all right, here we go. Everything is on sale at the new Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. These are deals like I've never seen. Depending on which model you select, qualified buyers will save in one of so many ways. Save up to $10,000 on a new 2024 model. Buy with 0 down, 0% APR financing. Get a $5,000 discount and make no payments for 90 days. Got a trade? Bring it on in. Even if you owe more than it's worth, they don't care. They'll make it happen. And every new vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So what are you waiting for? Come on now. Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics, conveniently located at 1415 Vista View Drive and Longmont. A $5,000 discount and no payments for 90 days? Come on now. It's Mike Maroney, Chevrolet Buick GMC. Mike Maroney, Chevrolet Buick GMC.com.
When you see a guy get out of the valley and just claw his way up and fight to kind of get back to where he thinks he should be and have success and kind of get back on track, it makes you proud as a coach. You know, just thinking back to that last year at Auburn, seeing Bo, you know, struggle, I think that's part of what it takes to be great is you got to be uncomfortable. And I think Bo is you know, knew that, hey, I got to change something if I want to thrive, if I want to kind of get back to being, you know, who I am and maybe even, you know, having a moment where I can kind of hit a peak.
Grit and Glory. The Bo Nix documentary, part 2, dropped a couple nights ago, and that's Bo Nix's personal quarterback coach. Letting you know what's good.
So much anxiety waiting for this to reveal.
Did you guys watch the documentary?
Not a second.
You didn't?
Hell no.
You didn't watch it either?
Hell no.
Oh. Dan?
Yeah, I watched it.
Okay. Maybe I should
From
just
now
talk
on-
to Dan.
I don't need to watch people work out.
From now on, when you address Dan, can you just say son?
I don't know.
Can we just?
What's he called, Kevin? Then
Oh, Biz Boy.
All right, well, let me tell you. You didn't really miss much, okay?
Shock here. You don't tell.
But I think if you were to watch it, you would come away. First of all, it does not come across as some sort of big ego thing. So it really does look like he's doing a favor for somebody in his life that, you know, wants to scratch this particular itch. Because there's nothing, at least from what I can tell in this documentary, where Bo Nix is doing anything like look at me moments. None. Zero. It is boring. The documentary is boring. And guess what? Bo Nix is boring. But he is a quarterback, AI-generated robotic. Sound like Forrest Gump there for a second.
Mm-hmm.
He is a football. See, when I say robot, it feels like an insult, but I'll use another word. But he is just singularly focused. And that is actually kind of boring. It's kind of boring just watching somebody just do, you know, routine stuff. It's not exciting watching somebody, you know, go to bed at night on time, wake up in the morning, work out, you know, be friendly to everybody. What's interesting about that? And what I realize, I think it's the good kind of boring. I do. And so what I'm learning about Bo is that whether he'll be good or not, I don't know. We'll see. Like Brady Quinn to me was a pretty nice, you know, boring sort of dude. He did everything right, the right way.
Except play good.
Except play. He couldn't play. And I never really understood it. Like, I look at Brady Quinn, I'm like, that dude should be able to be a star. He does everything the right way.
Built like a Greek god, by the way.
Unbelievable.
Joel Klatt.
Joel had some demons in his past, though. Joel had to overcome some certain stuff. So, but, I mean, to his credit, he did. You know, he straightened himself out amazingly well. But, like, Brady Quinn never had a bump in the road like that, nor has Bo Nix. I mean, if a bump in the road is COVID and transferring colleges, that's it.
Yeah.
So
him and 1,000 others, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just I don't anticipate any of these kids stay at the same place. Look at that lawsuit going on in Florida right now. The kid's suing the coach. He says the coach.
I told you this was going to happen, Brian. You guys remember when I warned this?
Right? For $13-point-something million?
So I told you guys this was going to happen because all these NIL deals, they're not contracts. They're not like you can't lock these in. It's just like a handshake. It's a promise, and this is going to happen left and right.
So, anyways, with Bo, I think it's a very boring documentary. There's nothing.
Oh, so I should watch?
No, you don't have to watch now. I was curious in this episode if they were going to show the workout he had with the Broncos because it was the day after
What did they
his pro
show?
day.
I mean,
They showed the lead up to his pro day. They showed him
So like the workouts and stuff.
Yep, working with the coach, working on the throws, working with the receivers.
Did you get
just
to know
kind
the
of playing
family?
with
Jerry
Did you
Judy
know
stuff.
anything about the personal life?
Jerry Judy stuff?
The Jerry Judy stuff is a lot of self-gloss. Look how amazing I am. Even the weightlifting stuff with Bo was actually very lightweights, more flexibility. It wasn't chains around him, Garrett Bowles with music and, all that dopey stuff. Russell Wilson wearing sunglasses while he's tossing a medicine ball. There was nothing like that. It really was more just about flexibility, pliability, just, that sort of thing. Wasn't, didn't make him look like some sort of unbelievable workout god. It's nothing like that. And, it's a pro day, right? And you say, what's the big deal about a pro day? You're just throwing on air. Well, all right, fine. But there's a little bit that goes into it. Showed a close family. Boring. Close family, loving mom and dad. Nothing really dramatic about that. There was nothing dramatic in the entire thing. It's got a nice coach who's working with them, as a personal coach. Got a nice facility up there.
Do you know
in
who it
Oregon.
is?
I don't. It's Alabama guy that we heard. Everything about Bo Nix, I'm telling you, is boring, and he seems to have good energy. You know what he is, too, in the documentary? Calm. They talked a lot about that. When things were really on the line, when things were at their most tense, he was the calming voice. It kind of reminds me of that Joe Montana story. Hey, look, it's John Candy in the audience, right, in the stands.
Super Bowl.
At the Super Bowl final drive, everybody's wired up. It's like that with Bo Nix. So I think we got ourselves a super boring, football-focused dude. And I do think he's a dude. I think he'll have no problems relating with his teammates, but he's not going to be the one getting the party going, but he's going to be the one just chatting you up, being friendly. I'm not sure who even to compare it to. You would know better.
Wasn't the knock on Joe Montana coming out that he had a weak arm and, what he was going to do? And
I feel weird comparing him to Joe Montana, but I did think like that. Like just sort of under the radar quarterback. And I know he was at Notre Dame, right? But there's not like a ton of great quarterbacks out of Notre Dame. And, he was kind of boring. Tell me Joe Montana was interesting.
Not until he got married. Right?
And he's calling his wife on the sideline.
When he finally got married, right, to that girl that was modeling for the Schick commercials. Remember?
The what commercials?
Schick.
Yeah,
Shaving.
Be careful on that one.
Did you dump that, Dan? Did you?
I literally heard the
SCHIKE.
I heard the T on the end.
I mean,
Schick. K.
Mm-hmm. I think you're gonna. He's married. He's 24 and he's married. It's pretty boring. It's pretty boring, guys. So I don't know. You tell me. What do you think about having a boring quarterback?
Is Mahomes boring?
No.
I don't think
far
so.
from.
I don't think so.
I mean, he lives on the red carpet.
Yeah, and his wife was just in
swimsuit edition.
Yeah.
Good
luck hating on her now.
I'm going to give D-Mac credit for this. D-Mac's line. She looked a little bit less annoying in that photo. Yeah. A little bit less annoying.
She definitely was working out. Good for her.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean,
did you see Patrick Mahomes walking into camp? Dude's fat. Flat out fat. Not a dad bod. Like a fat. I mean, I guess the dad bod is fat, right? But I mean, like ultra dad bod.
Three or four championships may have contributed to that.
Travis Kelce's getting that way too. He honestly is.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he's getting heavy. He's on a world tour, man. Traveling Japan to Australia, all of the above.
Well, look at
I don't know in terms of the robot, the boring quarterbacks. All right, so I mean, I go through the quarterbacks that I had. Jay Cutler.
Boring or not boring?
Not boring.
Not boring. Nightlife guy, had all sorts of things going on. Not boring.
Not boring. Not a football junkie either.
No.
Yeah, I had Kyle Orton. Kyle Orton.
Boring.
Not boring. Also,
Boring.
well, in terms of what DMAC is referring to, Kyle loved to party now. Kyle was all over drunkathlete.com. He was all over the, he had his days.
He liked to go out snowboarding and skiing and all that stuff. He had other things.
He'd smoke a cig here and there when he's out and about,
I don't think Orton was boring at all.
Had a lot of stuff going on. So
See, I just know him from playing. Play-wise, boring.
I got it, but that's different. I'm talking just like
You're talking about the whole package.
Tim Tebow. Not boring.
Not
Should have
boring.
been. And if he would have been boring, maybe he would have had a fighting chance. But unfortunately, he did anything but be boring, and he had a million things going on in his life. Seattle. Go out to Matt Hasselbeck.
There you go. Pretty boring. Oh, come on. Wife, kids, nothing. What was Matt Hasselbeck doing?
Well, I mean, what is your definition? Like, if like he's a nightlife guy, is that what the definition is?
I think Kirk Cousins is pretty damn boring.
I mean, Matt Hasselbeck was very sociable. He was.
What you said about Bo Nix, you think he'll be?
I definitely will be.
He'll
have a beer with you. He's not like, he'll be one of the guys. He just won't be leading the charge.
Will he be more like Manny, where I'll go out and start the night with you, have a drink, and then I'm heading home?
Yeah, probably the Irish goodbye.
That was not Matt. Matt would hang. Matt would hang. He would organize, but it was family-centered stuff. So I guess, sure, boring. I mean, his type of activities was family bonding, right? After that, Tavares Jackson, boring, bad football player. Also, go out to Washington. I got John Beck. Definitely boring. Rex Grossman, opposite of boring. But Rex was definitely the better of the two football players and definitely the one that we related well to. And you keep going through it. Robert Griffin, boring. Actually boring. But I don't know what boring means. It doesn't mean good or bad because I'm going through the list and like I've had a lot of really bad boring quarterbacks. I've had some good boring quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Hasselbeck was a good one. Peyton Manning, I don't even know if I'd call Peyton Manning boring. I mean, he had a lot going on, right? So I don't know what to take away from it. I mean, priorities are important, and this kid appears to have his priorities set straight with football. What the most beautiful thing of it is for Sean Payton is the dude is a piece of clay.
That's right.
That he gets to mold however the hell he wants to mold.
That's right. He's going to get no pushback. He says, do this, do that. He's going to do this and do that. He is going to know the playbook. He's going to know what he's supposed to do. And we'll see if the arm strength and talent is, up there with the challenge to do this and do that.
And the line of scrimmage and everything else will keep him, being able to be on schedule.
But the issues that Peyton had with Russell Wilson, not knowing really the plays, not being able to execute what he wanted, all that's going to be gone. But here's what you won't necessarily, we'll see with Bo Nix. But will you have that special intangible thing that can lead a charge, can rally you guys when you're down?
Here's the most important
that
thing.
sort of thing. Because Russell Wilson could do that.
Here's the most important thing that I don't think you can measure until you see it or until you're in the huddle. So we might not ever be able to measure it until halfway through the season. We'll look at it from the outside in. Does the dude exude confidence? And does the dude have a magnetic force that comes towards him? Those are the two most important things. Do you exude confidence in the huddle? Like Rex Grossman, that dude, he was good for 2, maybe 3 interceptions a game. But I've never had a more confident quarterback than Rex. And when he would toss an interception, he'd walk right back in there, and you had all the confidence in the world in him that he was going to match it with a touchdown on the next one. But you have to have that confidence. And the only thing that you have to concern yourself with rookie quarterbacks is can you demand that type of belief from your peers? And I don't know how to read that in Bo or not.
Is Jokic boring?
No.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean,
during the season, boring?
He knows in season he is. I mean, he's not ripping it up in season. After winning a championship, we got enough videos.
He definitely wasn't boring after the championship.
Yeah,
No doubt about it.
He wasn't quite, what's my guy, Ovechkin. He wasn't quite Ovechkin.
Nobody was Ovechkin.
Yeah, but he was inspired.
Nathan McKinnon boring?
He was up there, man.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. I was around.
That's a boring dude because to me, boring is like that's a year-round thing. That's year-round.
Gotcha. I was around Connor McDavid a little bit there a couple years ago. That guy is like, you could watch paint dry, more exciting than Connor McDavid. That guy is.
You mean the guy's playing in the Western Conference Finals?
Yep.
Yeah. Tonight, by the way, they're
Doorknob. Is that tonight? I don't know.
Denver, or excuse me.
I know what we. Scotty, I know
Dallas is tonight.
I know what we should be doing tonight.
Yeah.
You know what? I actually woke up more depressed this morning than yesterday.
It happened to me yesterday because I watched that Boston-Indiana Pacer game, and I'm going, Denver's better than both those
That's
teams.
what I told you was going to happen. I said
totally
the more you watch, you're just going to get angry because you're going to look at the path forwards.
Pacers just blew the game in the last
2
minutes of regulation, 3 minutes.
You watched the game, though, huh?
Yeah. They were scared. They were scared to win.
I had a hard time turning it on. I'm not going to lie. I had it on, and I was just like, I can't do this.
Well, you know what I did?
I caught up on it this morning.
I tried to find Grit and Glory, and I didn't see it on Netflix.
Yeah,
so then I had to
YouTube.
So then Netflix. I had. Oh, it's on YouTube.
I told you it was on YouTube.
I thought you said Netflix.
Why would I? Okay.
So anyway, then I finally got on my little voice command. Hey, Grit and Glory.
You did not.
I did. It popped up.
Hey.
It was right in between True Grit old style and True Grit new style.
I just typed in Bo Nix documentary on Google. The very first thing that pops up is D-Max Kill You With Truth podcast.
Is that right?
Yeah, literally. Look.
There you go. Well, I'm going to get some hits. All right.
Yeah, because no, you're not, because nobody's going to be searching for that.
That's too funny.
But that's pretty good SEO work right there.
Well, that was not done on purpose, so I'll thank my technical squad. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, well, that's the review of Grits and Glory. Guts and Glory? Grit and Glory.
Grit and Glory.
Grit and Glory. By the way, there's no grit and there's so far not much glory.
Grits and Gravy.
Grits and Gravy. Bo Nix, Grits and Gravy.
Yeah, but we did a whole freaking segment on
boring.
Let football go because after watching this, he's the next thing. Tell your son to settle down.
Hell yeah.
I want Sanford to be out there tomorrow, man, because he has been. Are you going out? Are you going to go out for a little bit? I mean, I know we're at the gas station, but are you going to go out and check it out for a touch?
I have a very important meeting in the morning.
Okay.
That's a real thing.
Well, I'll be there, but you guys already know what I think. I want some other, eyeballs on it. You want to come on out?
No.
Oh, my God.
I'll be the next one. So what do they do?
No.
One week you can go watch?
1 week. 1 week. 3 weeks.
So
one
stand
a week.
up on the hill from 10:30 till.
You're not on the hill anymore.
Here's
Down
thing,
on the
though.
sideline.
So you're going to get there for about an hour, which
About an
means
hour.
you might see about 15 minutes worth of football.
That's right.
But we'll get a great breakdown of those 15.
Oh, God. We'll get the biggest lie that he said this week.
Hopefully we'll get Sanford on and he can savor the whole thing.
That'd be
and talk
awesome.
to Sean Payton. He can go in the locker room and talk to Bo
Mike
Nix.
said he's going, right?
He said he wanted to go. A lot of people say they want to do something. A lot of people can take the reservation, but can you hold the
it.
reservation?
Hey, real fast. I'm watching Panthers in Tampa Bay, the Rangers in Tampa Bay tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just like I said a while ago, watching the Celtics Pacers, I'm like,
I can't watch that.
Nuggets can beat those guys. Watching Rangers Florida tonight, I want somebody tomorrow to tell me that do you think the Avs could have beaten either one of those teams?
They're both really good teams.
I know.
I don't think they could. I just don't think it was, and I don't think it would have made a difference if Val was here or not. I think there were just better teams. I do think Dallas was actually a better team. I do not think Minnesota was a better team. I just don't. And I don't think there's anything you can do to convince me otherwise. And I'm struggling with it. I am having the hardest damn time with it, especially today, because we should be at Ball Arena tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Should be seeing cuddly little Cause. I should be dressed up in a little suit.
But you were going to wear a suit tonight?
I was going to wear suits.
I think you ought to watch the Minnesota Dallas game tonight in a suit at home, in your new house, in front of your computer with a TV tray.
I did watch the Rockies. You know what happened in the Rockies game?
No, are they still playing?
They lost by 1.
Oh, what does that mean?
They've lost 4 in a row. That's what that means.
Do you remember when they won 7 in a row?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, like last week.
And do you remember when I said they never beat San Francisco?
And then
after they
remember
won
when you
4
asked
in a
me?
row?
Remember you asked me if I thought that they could lose 7 in a row the rest of the season? And everybody's like, "Oh hell no, no way! They could never do that,
guys."
Well, they're over halfway there.
Let me give you a number here. And this is a Rockies reality check. I'm not dumping on them. Just, we're just telling you the truth here, right? They won 7 in a row. Now they've lost 4 in a row. They're in last place in the National League with 15 wins. I haven't looked at their standings in about a week, but I was like, oh, well, they can't be in. I mean, they won 7 in a row.
They had to move
something.
up. No.
They're in last place. And they're only a smidge in front of the White Sox, only because the White Sox have played 2 less games.
Sucks to be a White Sox.
With a 7-game winning streak, they're still the second worst team in baseball after a 7-game winning streak.
Give them a week; they could be the worst.
Yeah, and hey, remember June swoon. It's been a real thing in Rockies history.
Holy cow!
Starts next week.
It's PHC on 92.5.
And when you wake up, do you feel fresh or do you feel run down? When you work out, do you feel like your workouts went as far as they used to, or do you feel like, I just don't have it in me anymore? Well, if you just don't feel the best you possibly can, do what I did. Go over to Revitalized Health, Tyler Columbus here, and they're going to get you taken care of with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They got vitamin B12 shots. They've got it all. So go check them out today. They're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better. They are a one-stop shop that will give you a customized game plan for your body and your needs. They have 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Bum, 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 ba-dum. Hey, Twitchers, what's happening? Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers and rewards. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You guys doing anything for more Memorial? I mean, we got time on our hands. Free gas, free time. We'll tell you more about that in a little bit. But...
Kids get out of school.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
so daycare,
tomorrow,
I mean, school's
last day
over?
of school.
Oh, wow. How do you feel about that one?
Stressed.
I bet.
Yeah.
It's terrible. It's terrible when school is when that wraps up.
Yeah. I don't know why they even go for the last week. It's they literally they turn in their textbooks, they turn in their computer. I'm like what do you guys do? They're like, I don't know. We just like stuff, hang out, we do parties and stuff.
Okay. And so, any plans?
No.
Scott, you got any? I mean, this is
Wait,
so.
we
Again,
we get a day off. Yeah.
Yeah, we're off on Monday.
Oh, nice.
So for this weekend, well, I was thinking about driving back to Oklahoma.
And?
We got soccer tryouts all in the middle of the week.
I'm sorry, huh?
Kids, remember the kids?
Oh, I know.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, the soccer. I can tell you about the soccer.
Oh
part.
No, I know the
Hey,
soccer.
you're on the platinum team.
Yeah.
Oh no, you might be the gold level.
You might be platinum gold.
You might be
yeah.
platinum. You might be turquoise. Oh man, turquoise comes with winter training.
Yeah, but we're gonna have as many teams as we can.
We're gonna travel to Seattle and British Columbia and maybe Vegas.
Yeah, no.
That's gonna be a big 10-year-old tournament in Vegas.
Yeah, right. Dude, don't even get me. I've been to with team, and I think I had 11 or 12.
Dude, when I was
Michigan,
being hustled when my kid was 7 about he's good enough to play on the platinum level, and I was like, hey,
Nice. You know what that means?
hey, my son platinum, huh?
Yeah, that means we've identified you as having a few dollars that you can actually pay more money. If we think you've got money, actually you're on the gold
So
team.
true story. 10-year-old soccer, platinum level. We're in some sort of, I don't know, I guess the game meant something. I had no clue. And all of a sudden, 3 of the kids who are regular platinum kids were on the bench because the coach brought in a couple of ringers. I am not lying to you. She brought in ringers for this particular game. Out of nowhere, 3 new kids. And I'm sitting, my kid's platinum on the bench right now. And that was the last game we ever played with that organization. That was it.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
See,
Speaking of ringers, really quick, I'm just tossing it out there. I really could use some big boys, 12-year-olds. I need a couple offensive, defensive linemen out there. Parker football. Anybody got some big boys that want to get down there in the trenches?
What are you doing? Stop.
Hit me up. Hit me up.
What are you doing?
Find me on Twitter. Send me a DM.
Call Ches. He's your boy.
Yeah. What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm recruiting. That's what I'm doing.
If those kids aren't up at 3:21 a.m.
No, I mean, I'm just
tackling
gonna say,
sled
like-
at 12, they're pieces of garbage.
Tyler ain't hard to find.
Preferably, like 13 to 14 years old, roughly 140 to 155. Anywhere in that ballpark would be awesome.
Did you hear Mosher going off today about graduations?
I'll find a spot for you.
I don't know. Go ahead. Play a little bit of Mosher's TikTok. I guess there's a lot of graduations this weekend. I guess this is a big graduation time. All right, go ahead. Dan.
My personal favorite is Eric said, Mosher, you need therapy. And Mosher just replied with 2 words, suck it. So that's the mood today, folks.
All because you have to go to a graduation? And let me tell you, Moj, they are boring like nothing. They are 3 hours, 2 hours of just, all right, let's go. Call my kid's name. Let's go. Let's get to it.
Brett,
Get to the kid's name.
I can't talk about it this morning because I swear to God, my sister, my whole family's in town because my nephew and my daughter are graduating. We're having a duel. One's graduating today. One graduates tomorrow. The big
And she's
party's on
making
Friday.
you go to her kids.
All right, that's good enough. You got the point. That's so funny.
No 5th grade continuation.
Thank God.
Really?
Got a 5th grade clap out.
Oh, same thing.
No, not really.
Do you have to be there?
No, you don't have to. But
you don't?
They got some pizza.
So
and
Dad
then
doesn't have to be there.
There's no speeches you have to listen to. You just you clap them out as they walk out the hallway.
Do you got to be there or not?
Well, I got a show to do.
You're going to choose the show over the clap out?
Well, it's 12 o'clock.
Good for you.
What are you going to do?
I got a show to do.
When was it? Today or tomorrow?
It's tomorrow.
Really?
He's
Yeah.
going to be at a gas station.
Yeah.
We are going to be at a gas station. So you're going to be at a gas station rather at the clap out.
Well, I'll clap for her when she gets home.
These things that you all
Okay.
started with continuations for
I
fifth
didn't have
graders.
anything to do with it.
Come on now.
I went to my son's, so I feel a little bit bad about it.
Oh, so you care about your son a little bit more than your daughter?
No, but like I just didn't like. Now I just
No,
know.
not at all.
No.
What music are you playing here, Dan? What are you doing? Is this Melody Martinez?
They're fifth graders. They're going to sixth grade. Congratulate them when they get home. Hey, you didn't flunk. You get to be in sixth grade next year.
Dude, I bet there are so many dads in their cars right now agreeing with you, pumping their fists that are just, but they'll be there.
No.
What do you mean, no?
No.
They're definitely going to be there.
No,
What do
next
you mean?
year, no.
I got a show to do. What do you mean you'll definitely be there?
Why? You're going to sixth grade.
But
You're not getting out of my house and going to college. You're going to still be here next year. You're a sixth grader.
do you have a continuation? You're fourth grade. You're
No. And
we'll
you
talk
know
to you
what?
next year. We'll see
I'll
where
be
we're
right
at.
here beside Tyler.
Really?
Well, Tyler will be right here, and I'll be listening to you probably.
I mean, I might go.
I'll have you guys tuned in.
Would Tyler be a bad guy? Because you can get to the gas station later, brother. I mean, you don't have to miss the whole
I can give
show.
you a bad guy thing for today. So, because you know the last week of school. Do I want to get you on the last week of school? What it's really about, right? So they walked to a park across the street from the school, and they had like the whole fourth
Field day.
grade lunch. Like it wasn't
Yeah.
even a field day, but
Oh, okay.
they could play and
Yeah.
whatever. Not a competition field day, but just play. Counts as a day of school. Come on.
Let's go.
So they had a picnic.
Yeah.
On the fifth grade. So the warden goes, "Hey, are you going to come?" I go,
Right.
"No." You don't want to come to your daughter's fourth grade picnic?
Right.
No.
Bad dad.
I said, we'll be on picnics all summer. We'll go to 3 or 4.
Bad dad.
I'm a bad dad.
Bad dad.
You know what? I'm
What
also the
time?
dad that
What
dropped
time?
her off at 7:30 this morning doing a dance party with her and the teachers. Is that a bad dad?
You want a cookie?
Yeah.
No.
You want a pin?
If
You
I
want
wanted a cookie, guess what? I'd have gone to a stupid lunch. It's a lunch.
Well, they'd have cookies there.
Probably. In the continuation for fifth grade, any of y'all, and if that's your Wofford, go ahead and float it. But that ain't, whatever. You're going to sixth grade. Still living in my house. You ain't going nowhere.
I'm going to tell you this, brother. I'm not going to be upset with you if you got to miss a little bit of the show to go to the clap out because I think that sounds cool.
I think you're soft if you do, but go ahead.
Man, now it's like, oh my gosh, if I go, Scott's gonna judge me.
Oh, no doubt about it.
If I don't go, D-Mac's gonna judge me.
I already think you're soft.
Now,
If that makes you feel better.
now I gotta
Wow.
pick which one of you like I'm more scared of.
Well, then you know what? Then go
Yeah.
because you are more scared of him.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
Yeah, you're more scared of D-Mac.
Mm-mm.
I already got you once. Come on now. I ain't got you at all.
You are something, man. You are a damn roll, man.
Well, good-
I'm not going to say it's not
It's a
funny.
clap out.
I,
So
w- I,
what-
w-
so what do you
I
think?
wish Scott was lying.
Are you going to drive up there and just get out of the car and go, and then back in the car and go? I mean,
Well, you could. I mean, it would take 10 minutes.
Here's the thing. They said I couldn't have any of the pizza. It was only for the kids. So, like,
There you go.
if they said I could have had the pizza, I probably would have been there. But, like, if I have to go stare at the pizza
Chubby
and
loves
all I
that.
get in return is I have to clap, that's not a fair trade for me.
We'll announce where we are at the Ulta convenience store tomorrow morning, and we're giving out $5,000 in free gas, $25 gift cards, gas, or whatever you want from Ulta convenience. So that's tomorrow. We'll see if Tyler's there or not. See if he's a bad dad. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe he is. Maybe he's not.
well, dude,
Stick
if
around.
he gets out, hey, anybody lives in my neighborhood has a continuation. If I can get out going to the gas station with D-Mac tomorrow, hey, let me know. I'll come clap your kid
Hey,
out.
You want to come clap me out clap my daughter out?
I'm sorry, what?
Well, you know what?
What?
Erase, dump. I dumped.
All right, we have an interesting timeline. CU's off season. So somebody put together what this offseason was like for Deion Sanders. And when you add it all up, it's pretty entertaining. We'll get to that coming up next. Hey, what is happening? Is T-Mac for AAA Home Improvements. Got a project that I need some help with. It's a simple decision. Always, it's Toby Hurdle and his master group of builders and designers and project managers. I mean, it's 20 plus years of home renovation, custom home building. So for I don't have any sense of design or nothing. I wouldn't even know how to start with this. But I am super pumped because if you go to AAAHomeImprovements.com, you can see the before and afters. So if you can dream it, Toby, it needs to be this, I think they can build it and put it together from start to finish, turnkey, design, engineering, permitting, project management, final inspections. They're going to get it done. And it's close communication, upfront pricing. You know when it's going to start, you know when it's going to finish. And you can just take a peek how great it's going to be by going to AAAHomeImprovements.com. Justin and Wheat Ridge, Tobin and his team are top-notch. The attention to detail and the patience they had working with me was not only appreciated, made for a less stressful experience. Schedule fills up quickly. Check them out today for a free, no-obligation estimate. It is AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price. Oh. All right, before I go through the offseason with the CU Buffaloes, answer this question for me. Shedeur Sanders will be drafted in next year's NFL draft. Fill in the blank.
Yes.
Top 15.
Top 15. Shedeur Sanders will be drafted.
Yes.
Your grammar sucks. Shedeur Sanders will be drafted, yes, in the 2024 2025 NFL draft?
Yes, he'll be drafted.
All right. High end.
Yes.
High end number 5, low end 15.
That would be a complete sentence right there.
Something. Yeah, all right, here you go. If he stays healthy and improves on from last year, I would say he's a top 6 player. If he's hurt and misses most of the season, he may drop bottom first or even out of the first round.
It's a run-on sentence, but at least it makes sense. So no matter what, though,
yes, didn't make sense.
Are you going to answer?
No. Yes. Shedeur Sanders will be drafted in the top 10 next year.
What if he's hurt and misses 8 games?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
The hype on him is so real right now. And he's not going to shrink in size like Spencer Rattler was super popular, but he was a short dude anyway. So his fall off.
Short people
got no reason.
No.
Even if Shedeur Sanders didn't play at all, he would still be a top 10 guy based on.
No, that ain't
if
true.
If he tears an ACL, God forbid, ain't that will happen. But
no. But here's the thing, not to totally derail us already, but we've had this conversation before, and I know we disagree, but if he's going to be a top 10 draft pick, the Colorado Buffaloes have to win 7 games minimum. In all likelihood, 8 games, right? To be a top 15, okay, I would say 6 games.
All right, so let's see if this offseason matters or not. For Shedeur. We'll see what happens.
Hey, by the way, we still believe season tickets sold out.
Okay. So here we go, right? So for whatever reason, oh my God, the CU Mafia is going to hate this dude from ESPN.com. Kyle Benagura. Anyways, get ready to hate him. January 16th, a little more than a year after Coach Prime send out his famous line, "I'm bringing my luggage with me," and it's Louis. His sons walked in an actual Louis Vuitton. How do you say it? Louis Vuitton fashion show. We all said it's not a big deal.
No,
hold on. I said it's a big deal that he missed practice. Not a big deal that he did a fashion show, but it's a big deal that he missed practice.
That's right. Deion Sanders said it wasn't a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Dad said, head coach said that.
That's April 1st, month after Sanders said it was going to happen, Hall of Fame defensive lineman Warren Sapp joined the program. So that's a good thing. Rick George signed off on the hire, which drew criticism because of Sapp's arrest for allegedly assaulting and soliciting a prostitute during Super Bowl weekend 2015, which he was fired by the NFL Network for. This is being written about
9 years ago.
I'm just telling you what's written in ESPN.com. Doesn't matter. No big deal. Sapp, good hire.
Oh, great hire.
I think he's going to sit and talk to everybody and everything too. I mean, that's a red flag, but it was 9 years ago.
Red flag, but
great hire.
April 16th, transfer portal opens. Several prominent players said they'd be leaving. Cormani McClain, Dylan Edwards, Alton McCaskill, Sivion Wilkerson.
Honestly, I'm so numb to the transfer portal that
doesn't even matter.
It doesn't mean jack squat to me. I mean, the only one of that group that hurts for me is Dylan Edwards.
April 20th, on his YouTube channel, McClain said, quote, "Some people just got to take a step back from things sometimes. Certain people, I feel like I just don't want to play for clicks. I actually want to be involved with a great leading program that's going to develop players." Isn't he a walk-on at Florida? Is that what McClain's doing?
Well, sort of. I mean, the NIL is paying for his scholarship.
Is that right?
So it's a way to get around it so you got more scholarship kids on your team. So not only is he getting free education, but he's getting NIL money on top of it. NIL just pays the actual money.
May 1st, after a story in The Athletic was published that detailed how former Buffaloes player fared after many were run off Following the arrival of Sanders, a series of back-and-forth trash talk ensued, including tweets from Shedeur and Dion. Sanders took aim at an anonymous FCS player from Austin Peay. He later told the pregame show podcast, "I got to do better on that and not ride with it, but I was bored. I didn't say nothing hurtful. I don't attack people."
That was the first big deal, in my opinion, of the offseason. Really, I don't care about the transfers. I don't care about Cormani getting the clicks comment in there. What are kids that leave are going to say bad things? This one was a bit of a black eye.
And then the last thing in this article is May 20th, sold out season.
Yeah.
And they go on to talk about giving them props that it's a sellout.
Yeah. So
you talking about the game of the what was the last
sellout?
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the games.
Not me.
No, fan. I didn't know.
No.
So we had this conversation a bunch over the offseason here about whether the Buffs are still going to be as relevant as they ever were last year, right?
What do you think?
And you pointed out that the spring game was like half the attendance of last year. It was terrible weather, but whatever. You're right. It was about half the attendance. But I'll tell you this: Are they going to have game day? Are they going to have a big noon kickoff? Are they going to have 4 different stations there at the same time? No, it's not going to happen. But the Colorado Buffaloes sold out their season tickets. Okay, so the fan base is still highly intrigued. Their first 3 games are all on national television. Of the very first 3 games that they play, it's starting in a very similar fashion to the way it did last year. It's not going to be all the hype and all the parade with game day there and everything. But you've even got a stupid game against North Dakota State on ESPN. You got Nebraska on NBC. The spring game was on national television. And so you do have very similar lead up, not as big, but still incredibly relevant on the national stage.
Now, this article has a bunch of other stuff, too. So is this article a hit piece? And why is this article even coming out?
Because we've reached the circle of life. This is the circle of life where you praise the guy. He comes in. You set an unrealistic expectation for everybody in the country to buy into.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody buys into unrealistic expectation. Now the hit pieces come out, and now you point your finger and you laugh, and you're in that phase of it. And at some point, you'll either crawl back out of it to what is real, and real's going to reveal itself one way or the other. Real's either going to be a successful program or it's going to be a failure of a program. But right now, we're in the point the finger and laugh stage of the circle of life.
We're in nothing to talk about, and I'm a football writer, so let me write that now and try to get clicks.
But that's what I'm doing. I'm going to take a hit on them.
What is the easiest thing a college football writer could write about right now? Negative information about Deion Sanders. You want to get clicks? You want your employer to like you?
But how many of those were all those meant to be negative?
Not all of them, but the vast majority are, yeah. The vast majority are. Although it is interesting that it ends with this bad, sold out.
Yeah.
It's kind of like terrible, awful.
So
highest enrollments.
Okay, so when you guys asked me, and Scott, I know you kind of rolled your eyes at me and you disagreed. When you asked me, what could Deion do this year to get fired? And I said, I don't think it's about wins and losses. I really don't. At some point, if people aren't if they're not making more money than they were previously, yeah. But look at what's happening. You still have a sold-out season. If Deion Sanders were to win 3 games next year, maybe he'd be on the hot seat, but he wouldn't get fired.
Start 0-9, see what happens.
Okay, maybe. But
0-9? Wow.
Well, listen, they went to the Big 12, so I don't think they're going to have a hard schedule.
No kidding.
We went through the schedule, which we could do again. It would take like 3 minutes.
Figure that.
But honestly,
they ain't starting 0-9.
I could convince you that they've got a very realistic path to a successful season. North Dakota State, they could win that, Scott?
Yep, they should.
Okay, Nebraska.
But didn't they lose to South Dakota State one year?
They lost to Montana.
Oh, Montana State.
We'll do this super quick. Nebraska, could they win that one?
Here or there?
That is at Nebraska.
Probably lost.
Okay, fine. Colorado State, that's a win.
Where's that at?
That's in Fort Collins.
Does it matter?
Doesn't matter.
I don't know.
No.
Does it matter?
Let me ask this. Should they have lost to Colorado State last year?
They could have.
They could have. No, I'm calling that one win personally.
Okay.
Baylor?
At Baylor or home?
That's at home.
Win.
Okay, we got 3 wins.
I got 2.
UCF, Central Florida.
At UCF?
Yes.
Loss.
Ooh.
Well, that'd be rough if that's a loss.
But they better not lose that one. I'm giving it 4. You got 2. Kansas State, that's a tough one.
Loss.
Okay, fine. I'm with you. Arizona.
They're better.
But keep in mind, they just lost their entire coaching staff, including the entire roster.
And that game's at home this year, right?
That is in Tucson.
Well, didn't they lose last year, though, to Arizona?
I don't think they played last year, did
They beat Arizona State.
I don't think they played
in
Arizona.
Well, they had
State.
to in the Pac-12.
No, but they don't play everybody. They don't play everybody.
Yeah.
They didn't play Arizona?
Yeah.
Arizona killed Arizona State. I don't think CU played Arizona last year. I don't think so.
In Tucson, lost.
Okay, that's fine. I'll call it a loss just because where they were last year, but I really do think that could be a beatable team. So I'm still at 4-year 2, Cincinnati in Boulder.
Oh, that's going to be a tough game.
That's going to be a tough game. Oh, that's a coin flip. I'll go loss just to be the bad guy.
Okay, Texas Tech in Lubbock.
W in Lubbock.
I'm with
I
you,
don't know
though.
how this team travels. I mean, they beat TCU the first game of the year. Then what?
Well, then they beat Arizona State in Tempe, and that was it.
Cincinnati.
That was it.
Cincinnati's a winnable football game. It is. You got Texas Tech, then you got Utah, obviously lost. Kansas probably lost. So
Well, they did play Arizona at home. We don't even remember it, but they lost that game.
Yeah, see, I thought they did. Yeah,
Dan,
it was 34-31.
Yeah,
Arizona
it was one of those
in
games
Fulton.
everybody thought that CU could win. It was at home, and they ended up didn't Arizona just like kind of crush them in the second half.
Dude, after the first 3 games, we thought CU was going to go undefeated.
No, we didn't. Nobody thought they were going undefeated.
All right, let me say it again. When they won 3 games in a row, we thought they were going to hold a 29-point lead over Stanford.
Fair.
Sure.
Very, very
True.
fair. Yes.
I think they're going to get. I think they're going to get 4 wins.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a very realistic path to 6+ wins.
I do too. I think they're going to be
Very realistic.
I think they're going to be bowl eligible. But I'll tell you this: it doesn't matter. Look at the popularity. I mean, I get it. It's not going to be last year, but it is interesting to see the tide turn on Prime, and get ready for that.
Well, and
But I think
that's a good point. If you win 6-7 games, you're good status quo going into the year after. If he wants to stay, that'll be a big question to talk about
That's
too.
going to be the question.
Whether he wants to stay after next year.
If that's the question. If they go 3-9, which I don't think they are, but just for the sake of argument, they go 3-9, will he want to stay?
That's fair.
Or will he watch? He'll blame whatever, right? It'll be somebody else's fault. He couldn't just say in that one case, I shouldn't have done that. I was bored. It didn't really mean anything, whatever. The dude does have a lack of ability for like some self-awareness because he's surrounded by yes men, media, and just his dudes.
Well, the media surrounding him, half of it are his dudes also.
Here's the thing about
so
Deion
these
Sanders.
articles are different. This must feel like it's coming out of left field.
I hate to say this because the clicks thing is what everybody takes shots at him about. But when you want to judge Deion Sanders' job security, you will judge it like you judge radio talent in a radio show. You base it off ratings and interest. It doesn't matter whether they like you or whether they hate you, as long as they're paying attention. That's where Deion Sanders' job security comes in.
Well, thank God they don't have to like you. 37 years of being hated. Okay, dump, keep, or trade Nuggets version. That's next. Arizona game is when Deion iced his own kicker. Oh, that's right. Thank you, text line. It's T-Mac here. When opportunity knocks, listen, take advantage of it. And I'll tell you this, Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. Come on, let's go. It's sold out. It's going to be an exciting year. Ain't no doubt about it. And it's always exciting at Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. Incredible deals. $20,000 off a new Ford F-150 Lightning Lariat. You heard that. Go green and take $20,000 off MSRP on an F-150 with federal tax credits and rebates. But that's not all. At Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, you can save thousands in finance charges and buy a new Ford with 0% APR financing for 60 months. Want their lowest payment on a 2024 Broncos Sport Big Bend? Lease one today for just $249 a month. It's all happening at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. What are you waiting for? Buy now and save big. Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, 3rd and Alpine. Great showroom, great people. Online, MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. That's Mike Maroney, FordLongmont.com.
Well, I think so much was being placed on their shoulders. I mean, it was, we're expecting Nicola and Jamal to continue to pull rabbits out of their hat, man, and somebody else got to give some help. I mean, you know, Joker 34, Jamal 35. And we just struggled to make shots. They're a really good defense. I thought our guys played extremely hard tonight to hold that team to 98 points, 39 from the field, 29 from three. But as I said all series long, are we going to be able to score enough in this series? And once again, in the 4 losses, we couldn't score.
I don't know when you're going to be able to talk to Coach Malone, but I would be curious at some point when time goes by what he thought about doing that press conference with the Wolves, like celebrating that loud right behind him the whole time. I mean,
it's painful, dude.
If I'm having...
He's still angry today. And he'll be more angry tonight. Give him another week or so, and he'll still be angry. But, I think he'll, kind of come to terms.
He's probably not really angry about that, though. When you say angry...
Well, no, but that just, like he said, that's like...
It's just icing on the cake.
I'm thirsty. And some dude comes over and wets in your mouth.
Knocks over the cup of water.
Yeah.
I know he likes riding a mountain bike, and I'd be very curious to go do a nice trail ride with Coach, get an IPA going. I don't drink them, but I'll do it for him. Listen to some Nathaniel Rateliff, who I think they're not the best anthem singers, but whatever. I know he likes them. And just really hear about how he's sleeping at night. I'm struggling sleeping at night thinking about it.
I was okay. It was hurt that night. It was weird on Monday. But like Tyler said, watching that game last night between Boston and the Pacers going, Denver's better than both these teams.
Can I tell you a real story?
I think who comes out of the West wins this thing.
I took my nightly pee. Guys do.
Yeah. How many times?
Just one. Usually.
I'm usually 2 to 3 times middle of the night.
Usually after that, I go back and...
Yeah,
like that feels good.
Yeah, you walk with your eyes closed, find the bathroom. You're going to have to now find a new trail to the new bathroom.
Little tricky.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Closer, but tricky.
But you got to figure out
keep the lights on now.
Well, let me tell you, we have blackout shades in the new joint. Like, whoa, like it was awesome. It was pitch black.
Yeah.
But I woke up at around 3:45 for that. I could not. And you know what? I just found myself thinking about we should be going to a game tonight. I do not know why it hit me today way more than yesterday.
Because today would have been game day.
No, you know what? Because we were still in reactionary mode. And for the last couple days, it was like, all right, it kind of felt like it's the normal routine. You've got a game, you react to it.
Yesterday would have been an off day.
You're
right.
You talk about whatever happened, then you slow down, you prepare for the next game, and then you're like, well, what the hell do we do now? There is no next game.
Yeah, I've taken, you mentioned a meeting, I've taken 2 meetings in 2 straight days. And they were both just kind of popped up, and I'm like, well, I have no excuse not to. right? It is, hey, I got to get my rest. I got to do this. I got to...
No more excuses.
Okay. So I get... Yeah, so...
All right, so let's, under that banner, keep dumper trade Nugget style. We did this with the Avalanche yesterday. This is a shorter list, obviously. There's just less guys. Keep dumper trade. KCP.
Well, you got to cut... You can't trade him, right? Well... If he came back, I suppose.
If he picks up his option, you could trade him.
You don't cut him, you don't dump him, you don't trade him, but he's gone. I mean, he's gonna pick up his option, and then
be dumping him. You can always pay him. You can.
His option is $20 million.
You can pay him. There's ways to do it.
Hold on. That's interesting. Okay,
there's always ways to pay it.
So if his option is $20 million, what's his open market value?
Well, I don't know. He might be able to get 3 years. And $48 million guaranteed.
Well, that's right. It's not really about the annual average. It's because NBA, it's guaranteed money.
So his average may go smaller, but he may get larger guaranteed.
This is like any team. I always laugh when people say, "Oh, you got to keep him, Oh, what about those 9 other guys? You're gonna say goodbye to them, right?
Well,
you realize there's a yin to every, yin to yang.
I'm flat out counting KCP as gone. That's. And all
you think he's gone?
Here's one little thing to think about though with KCP, because with most players there's kind of multiple goals, right? It's I got to get paid. I want to get a ring. Well, he's made $100 million over the course of his career.
Good for him.
He not only has 1 ring, he has 2 rings.
Good for him.
He's in an interesting spot, right? So most people you would say after he gets his ring, it's like, okay, well now you go get your money. Well, he's got money.
Yep.
He's got 1 ring. He's got 2 rings.
I'll give you something else with KCP that's unique. He's got, I think, like 3 or 4 kids that are a little bit older too, meaning
grade school age at least.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think a couple of his kids, he's got a really cute little kid who's not in school, but like older kids, like 6th, 7th grade sort of kids.
I think there is a small chance that KCP might look at Denver like, man, I'm happy.
Yeah, you would get it.
I like it here. I've made 100. KCP, like, isn't that nuts? Like, great basketball player. I get it. You think of him as $100 million dude?
Yes and no. Yes, because it's just the way things are. No, because he doesn't stand out like that. I know what you're saying. This to me is tricky because he might get more. Like Bruce Brown, I believe. I don't know if he's got a wife, kids.
He went from he's single.
He is,
or was,
okay.
But I mean, he went from 7 million to 17. That's a big difference.
And he had not made the money and it's not like KCP wouldn't make a lot of money being back here. He would. I mean, we're talking $20 million.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, that ain't now. So this is a fascinating one to me because you're still going to be wicked rich. Your kids probably have friends. Everybody loves you. Is that worth a little less money?
Honestly, less is always relative.
It's not our money, right?
Is less $2 million or $10 million?
Say it's $10 million.
Then,
it probably is.
Then probably not.
You don't think it's that much?
Oh, if it is, it ain't worth it.
No, I'm saying no. If it's $10 million, we're both saying yes.
Oh man, I mean, I know we throw around.
What's the magic number? All right, fine.
We throw contracts around like we're at 7-Eleven.
I know.
Right.
You know.
So
what I'm saying?
10's you're gone. 9 you gone.
Probably.
8 you gone.
Probably.
Yeah.
7 you gone.
Probably.
6 you gone.
Probably.
5 you gone.
Probably.
4 you gone.
Probably.
3 you gone.
Think about it.
2 you gone.
Hold on.
Maybe not.
I need to understand something when you're asking this. Are you saying over the course of the contract?
Yeah.
Or like,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
So here's the difference.
I would say the cutoff there is probably about $5 million.
5?
$5 million is where you could have a conversation.
But I don't know well enough on the salary cap. Could you say, okay, decline the thing. We'll negotiate with you. We're going to throw away the $20 million. I'm going to sign a 3-year deal at $15 million a year. So now, in essence, you're making 5 less this year, but you're making 30 more on the other end.
All right, let me go through these guys quickly, and we'll get to no dumb questions.
Dumb for 20.
Holiday. Keep
Gone.
dumb trade.
Gone.
DJ.
Gone.
Reggie.
Gone. Well,
No,
he's back because he's got an option.
Player option.
And what do you think Reggie's going to do with that option?
Oh, he's going to sign it.
Well, he's going to pick that thing up. I mean,
what's his
wait,
player?
am I saying that backwards? He's going to, yes.
I would think he would.
Oh, he absolutely
You know what?
will.
You know what, though?
No.
Hold on. You are a legitimate backup point guard in the NBA. How many teams need a legitimate backup point guard that think they're like a piece of the puzzle away? You don't think there's more money out there for Reggie?
I don't.
Scott?
Well, he's on a vet minimum, so he's probably making $2 or $3 million.
He's making
So he'll be back.
So you don't think a team like
5.2?
Hold on, you don't think a team like the Knicks might want to throw a little extra money to get some sort of better depth? Okay, all right.
Sure. Sure. I
Did
think
we watch the same Reggie this year?
I'm just asking the question. I'm talking about a potential contender that didn't quite make it
I think
this
you're
year.
looking at a dude that is on the back end, the twilight of his career, playing in his hometown.
Well, then what
with
the hell
decent
was he?
money.
What the hell was he doing coming off the bench for a championship team like the Nuggets? Then what
What
the
do you
hell
mean?
was he doing there?
What do you mean?
If you think he's so disposable and not that valuable next year, why the hell was he with the Nuggets this
I
year?
said that the day that they re-signed him. I did say that. And I said I don't understand how this is the only priority in the offseason is Reggie Jackson.
Let me tell you, just basing the way the NBA, it would not shock me if somebody overpays for Reggie Jackson as a backup point guard.
well, but he has one more year. It had to be a trade.
They don't fall off trees, guys with that experience and that ability. It just does. That's a tough position, man. And Reggie can do it. Not consistently, but he can do it.
Right.
Zeke Naji, dump trade or keep?
You're stuck.
I don't know what you could do with
You're
him.
stuck.
Trade? Could you trade him?
Try to, for sure.
Well, he was in that thing I sent you today to Toronto for Olenek. What's his name?
You know how much Reggie Jackson is
Kelly
made?
Olenek.
Olenek.
Kelly Olenek. There was a trade. You send Zeke a couple picks, and you
If
get
I
Olenek
could
back here.
I would do that in a heartbeat. Are you kidding me? That would be fantastic.
I'd trade Zeke for a box of rocks. I just think he's going to be tough to trade. You know how much Reggie
Oh,
Jackson's
man.
made? $115 million.
Yeah, yes. And he deserves it. He's been in the NBA for like 13 years. Like, that is hard to do. It's really hard to do.
I think he's very happy playing in his hometown on a championship team.
I think he is too, but if he can make $6 million next year, he's gone. How much did Jeff Green get from Houston? Like crazy amounts
like
of money.
3 years at like 11
he's
million
making
a year.
5 point. All he has to do is pick up his option. He's making 5.2 with Denver.
So you're going to snooze at 7 per something with somebody else, or maybe 15 for 1 year?
Well, 15. No.
The salaries are goofy. No dumb questions. Speaking of goofy.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I'm just reading this thing from Ryan Blackburn. No dumb question. Really don't have one.
I got one.
Just going, nah.
I really don't have one.
Nah, I'm going to pass on this.
No dumb question. Normal human being. We're sitting here talking about these athletes that made $100 million. What's the cost what's the dollar figure that you could make in a pay raise but you'd have to move across the country, maybe take a job that you don't like as much, right? So say you're making $75,000 a year. What's the number that you would not take to move across the country? So you got a pay raise of $10,000. Would you move across the country?
Depends what city.
A bad city.
If you're going to go to New York, $10,000, I mean, you're losing money.
An affordable city, but it sucks.
What city would you rather live in than Denver? Start there.
Yeah.
Because there ain't many.
No.
15,000?
I can only think of one city that to me is right up there with Denver.
That's a good point because you're really
but
happy,
you don't want to go to Salt Lake.
I definitely don't want to go to Salt Lake. I would never go to Salt Lake. Although, man, their location in the mountains is bananas.
Right.
I cannot believe how close Park City is to downtown Salt Lake City.
I had guys who work for the Jazz who live in Park City. They go skiing all the time.
It'd be like living in Evergreen. It's as if put like Copper Mountain in Evergreen. That's what it's like. It's crazy. But I'm not going to Salt Lake City for other reasons.
You don't like the underwear.
That's right.
You get a job offer to go back to Boston. How much more you need?
It'd have to be. I got an offer in Boston. I turned down Boston. I had an offer at the same time I had an offer at KBPI. I had an offer on the table from WAAF, and I turned it down because the type of living in Boston sucked compared to here. And I thought my entire life I would be doing morning radio in Boston. I thought that was my goal in life, aside from playing third base. I turned it down because you think things as a kid, you don't think things as an adult. The money it would cost for me to live and have a happy life in Boston, I'd have to be making $1 million a year for me.
Wow.
I mean, it would have to be like a lot more. I mean, not a little. It'd have to be ridiculous. Over the top.
Yeah,
Boston's,
that'd be crazy.
It'd be first of all, you know what? I don't know if there's a number. Honest to God, swear to God. Because it'd be such a pain in the ass for everything else.
There's a number.
Yeah, but
Of course there's a number.
What am I doing with my life that's better?
You're going to spend the last 15 years of your life on a cruise throughout the world.
I don't give that much of a crap about that. So I am not lying. There are things about Colorado.
You get to go to Iceland.
I don't give a crap about going to Iceland. You know what I love doing?
Northern Lights, dude.
I love skiing in Summit County. I love going to.
All right,
I love going to Aspen. I love hiking in.
You get to live in Boston, but you get to buy a $5 million house in
Greenwich.
Vail.
Why the hell would I live in Boston to own a place in Vail next to John Michael Lyles?
Ski home.
So how often do I get to go to my ski home?
You're making a boatload of money. You can go whenever you want.
See how this
So I got to drive to Logan Airport and fly 3.5 hours and
This
then
is the
drive like
quintessential
70?
no dumb question because look how this question has grown. I got one for you. I listened to the morning show today, and Brett Kane was bringing it up. And they used the Austin Rivers. You know, there's 30 guys in the NBA could play football, and blah blah blah. Yeah. They start going on that, and who could and what he could, and they said probably not 30, but whatever. But then Brett Kane said, "There's crossovers. Guys could do this." He said, "But two sports." He goes, "One sport, firstly." He said, no, "Hockey players or football players or basketball players could never all of a sudden go up and be NHL players." And he goes, and to be honest with you, baseball players as well. And I said, I can see where you say hockey players. How many 6'10" dudes you see on skates, right? There's Chara and who else, right? Maybe one or two. But baseball?
Oh, but you don't think there's Scott? You have to hit a curveball.
But you don't think there's NFL and basketball players that could have played baseball?
Yes.
What could have?
Or
Well, I mean, listen. Once you're 34 and you've played basketball or football for 12 years,
by far the most common sport that other players could go play.
He said it's the hardest. He said it may be harder than hockey.
Then how come we hear about it all the time? Football players that they get drafted in MLB and NFL.
Football and baseball are very compatible sports. Very compatible.
Well, for one position. I mean, you say like why is it compatible for a wide receiver?
Oh, baseball would be great for a wide receiver. It's eye-hand coordination. It's speed. It's
Eric Davis.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Eric Davis. You don't think he could play wide receiver? I mean, give me a break. Of course he could. But football and baseball makes sense. Hockey, to me, is the most ridiculous of all the sports.
To try to go and play that one.
Because if you play hockey, like, have you ever, like, I heard the morning show talking about, like throwing a ball. Have you ever played had a catch with your dad? You know,
the hockey guys can't throw.
Yeah,
it's embarrassing watching hockey guys throw.
Have you ever played pickup basketball?
No, it's embarrassing.
And Vic brought in the throwing thing.
They can't throw.
About how most European guys, even soccer, can't throw the ball.
Did you see Nathan McKinnon shoot a basket at the Nuggets game? It was embarrassing. He couldn't shoot. It's a ball. He can't do anything with a ball.
Ball.
Can't
do anything with a ball.
I guarantee you, I could throw a ball better than every single guy on the Avalanche. No doubt about it.
I thought the DU goalie was embarrassing when he hit the right side of the backboard, but then I saw Michael Porter Jr. say, "Hold my beer, I'll make that look worse."
In a game. So all this conversation evolved to Vic put this out. Freudian slip. Vic put this out was
he won the Silver Surfer Award. Easy.
Every woman, before she commits to like a long-term serious relationship, should have her beau throw a ball, and if he can't throw, she should run the other way.
I agree. I agree. Yeah. Hey, you actually listened this morning.
Yeah, I did. Well, I took the kid to school today, so
it was a friend of ours. God, I don't know if I want to say his name, but he's a radio friend of ours.
His name's Ryan.
When we found out he couldn't throw, it was like, what?
Dude,
I mean, it was like
same guy.
Whoa!
When he was doing my show, we took him out in the parking lot. He couldn't throw a football either.
No,
he can't throw.
And
when you
Big
say
Al and I
he can't
tried to get him
throw,
to throw a football.
I don't think there's a way to properly describe what we mean when we say he can't throw.
It was wild. I'm sorry to bomb away here. I mean,
it is a fair take that they had on the morning show. Like, if you can't throw a ball, you should not be able to talk sports.
So does that go? And I thought about it because does that go right up there now with the 40-pound curls?
You know what? I think it's even more.
I do. It's got to be more.
So do you got a 40-pound curl before you're allowed to throw a ball, or throw a ball before you're allowed to 40?
Before you're allowed guys. Like balls, like that's the minimum.
Do we think Dan Tanner can throw a ball?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, didn't he play baseball in high school?
I think I got a football in the car.
Let's chuck it around. I'll show you guys.
All right, let's go. Can you grab one during the break?
Right. Do we have a football?
I think I have one in the car.
See, here's what's great. We have you probably got a dozen in the car. We got so much space. We can do this experiment. Can Kevin Shockey throw a ball?
No, he's from Seattle.
Kevin, can you throw a ball?
Oh my God. Hey, maybe it's starting to.
All right, let's do
maybe
this.
It's time
During
to work
the break.
with him. He does have a son.
During the break. Oh, yeah.
You got to start learning to throw a ball.
You got to learn how to throw a ball. You got to. Okay. All right.
Hey, by the way, I pulled
Let's go. We got to take a break.
I pulled my glove out today.
Why'd you? All right. You know what? All right. We got to take a break. We're going to see if anybody can throw. We'll be back next and give you the results. Hey, it's D-Mac. Hey, throw a ball? Sure. Throw a ball, ride a bike, go for a run. Doing the Boulder on Monday. I am looking forward to it, and it's because I've dropped 40 pounds and I'm on maintenance. So to me, now it's just about living my life, that I got back. Thank you, Soda Weight Loss. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's great about Soda Weight Loss is it's an at-home program wherever you are, at home, work, on the go, nutritionist coaching and support, real help, 100% on the phone. Amanda was my nutritionist. She's still with me, but it's different now. It's just a different type of relationship. And thank you to Soda Weight Loss. They are the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction. Soda Weight Loss. Here is Jan and Aurora. Soda really helps change your eating habits once and for all. My husband has lost 20 pounds in just 5 weeks. I let go of 10. We're feeling much better thanks to Soda. Me too. Jan, I'm right with you. Sota Weight Loss. SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss. Say it with me. State of the art. Oh, that was funny, man. Well, I'll say this.
I took her out. It was a Friday night. I couldn't throw a baseball all night.
Dan Tanner can throw. No problem. Grizz,
I grew up playing baseball.
Grizz can throw. No problem. No problem. You can throw. I can throw. Hastings can throw.
Can Hastings throw? Do we know this?
I haven't seen Hastings throw.
He used to play baseball a lot. I'm just kind of, oh, yeah. But our guy, Kevin,
I didn't think Kevin's was that bad.
he did the classic I can't throw.
It really wasn't that bad. I've seen way
our guy
worse.
Dan Storrs
way
played, Our
worse.
guy Dan Storrs played minor league baseball. I don't know if you even knew that or not.
Zero chance that's true.
He played college and minor league baseball. You didn't know that?
Zero chance that's
Played for
true.
Mesa.
Mm.
And he played in the pros.
Played what?
He played minor league baseball.
Left bench?
Pitcher.
I don't know what position he played, but he
Pitcher.
played.
He played.
Pitcher.
He
Pitcher?
played past the water bottles out.
Dude, you played for Mesa in minor league baseball, correct? Yes.
Where did you play minor league? Come on, come on in, come on in.
Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, no. Where
Rancho
did you, where,
Cucamonga is where he played minor league.
Yeah, exactly.
He did.
Okay.
Scott played baseball growing up. I trust that Scott can
What
throw.
is that? What is that? What is Rancho Cucamonga?
In California.
Single A?
A-ball.
A-ball.
You didn't know that about Storrs?
Hold on. He got did he get drafted?
I guess.
By what organization?
All right, here he is.
Padres signed as a free agent.
Okay.
Yeah, but he played at Mesa. He played at a high level.
How does he look like that now?
Well, that's a different question.
Hold on. Hold
know.
on. Can I say one word to you both?
God bless Lori.
Can I say one word to you both? Reno.
Okay.
Hey, just two quick
I
words.
mean, come on now.
Bartolo Colon.
Brian Bohannon, too.
Yeah.
Former
We're
Rockies
just going
pitcher.
to bomb on fat pitchers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kevin's throw wasn't that bad.
He did the classic. Listen.
Where did you guys do this at? Because I
just went in the
on.
hallway.
Well, I almost tried.
I can see in one throw if you can throw it.
I didn't have a football, but I've got a blocking bag, I've got hurdles, and I've got a ladder. So we can check out their footwork. We can put them through some ladder drills.
Stand up and just throw me the ball.
See if they got any explosion. If you're just hold on, if you're standing,
I got to do is flip. If you want me to throw.
if you're standing, see that's what Kevin did. If you're standing 2 feet away,
If you're 2 feet away.
Can I show you what Kevin did? Can I show you what
Yeah.
Kevin did? Here's what Kevin did. And he did all right. He did this. He led with the same foot he threw it.
Yeah, that's true.
but the arm was okay. It was.
It was okay, but when you lead with the legs,
This was not a Ryan situation. That's not what.
No,
this was.
no, it wasn't. You're right about
But
that.
you don't lead with their throw arm.
Correct.
It's like shooting a right hand layup, jump off your right foot.
Correct.
Yeah. So the other
Like
day,
kids are doing that these days.
You love this story. 2 stories. Same thing. 10-year-old daughter. They're going out the field today. You know what she puts in her bag to take the field day? A bat and a ball.
Heck yeah.
And a football.
Okay.
She loves tossing football. So we're over.
Can you bring a
at-
bat to school?
well, it's going out the park. So we go to Keith's house the other day. She brings her football. I'm out tossing with her for a while. Wears me out. I mean, she's zipping it. She goes start talking to Chris Marlowe, and all of a sudden,
He
Ward
might
goes,
not be able to throw.
Well, he's had a replaced shoulder, so they go to Ward goes. Marlowe was a captain of the Olympic team in volleyball. My 10-year-old goes, really? Want to play catch? And so her and Marlo went out and tossed the football. Marlo went and tossed the football with her.
That's awesome. You know what? I guarantee you he can throw because a serve in volleyball is the same thing as a throw.
But
It's
he's
the
had that
exact same
shoulder.
thing.
I mean, he's got hardware in his shoulder
I
now.
bet. My shoulder sucks too from 10,000 batting practice pitches. I couldn't really, do it for a long time, but
So we don't have.
but you know how to do it.
Yeah.
The question is, all right.
I had 6 footballs in my car last night. 6, and I don't have one now.
Lombardi, do you think he can throw?
Yes.
Who?
Yes.
Vic.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Mosier.
No.
Can Mosier
I think
throw?
Mosier's 50-50.
I think he's a coin flip.
I think he's a coin flip.
Kaner?
Yeah, he played
baseball.
baseball.
Ain't no
college
doubt
baseball.
about it. Zero doubt about it.
Yeah.
Dempsey?
Coin flip.
Coin
I'm
flip.
gonna go with no.
A lot of yoked up dudes cannot throw.
Cannot throw. Their arms don't move good enough.
Right. That's a coin flip. Because he's
Yeah.
basketball, football. I don't know if he could throw. And I know his dad. I don't know if his dad could throw either.
Although they're giant Cardinal fans, right? They're giant baseball fans.
Oh, there's so many baseball nerds that can't do anything athletically. It's ridiculous. I have no idea why baseball attracts the nerdiest of the sports nerds, but it does. No clue.
So who else? Okay, go down the list.
Goodraj.
Coach Sanford's got to believe he can. He can throw a football for sure.
He
right?
can throw.
Of course
There's
he
no
can.
doubt Goodraj could throw. No doubt about it. Zero doubt.
Goodraj?
Goodraj.
Are you? Oh, I don't
Which
know.
one's Goodraj?
Hold on. You're assuming a hockey guy can throw?
Yes.
I'd say that's at best a coin flip.
Why?
Really?
Hold on. Why are you assuming Raj can?
Oh, I think he's a pretty athletic dude.
Why?
So is Nathan McKinnon. How do you shoot the basketball?
To me, like Grizz and Goodraj are like kind of the weird same, like
Grizz played quarterback in high school.
I know. Like,
hey, hold on.
Fourth string.
Grizz went to Valor.
Yeah, exactly. You can't.
And was on the baseball team. We already know they was on the baseball
no,
team.
No, I had no doubts about Grizz.
Raj, coin flip.
Wow. Okay. All right. Kim Becker.
Yes.
Hold on. She's a ice dancer.
She also had 3 brothers.
I'm gonna say she can throw.
Yeah, I'm going yes.
Because she's
her.
an athlete.
She does. Yeah. She looks athletic. That's
she does.
But didn't she have like 2 or 3 brothers? So come on now.
Yeah. All right. How are we going, Andy?
Yes.
Yes, especially if you put the ball in the stick.
That doesn't count.
Yeah.
But it would make sense that he could.
No, I'm going to say yes.
Kreckman.
Yes.
No way. Although I think he played high school baseball.
I mean,
he played high school baseball.
If he played high school baseball, the answer's got to be yes.
Yeah.
Spring.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no.
Steve Nelson.
Oh, hell no.
No, he was in band.
I mean, let's be honest. Right now, we have the most athletic producer on the station.
This 5 right here, this 5 right here could do all right.
Yeah.
And more or less anything. I mean,
can you play basketball?
Yeah, I can. I'm the frustrating basketball
Have you
guy.
ever seen him spin the ball?
Yeah.
No. Oh, he can. I to this day I can't do that.
I don't want to. Let me just tell you, from old players, we always thought people that could spin the ball or people who went around always just palming it ain't got no game.
Jamal Murray can spin the ball on both hands, any finger. He can really spin it.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
How was he game 5?
It's easy. I can teach you how to do it.
How was he game 2? Oh, good.
God, do we have the best athletic show on the station here?
Yeah, there's not even a question. Not even a question.
I think we do.
Not even a question.
Brett Kane and Vic is a decent combo.
Yeah.
But then they got Nelly.
Yeah, but let's
and
be honest.
Moj.
Moj. But does Moj have an athletic background?
What sport?
Hold on, I'm being serious. Does Moj have an athletic background?
I don't think so.
I think he roller skated.
Okay, yeah.
Hold
on, did he put the grind plates on?
Yeah.
All right, I'll throw it out there. I think we could beat the morning show in basically anything. Name the sport.
They might go golf.
Hold on. When it's Demps and Mike, Demps
go
and
golf.
Mike, that's a pretty solid combo right
They
there.
may get us in golf. Damn it, they may get us in golf. How's your game these days?
Vic's is
not
7.
awesome.
I know. Vic's really good. Moj is good too.
Vic lives on a golf course and plays every day.
I know.
I'm at 12 to 13 when I'm playing.
But it's golf really a sport. All right, we got to take a break.
Well, you don't have to be athletic.
I think you're underestimating the combo of Dempsey and Mike Sanford.
At what? What sport? Wrestling?
Sports.
It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, we want to thank Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Man, they've been so good to me, and they've been so good for you, too, especially if you're in your early to mid-30s and, just not quite the same. What's going on, man? Well, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year, a decrease in libido. You put on some weight. What is happening? And listen, if erectile dysfunction is part of your life, too, it stinks. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you out. They can get things going in the right direction. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. Simple 10-question, yes or no answers. Takes a couple minutes. Schedule a consult. They're going to draw your blood, have your results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider is going to review your results, discuss your options. The appointment, $99. a medical consult, T and PSA test. Sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment. The visit is free. Listen, man, they've been amazing for me, and there's no need to wait on something you've been putting off. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Hit them up at 720-440-7900. Again, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Let's go. We have Broncos OTAs going on for the latest and greatest to what to expect, and the media is going to be out there tomorrow. Jeff Legwald joins us right now from ESPN. Jeff?
Hey, can I ask him the first question?
Sure.
Jeff, how was Japan?
Oh.
Story?
He went to Japan to see his son.
Yeah.
What's the story?
Why's your son in Japan?
There you go. Story.
He's just living there.
What?
Doing his thing. Yeah. Living in Japan.
How old?
He's 21.
Wow. And speaks Japanese, right?
Yeah, he's fluent. So it's like hanging out with a resident while you cruise around Japan. It's all good.
Wait, in college or out of college?
He's going to school online, but for probably another year and a half yet.
So he's just wanting to. Wow, that is actually an amazing story.
That's really cool.
When
yeah.
did he learn how to speak Japanese?
He taught himself.
Get
when
out of
he was
here.
when he was at CU. So
What?
Wow. That's amazing, man.
Wait. What? He didn't take a class? He just said, I want to learn Japanese, and he just figured it out?
yeah, no, he speaks fluent. He can write, and he's doing great over there. It was pretty spectacular.
How do people from that country, when they see a
wow
white dude from the States being able to speak Japanese well, do they kind of appreciate it?
He's really good at just chatting people up, so they like it a lot. So he gets complimented on his accent quite a bit. That it's pretty good.
That is remarkable.
That's really cool.
That is really cool.
See,
Well, right on.
you were a little surprised when I asked that question.
That was shocking.
Of course. I mean,
How long has he been there?
This is his second stint. He was in Sapporo last time. This time he's been in Tokyo. So I think he's, we'll see. We'll see how many more stints he's going to do. But he's on stint number 2.
Jeff, did he meet a girl yet or not?
Not that I know of, but I may not have all the information. But
well, that might go a long way to how many stints he's going to have there in Japan. We'll see. All right. Well, the rest of this feels pedestrian, but we'll just get to it. What are you expecting, if anything? Same, different, whatever, between what we can see tomorrow, depending on what we saw with rookie minicamp.
I guess having been on the beat here a while, I guess I'm fairly fascinated with watching the head coach as a quarterback competition unfolds here. I'm not sure he really knows what's coming as far as the interest and the number of times he's going to be asked, did so-and-so look good today? And, I think this is all kind of the start of that, the early, dip the toe in type of thing. But I think I'm not sure he's ready to be asked every single day from now until whenever he decides who the starting quarterback's going to be about the progress of it all. And I'm just intrigued to see, even in this early OTAs, when they can't do a ton, but I just want to see how they divvy it up, what he's got them doing, because they're grading. They're grading from now until he makes a call.
Hey, in saying all that, with Sean Payton last year's first time coming in here, been out of coaching for a couple of years, blah blah blah, starting the system, ruffled a few feathers in the media, not had a lot of access that I think they've been used to. Do you see him lightening up as far as his treatment or his availability with the local media?
I don't think so. I think he's got a way he wants to do it, and that's his way. I mean, it's different here from a lot of people, and I think that's, just on a professional level, I think that's part of the, why it feels so odd, is because it is very different from everyone else who's coached here other than Josh McDaniels. So, it's just different. They've all got their own ways of doing it and what they think of us as a profession and individually. And, he certainly has his opinions, and he's made them, he's made them clear.
So one of these guys has to be penciled in right now as the starting quarterback, which means somebody has to take the first snap of practice. A couple questions. Is it fair to assume that Jarrett Stidham is going to be taking the first snap of the practices for the majority of OTAs?
Yeah, that's what I'm intrigued to see. Are they going to do the traditional, 1, 2, 3 in a row? Or are they going to run? Are they going to run dual drills? I've seen some coaches do that, run them 2 at a time, so they don't have to declare, so to speak. But so I do want to see part of that. But I think Stidham, to me, that's the assumption I'm making, because that's what I've been told is, until otherwise, he's sort of the starter. So
what does your gut tell you on week one? I mean, if Bo Nix is not starting, and I would assume he will be, quite frankly, on a personal level, but if he's not starting, does your gut tell you to be Jarrett Stidham, or would it be Zach Wilson?
I think it's whosever qualities the advantage each guy has, it's whoever has that come to the surface the fastest. Wilson has the proverbial, and Peyton Manning hates the phrase beyond comprehension, but Zach Wilson has the arm talent of the group, but Stidham has what Sean Payton has made it clear he wants by moving on from Russell Wilson. Stidham's got the sort of composure and that he will do what he's told component of it, and Nix has the is the wild card in this. And again, I none of us or nobody in the league has seen Sean Payton handle a rookie quarterback in a real quarterback competition in all his years as a head coach. So we are all going to see the experiment up close because nobody's seen it. So I want to see what his real patience is with Bo Nix. If he treats him like he did Russell, there's going to be a lot of yelling going on, and that's not always awesome for a rookie quarterback. So I think Bo Nix's ability to become the starter really depends on Sean Payton's patience with the process.
You mentioned this a while ago, and you've said it twice, quarterback competition. If that's true, what shot do you give at Zach Wilson, who really struggled in New York his 3 years there?
Yeah, again, Scotty, it's the talent issue. How much of that can come through or how much he's really been sort of beaten down. I've said for a long time with people, it doesn't take very long for a quarterback to lose confidence in the NFL, and it takes a lot longer to get it back. And he's in that process now, getting it back. And I've seen it take some guys multiple years before they get it all the way back, and they become a starter later in their careers. So we'll see. Again, we haven't really seen him. We haven't seen how he's handling it or how he looks, but it was a pretty, I know some people with the Jets, and it was a pretty bad experience there for him. And, he's not that far removed from it all yet.
All right, Jeff. Well, you ready to rock and roll here, man? We ready to get going?
I want to hear Jeff speak Japanese.
D-Mac, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready.
That's my guy right there.
About.
Hey, yeah,
How'd you say that,
did
Japanese?
you learn any? Did you learn any Japanese? Can you say anything?
Well, I could probably cuss a little bit, but I didn't have to. I was such a baby. I just let him handle all the business, and it was all good.
That's cool.
Oh.
He would just say, hand him the money, Dad, and that's what I did.
I don't think it's cussing if you say it in Japanese, by the way.
Let me ask you this. Your son is in Japan, which is amazing. Is he on scholarship or off scholarship?
He saved a ton of his own money, and I'm emergency fund, I guess I would say.
Wow. What the hell with this kid? Oh, my God.
It's really cool, man. I'd be a proud papa if I were you.
That's
pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a little ahead of me at 21.
Yeah.
I was pretty much working on a cement truck, hoping to figure it out.
yeah. Looking to see if you can catch a ride on a train to the next city, right?
That's right.
All right,
Jeff. It was good. It was kind of a bucket list trip for me.
Oh, I bet. I bet that was amazing.
Can you throw a baseball?
What's that?
Can you throw a baseball?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I coached for 25 years.
Okay. All right. Good to know.
A lot of batting practice.
These are our qualifiers.
I can throw both hands, or I used to be able to throw both hands.
Whoa! Top of the list.
Switch thrower.
Top of the list. He's got a 6-finger glove somewhere.
Hey, it ain't bragging if it's just describing. You know what I'm saying?
If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready.
That's right. All right, Jeff. We'll see you out at Dove Valley tomorrow. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, fellas, take care.
Okay. Yeah, leggy.
Wow, that was like.
What? How about that though?
That was educational.
Where's the mic drop? Where's the Anthony Davis?
Hey, let me ask you. When he said that, my son's living in Japan. He's fluent in Japanese. Just that right there. How old were you going to guess his son was?
30?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I figured his son was
self-taught Japanese.
I figured his son was in his 30s, who was a Japanese major or
right.
something. One of these guys. Like, I had a buddy of mine, went to Dartmouth, played football there. He minored in Russian because he wasn't smart enough to work on Wall Street, but he figured if he learned Russian, he could work in the economy in Russia.
Scott, do you know what his son is doing to make money out there?
I don't know. He said, I don't know.
That's
Be
why I
curious.
asked the scholarship question, because
Yeah.
is Jeff financing the Japan life?
Well, but again, it once COVID, I guess one thing good at COVID, you got the Zoom stuff. So I guess if he can take classes like that and do it online, is he paying rent the same thing he would pay here? Why not do it there? And he wanted to go there and immerse himself in that culture.
Amazing.
If you think he was fluent going in there, what do you think he is there after living it for a year or so? Right?
I guess. Can make some cool looking YouTube videos, just
Right.
drop. Did you ever see the white kid who can speak Chinese fluently on YouTube?
No, but I've seen
Pretty cool.
There's a black guy from England that I follow. The same thing in China. He goes to these restaurant and orders, and all these people are coming out, and they're like tripping out. Oh my gosh!
Self-taught Japanese.
That's stupid.
Well, it's
Dude, hey, by the way, let me look at you two and myself in the mirror. Failures.
Yeah, totally. I was just thinking the same thing.
Failures.
I am not lying. I was just like, what?
I'm a failure.
I suck. All right. Newsflash. It's Let's Football Go coming up next. What is going on? It's D-Mac, and it's a buyer's market, and that means exceptional values at the Mike Maroney Auto Group, proud partner of CU Athletics. They're discounting hundreds of new Chevrolets, Fords, and GMCs with discounts up to $20,000, $20,000 off, or get financing as low as 0.9% APR with zero down. They've even got payments from only $249 a month and 2024 models with $7,500 cash back. And if you're looking for a great deal on a quality pre-owned vehicle, Mike Maroney has one for every budget. And every vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So visit them today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, my great friends at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Financing as low as 0.9%, $20,000 off. It is an awesome deal. Online, find the details at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com.
All right, check it out, guys. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone if that's what you need, but you got to know there's so much more to your overall health and wellness than just getting shot up with testosterone, and that's where my friends over at Revitalize Health come into play. Guys, they can help you out with hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, peptide therapy, and yes, testosterone therapy. Guys, go into Revitalize Health at one of their 3 locations and let them change your life. You're going to look better, you're going to feel better, you're going to sleep better. They've got 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Oh, really?
Come on, that's great.
Really?
That's great.
Did you hear my voice? Did you hear how gravelly that voice was?
Oh yeah, that's
that
explains that.
Yeah, 3 of us did like
It sounds like Vegas.
2 bottles of Jack.
Thank you to mountainhighappliance.com. They are the best. You're going to be hearing from me very soon, Mountain High Appliance. mountainhighappliance.com. The best, with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. And yeah, I'm going to be hitting them up soon. We have some interesting, I won't say breaking, but very interesting Nuggets and Avs news. We're going to get to that in about 6 minutes, so stick around for that. Let's football go. Dan Bud Tanner first up.
All right, fellas. Last thing here from the Grits and Gravy Bo Nix Journey to the Draft docuseries. Last thing, Scott. I promise. Okay, but I thought this was interesting. So Kenny Dillingham, who was the head coach of Arizona State football, was at Oregon and worked with Bo Nix. Here he is talking about how Bo evolved from his time at Auburn to Oregon.
When he got to Oregon, I think one of my biggest challenges with him was you don't have to do everything. Just do your job. You're so talented. You don't have to make every play. Bo can do anything he wants to do on the football field. And I saw a guy be comfortable with his own skin. And a guy transition from I need to be perfect to I accept who I am. And I actually love this game. I don't have to be serious all the time. I can enjoy doing it. And that was the secret to Bo's success, was he really fell in love with the process and the joy of the success and the failures at Oregon.
Oh, music. A list of music.
I told you it was like that, but it's boring. Go ahead, Dan. By the way, that sounds just like Sean McVay. Kenny Dillingham sounds just like Sean McVay.
Well,
I think Bo Nix sounds a little bit like him.
I was just going to ask you guys, is that process, just make the boring play, is that what's going to be most effective for Bo in a Sean Payton offense?
Zero doubt about it, yes.
That's not unique to Sean Payton, though. That's unique for football. That's just, it's not unique. That's a standard for NFL success. You have to keep the chains moving. You have to go from 1st and 10 to 2nd and 6, 2nd and 6 to 3rd and 3. That's how you win in the NFL.
These self-kiss up documentaries that we see, whether we the Deion Sanders one, this one right here, there's been 1,000 of them. Everybody's going to say great, and they're going to say what is on the script and what's right to say. Yes, that's going to help. It helps every single quarterback, just like you said. But you're going to take that from a documentary that's supposed to prop this guy up.
I'll tell you what, man.
Take anything from
that Amazon documentary with Prime started off. The first 3 episodes is just like, okay, I get it. It got more interesting as that season went down the toilet because they were.
But did they ever really show anything bad?
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
Well,
I don't think they.
Hold on. Does he think so?
That's a good question.
That's a good question. Even I don't really think they put anything bad in there.
No, I thought it was bad humiliating an offensive lineman in a team meeting and just having him stand up and putting that on Amazon. And, I thought it was bad ripping a kid for not being a meeting because he was talking to his aunt during the team whatever, and you're just crushing him for no reason.
Yeah, that's where I just disagree on coaching philosophies.
Okay, fine. But I think it was bad when you showed against Washington State, say everybody sucked and you guys are beneath me or whatever. I thought that looked pretty bad. I mean, he made up for it the next week against Utah, saying, "Hey, you really hung in there." But
see, to me, the bad
bad
stuff is dysfunction behind the scenes, not how you call kids out, because that's just a difference of opinion on how to motivate kids. But what they did not show was what really happened with the offensive coordinator. What really happened with behind the scenes with all the coaches that left? Why did Charles Kelly leave? Why all that sort of stuff.
They brushed on all of that stuff. Listen, watch it for yourself and you can see if you thought it was bad or not. They were committed to the documentary. So, for every win, it was an hour-long episode. And then when they started losing, it was like 4 games in a row. Boom, bum, ba-dum, we lose, bum,
2 more episodes to count the 7 losses.
Yeah, man. I mean, at some point, you can't, what are we going to do here? We won 1 game in the Pac-12. And they highlighted that quite a bit, Arizona State. The rest was like, But you can't hide all the warts. All right, next up, Dan. We'll get to this news about the Arizona in a second.
All right, we did mention this a couple days ago, but I did want to play the sound for you guys. I got a question for you at the end. This is Tom Brady talking to a bunch of the rookie quarterbacks on the biggest problem he sees in today's game with young players.
When you have 53 guys on the team and you think it's about you, it ain't about you, it's about us. And the biggest problem I see with a lot of the young players today, you guys are making it too much about I and me. Because of social media, because of branding and all that. It's fine. You're not going to win. There was a difference between being a star and being a champion. Every day of practice is important. You know why? Because when I was on the Patriots and we had 20 years winning, every day was a big day. I treated a preseason game, I treated a regular season like it was a Super Bowl. So when I got to the Super Bowl, it was just another day for me.
So my question is, what do you think Deion and Shadour's reaction would be to hearing Tom Brady say that?
We're talking about me.
Yeah, I said it yesterday. I think they're just going in one ear and out the other for the majority of these kids, and they're saying, you just don't get how it works today. The world's different.
Better at his position. Tom Brady at quarterback, Deion Sanders at cornerback.
Tom Brady.
And returner. I'm going to give them both.
I don't know, man. I mean, they're both. Tom Brady's literally the greatest of all time. So, but I mean, tomato, dude.
Okay, fine. My point being is they probably had their own way of doing things, and both are like in that conversation, best ever at their position.
But radically different positions of what's acceptable in terms of like the about me lifestyle. It's socially acceptable for a defensive back to have that lifestyle.
Well,
matter of fact, it's expected.
And if you're a great athlete, and let's not sleep on this, and I'll fight this to the tooth and nail. Deion Sanders is one of the great athletes that's ever played football.
Zero doubt about it.
He was
unbelievable,
phenomenal. So his concentration and focus and going out and doing the videos and PMB and all the different stuff, his athleticism just was 10 times. He was more athletic, I would say, 90% of the time than the guys he was defending. Tom Brady wasn't super athletic, but he was smarter than most teams.
So, okay, fine. So depending on your athleticism, and Deion Sanders may be one of the greatest American athletes, period. Depending on the degree of your athleticism, perhaps balances out what kind of preparation you need to use to succeed.
Well, listen, if you read any of the stories
positions really matter.
In Dallas, I mean, he was caught up in some of that too. Go back and look at some of the stories in Dallas and the parties and the stuff they were doing. And I will say this, Deion's brilliant also. Don't sleep on that. I think he puts a aw shucks attitude on stuff. But he was smarter than any wide receiver he defended for 90% of the time. Yep. And he was more athletic than any receiver he guarded 90% of the time. You put those two combinations, and Tom Brady, I wouldn't say he's an athletic, but dude, he can think the game.
Yep.
And
do you know Tom Brady was drafted as a baseball player out of high school?
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I think he was sneaky better athlete than perhaps he got credit for.
Well, he might be a little bit like Joker. You look at his body and take him for granted.
Right.
How's that?
All right, we do have some, I won't say breaking news, but interesting news to digest. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting show. Not that today hasn't been. We were throwing balls out there and
playing Japanese.
We had a great time.
I want to set up the ladders and the hurdles and the blocking.
I saw that you brought it in.
Yeah. I want to see you go through the ladders. See your footwork.
This came out within 10 minutes of each other. Announcements about end-of-the-year pressers for the Nuggets and Avs. The Avalanche have a press conference at 9. I assume Nick and Brendan, the Avs and Nuggets, worked this out timing-wise. I assume they communicated with each other on this. At 9:30 a.m. at Family Sports, the Avalanche practice facility. Chris McFarland, okay, GM, and Gabe Landeskog.
Ruh-roh.
At 11:30, Ball Arena, Calvin Booth, Josh Kroenke, Michael Malone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
One feels normal, one does not.
Fellas. And then, I mean, tomorrow too, 12:30, Sean Payton, and, it's an open locker room.
Oh, yeah, we forgot
that.
Yeah.
That's happened. Tomorrow's kind of a banger day, huh?
Open OTAs.
Yeah. So you have Avs, Nuggets,
OTAs.
And
so
OTAs.
Nuggets feels normal.
Nuggets feels normal. Nuggets feels like this is what we do at the end of the year. And, it's good. It'll be good to hear from Josh and Calvin and Michael, about all that feels kind of
season recap, pretty normal in every single sport. The Avalanche one, that feels concerning.
Opens the door for speculation.
Yeah. And
first of all, if the Avs were going to do an end of the year one, why wait this long?
It's not an end of the year one because you're involving a specific player
and no head coach.
No head coach
and no player that played.
Yeah. I mean, look, I hope I'm wrong, but it feels, unfortunately, pretty obvious what it has to be. This feels like finality.
All right, let me just be devil's advocate just for a second, because I absolutely understand what you're talking about. Gabe has not been available to the media the entire year because he's been going through rehab. I just want to throw that out there.
True.
That it wouldn't, and he did do some sort of press thing last year, kind of at the end of the year too. I seem to remember.
Did he do one?
I really
he did.
He did, right?
Yeah. It was right before the playoffs, I think.
Oh, that's different. That's way different. Before the playoffs or after.
Now,
the
I'm not
season
saying you're wrong, but I just wanted to point out we haven't officially heard from Gabe all year either.
But here's the thing.
Well, why not?
There's no reason why Gabe would have to give some sort of injury report, status update. Here's the progress of what's going on.
True.
You don't do those sorts of things, and certainly not when there's not a reason for it. When nobody has there's nothing pressing to know information right now about that stuff.
Now I will tell you, during the season, Jared Bednar did say there is a time frame for Gabe's return during the postseason. He said that at some point. However, he was asked about Gabe after the last game where they were eliminated, and he just said it wasn't a perfect recovery. Gabe had done everything he could do, but it wasn't as close as they thought it was going to be a couple of months ago that he could possibly return, meaning there was no possibility. And listen, man, I saw him out there rehabbing. I just didn't want to rain on anybody's parade, because you don't want to assume anything. But when I saw what he was doing in rehab, it was preposterous to think that he was close to coming. I mean, it was like ridiculous based on what I could see him do.
Let me
I think
just
I can
say
say
this
that now.
on your side, the other side of it. Decent point from our favorite unpaid producer that wants to produce our show. If Gabe is retiring, why wouldn't Sakic and Josh be there as well, and even Bedsy? That is a fair
very,
point.
very good point.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, I think it's going to be that's a great way to look at it.
I can counter that.
Go ahead.
When Peter Forsberg finally hung him up, I was there. He did a press conference with him and his girlfriend wife. And nobody from the organization actually was there when he sort of said...
Were they there and not speaking?
They weren't there. It was in Ball Arena, Pepsi Center at the time, on the second level where the gala sort of area is. And it stood out to me that, whoa, this is just Forsberg and his girlfriend, wife, and nobody else from the organization was there when he finally announced, I'm done. Now, that was a long time ago, but to your point, wouldn't these other people be there? I'm not saying they wouldn't, but not necessarily.
It also could don't you think it could be this too? Here's where I'm at. We are earmarking the first day of training camp to be back at 100%. That's all I can tell you. We've had some setbacks. We're doing this, but we're earmarking the first day of training camp to play.
It does feel weird that Josh and Bedsy wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
However, just because it's not in the press release
doesn't mean they're not in the room.
Doesn't mean they're not going to be there. Period.
Right.
We don't know.
They might just not be speaking.
And the timing of the two press conferences, you can drive from Centennial Airport down to Ball Arena.
I would say this. I don't know if there's a need necessarily, other than just to get them to speak, that you need an ownership group at the end of the year meeting. But it seems like you would in a retirement.
I cannot think of a single reason.
Right, I agree actually on that.
I can't think of a single reason why there would be a need for him to give an update on anything right now.
It feels quirky. Other than I haven't spoken to the media all year. I'm the captain of the team, and here's where I'm at. And he did do something like that previously. And actually, I'm leaning more in that direction because if it really was a retirement, I'm done, they would make a huge deal about it.
But why not Bednar? If he's speaking as a captain who has a bystander this year, why not the coach also?
I would think if this was an update, Bednar would be there because Bednar is a part of the update
I would think
process.
if it's a retirement, Bednar would be there.
Well, I would think he'd be there either way, actually, I guess. But if it's an update on his health and his future, like here's my progress report, why would Chris be the one by his side? Why wouldn't that be Beds?
Because he's got to pay him.
I don't know. It's an interesting day. It's an interesting. Clearly, the Nuggets is a State of the Union. Here we are. This is what we think. Here, clearly, this feels a little different. Same day.
Which one? And I think the answer is neither. But I mean, which one do you think will take the tougher questions?
Will take the people will ask them harder questions.
Yeah.
It's a pretty intimidating situation. The juicy one is the Nuggets for sure. I mean, are you kidding me? That is super juicy.
Can I ask one more possibility?
Sure,
of
course.
Could it be? What if he was going up there saying, I have every intention of continuing to attempt to play hockey, but it's time to pass on the C to somebody else.
Mm-hmm. But again, why not Bednar? And then why not that player you're going to pass it to?
Well, that's a good speculation too.
Just tossing stuff out there.
Well, you know, all these speculation, you know what it does? You want to tune in at 9:30 and catch his press conference. We'll have it here. So you want to catch his press conference.
I agree.
Either way, with all the speculation, you probably don't want to miss the 9:30 press conference.
Although, wouldn't it be amazing just to keep previewing OTAs? But we'll have that coverage for you tomorrow here on Altitude Sports 92.5.
Gosh.
Hey, it is D-Mac. I am pumped. This Saturday, we premiere the Premier Heat and Air Show, powered by American Standard. Very excited to talk with my guy, Reed, and all sorts of stuff about the combination of sports and the wonderful world of heating and air. PremierAirColorado.com. You can throw a question there. If we air your question, you're going to get a prize. Again, just go to PremierAirColorado.com. Premier, the name says it all. They're Denver's premier heating and air professionals on the Front Range. Here we go. You can get a free furnace when you buy an AC, 0% interest financing for 60 months, and a $49 tune-up. That's normally $89, so save some money there. Free diagnostic with repair. Put this number in your phone, 720-547-8009. That's 720-547-8009, or visit PremierAirColorado.com to schedule service or get a free estimate. Throw my name in there for some exclusive offers, PremierAirColorado.com. Spots are filling up fast. Offers are limited. So come on, get it scheduled. Premier is an independent American Standard dealer. Again, that's PremierAirColorado.com.
All right, guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, go check out my friends at Phil Long Ford of Denver. Whether it's a car, truck, SUV, electric vehicle, pickups, electric vans, they've got it all over there at Phil Long Denver. And the inventory is so strong right now. Matter of fact, it's as strong as it has ever been with all of the selections that you need. You can find everything on their website at phillongforddenver.com. Get prices, hey, this is a no hassle, no frustration experience. Go into Phil Long Ford. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out with great incentive deals and great interest rates. And right now, if you go out to Phil Long Ford on Saturday, June 8th from 9 a to 3 p, they got quite the party going on. It's the 60th birthday of the Ford Mustang. There's going to be barbecue, ride and drive, music, some beautiful classic Mustangs from the Denver Mustang Club, all at Phil Long Ford Denver. Guys, don't forget they've got an incredible service department. Matter of fact, they are award winners. They're going to keep your vehicle in tip-top shape so you've got no concerns. Visit them at phillongforddenver.com. Let them know Tyler Columbus sent you on over.
Do. All right, so tomorrow. Yeah. All right, so tomorrow. We'll have Avalanche news at 9:30 with Gabe and Chris McFarland. At 11:30, Josh, Calvin, Michael Malone. At 12:30, Sean Payton and, Broncos stuff.
Whoever.
Which is the most interesting?
Well, let me ask you a question before you bring this with him.
All right.
Do we want to pay attention which quarterback speaks first tomorrow? Would that give us a
They will
head?
not. I promise you, they will not put
They're
any
smart.
quarterback at the podium. You can go get the guy in the locker room. Promise you that's the way it's going to be.
I mean, I'll tell you how this is going to work with the quarterbacks. Jarrett Stidham's going to be the starting quarterback day one. He's the incumbent. He's been here. He knows the system.
They're not going to put him at the podium, though, are they?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
No. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying if you're out at practice, you're going to see Jarrett Stidham take the first reps with the starting offense.
So St. Tyler's right.
I assume he is, actually.
So St. Tyler's right. So should put Stidham out on the first interview. Okay, good. What do you think the media's reaction would be if Stidham came to the mic tomorrow and no one else?
If they did put him on the podium,
yeah,
they would have a field day.
Right.
It would be it'd be kind of awesome if they did
right?
that.
It'd be kind of funny.
But Patrick Spine's a pretty smart cat, and likely based off of rookie minicamp, I think they're just going to make everybody. If you want them, and they're in the locker room for the next 40 minutes, whatever.
Yeah.
Except maybe Surtain. He might be the one exception. Maybe Garrett Bowles. But aside from those two guys, everybody else just they're in the locker room. Go get them.
Yeah. Wait, everybody understands tomorrow is still deemed voluntary.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
But
So
give me a break.
do we know? I don't think we've heard of anybody besides Cortland Sutton that is not there, right?
That's all I'm
Who else would dare miss it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Some guys have personal stuff. It happens. Graduations. You might be hanging out with Mark Mosier. Who knows? Stuff does happen, especially with vets. So I'm not going to say there aren't going to be, but if it is, it'll be something like that. It'll be something
Do you
along
remember
those
a few years
lines.
ago it was like that in a rookie, and he wanted to walk with his college, and everybody was wondering. He was a little nervous he couldn't, and the staff base said, "No, go walk." It was one of their draft picks, and they said, "No, go walk."
Yeah, I do remember
We're good.
that. I can't remember who that was, but I do remember
It seemed
that.
like it was a running back, but I don't remember.
Well, I know exactly what you're talking about because some schools like Oregon are in this trimester deal.
Yep.
And it's one of these weird rules, too. Like, I don't know if they're even allowed.
It's the whole Pac-12.
Yeah, it's a weird sort of deal.
Oh, there is something about that, actually. If
If
you're from one of those Pac-12 schools with the trimester deal, a lot of times you can't even participate
Right.
in OTAs,
You
which is
could-
a dumb rule.
You could do rookie minicamp, but you couldn't do the OTAs for some reason.
That's true. There is something like that.
Stupid.
That might be the dumbest rule in a sea of college football dumb rules.
That's one of the dumber ones.
Wow.
So what big questions are going to, well, Landy's kind of obvious. Are you playing or are you not playing? What's going on? That sort of deal. All right. We get that. Maybe an interest, hey, would you consider giving up the seat to somebody else just because blah, 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 blah. Which would be pretty interesting if somebody asked that
How
question.
many changes do you anticipate between now and getting the roster
Chris
set for next
would
year?
make sense. Hey, where are we? Are you cemented on goalie? I assume they are because he's under contract, all that. But sure, okay, we'll run through, all that sort of stuff.
What
Val,
we did yesterday.
He'll have to be asked about Val. So that'll happen too. What are we hearing at Nuggets tomorrow with Malone, Josh, and Calvin? That to me is the prickliest of them all. All right, hold on.
It's got the most potential for drama, that's for sure.
Did the Nuggets underachieve this year? Yes or no?
The season or the playoffs or combination?
Isn't it all the same?
You underachieved if you consider yourself a championship
the
team.
season, actually, they tied for their most amount of wins ever. So you can't say they disappointed there. They did come in first place. They lost on a tiebreaker. So I have no idea how you would say the season was anything but a success.
Right.
Playoffs were obviously
But
disappointing.
If you don't win a championship, listen, was Boston last season a successful season?
No, they folded to Miami.
Yeah. So
they were a 1 seed and they lost to an 8.
Teams that think they can win a championship, anything but a championship is failure.
I would have had an easier time in Game 7 if Minnesota just blew their doors off or, it was a close game. The toughest part about Game 7 is the way...
You won the freaking game. You
the
won
way
it.
they lost it.
You were supposed to have won that game by halftime. No team had ever lost a lead like that at halftime.
That's what makes...
That was like trying to run the Indy 500 and say, well, I don't need to pit. I'm going to take the lead and extend.
Yeah.
And then you're going that whole last lap.
Right.
All right, Mr. Press Conference guy. What's the question you would ask?
For each one.
Well, Gabe, I just said what Gabe. I'd ask McFarland about Val, one way or the other. Okay, well, let's get John record. What's going on here? And why was last year different in Seattle? Why didn't you just, whatever? I'd go something like that. Gabe, it's obvious. You could play in. Would you give up the C? I think you've got to focus with Calvin and Michael Malone. I'm not exactly sure what I would ask Josh. I mean, things were pretty successful, but the question I would ask Josh, seriously, but I'd be awkward as hell, would be if there's not a good relationship between your GM and coach and they're not on the same page, would you consider making a change one way or the other? But that's a tough ask. But what else do you ask an owner? That's their job to set up. Do you think this is the right working relationship between these two guys? If not, what changes would you consider making?
Yeah.
But that's an owner type of question, right?
But that's also, to me, like a real drop in the bucket. A lot more rumors have been going around than have.
Well, I don't know what else I would ask the owner of a team that's been unbelievably successful but had a disappointing playoff finish in the second half.
Then you don't have to.
Then I'd say nothing.
Yeah.
But if you're asking me right now what I'd say.
What do you ask the GM?
Well, is that not a fair question?
The GM would be
I think it's appropriate.
Why weren't more of your rookies utilized? And okay, well, what are we doing here?
No.
Okay.
It's a good question.
Are we not going to ask these questions or not?
Hold on. It's a good question. But we all know that has potential to open up something interesting.
The GM is responsible for the personnel on the bench of the team. You've made no changes at the trade deadline. What regrets, if any, do you have? And do you think the players you drafted were utilized to the best of their ability? Well, what are we doing here?
No.
Then don't you have to follow up with Malone, depending on what he says?
Absolutely. Then and Malone's tough too. Looking back on it, did you misuse Jokic and expend too much energy? Why didn't you trust your bench? Because it looks like you guys ran out of gas. What am I doing here? Is this really that ridiculous?
No. They're all
right.
They're all very relevant.
And I would ask it in a very I
doubt you would ask.
I would say this
anymore.
He did okay. Before you go down there and ask that, I'd look at your private office door. By the way, Lindahl was just looking at your office.
With jealousy?
Yeah.
Your placard.
Listen, I am just saying questions that are going to be asked. These questions...
But see, I'd say they aren't.
They are. They will be.
No.
I guarantee everything I said will be asked. I guarantee you it'll be asked.
You got a lot more faith than I do.
Would you ask the new Denver Broncos a question or just tell them you have a Bonix?
I wouldn't have to ask. They would know.
Sweatpants all day, baby.
Smile on my face. It would be no, tomorrow for the Broncos is a layup day. Tomorrow's it's all.
What are you trying to achieve?
It's all rainbow sunshine. Everything's, there's no controversy there. Sean Payton is, dude, you should have seen how happy Sean Payton was at the press conference at rookie minicamp. Yeah. He'll talk forever. He's in a great mood, as he should be. He got everything. You guys realize he got everything. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
What's he got to be upset about? I don't think his family's even eating sushi anymore.
Well, that was a big reach. I got where you went from.
Okay. We'll be at Alta Convenience Store. We'll announce the location tomorrow. One lucky listener will win a $100 gift card. $5,000 in free gas is being given away, and everybody's going to get a $25 gift card. It's at Alta Convenience, Free gas for your free time this Memorial Day weekend. Convenience beyond the pump, Alta Convenience. It's going to be a hell of a day tomorrow. It is. It's going to be very, very interesting.
And we'll have it here.
Well, Tyler's going to be at the clap off.
If you go to the clap off,
okay.
come on.
Thank you, Grizz. Thank you, Dan.
Now I'm going to the clap off.
Clap off.
Just because Scott is telling me not
Clap
to.
off.
Andy didn't go into my private office, did he?
No, he looked at the door and read the note. It said by invitation only, and he turned around.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're welcome for making that, by the way.
Andy and Nate throwing baseballs coming up next.
I'm thirsty. And some dude comes over and wets in your mouth. I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
Get it.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
We have breaking news on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We shall break news to the people right now. This is via the official Twitter account, Rockies Club Info. The Rockies announced today they have reinstated outfielder Chris Bryant from the 10-day IL. It's been a little longer than 10 days. They have optioned outfielder Sean Bouchard to AAA Albuquerque. Additionally, infielder Julio Carreras has been outrighted to AAA. Carreras was designated for assignment on Sunday. KB's back, baby. Yeah! Here we go.
Rally. Come on.
Here we go. Oh.
Let's go, y'all.
Real quick, over-under, he makes it to the All-Star break.
Under.
And in Chris Bryant's return last night, he went 0 for 4 with 1 strikeout. Here's one of Chris's 4 outs.
As the pitch swung on and popped up, the first baseman Soderstrom in foul territory will make the catch, and there are 2 away. So 3F on your scorecard. That's 4 out of 5 now retired by Brooks. That will bring up the second baseman, Brendan Rodgers.
Let's go! Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
The batting average has dipped to a less than robust 137.
Who's that? Chris Bryant?
Chris Bryant.
What's his name?
What's your name again? Chris Bryant.
Who are you?
Kevin Freeland?
137, Andy. It's not good. They lost last night.
Oh, I watched it. No! I was half interested.
Is that the most you could muster?
And
for
then
a
all of a
Rockies
sudden
game?
I was like,
I'm half interested.
Well, I kept going back to that Indiana. You know, I really am good, at least when you get eliminated middle of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I need a palate cleanser. I need a couple weeks without watching the teams.
Yeah.
And then I'll come back for the championship.
Yeah.
I did tune in for Boston, Indiana here and there, and it only just kind of made me sad again that we aren't going to talk Nuggets preview. So then I went back to the baseball that I nothing.
Pacers Celtics was a wildly entertaining game.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah.
See, I didn't get deep enough in where I saw how the Pacers were that close to nearly winning. Woke up to all the chit-chat about how disaster unfolded at the end there.
Do you feel better or worse after that game if you're the Indiana Pacers?
That's a great question, and that was pretty much it was like you're producing the ESPN talk shows today.
Thank you.
You know, I feel like you confirmed you can hang with the number 1 seed. And isn't that all you're looking to do? They got another crack at it.
Yeah, but you had a chance to win a road game.
I know, but
you give away
believe in yourself,
chance to win a road game.
Well, that was the debate there.
That stings,
you know what? I
man.
guess, Nate, if they come out, and apparently Boston's already been installed as an 8.5-point favorite, which is really big in these playoffs.
Yeah.
If they come out and get crushed in game 2, then yeah, you probably look back on that with a little more what could have been. But if you go and hang with them again, I don't feel like as the home team you should ever really panic till you give up one of your home games. Although these playoffs have been weird. Nuggets and Wolves are trading home games left and right there for a bit till they weren't.
Tyrese Halliburton hit 6 threes, had a bunch of bad turnovers too, though. I mean, all the Pacers had to do was inbound and make a free throw and they win. All they had to do was inbound, make a free throw, and they win. But Nembhard can't get it into Siakam. Good D by Jaylen Brown. Plus, Pascal Siakam, he had an opportunity to foul Jaylen Brown before he fired that thing up. He didn't do it. It goes in. And you lose.
Okay, they were
in
debating,
overtime.
They were debating should he have fouled because he was already in the shot. Like, again,
but he had time. Like, go watch that play. Like Brown has it in the corner, and Siakam, like, there was like pump fakes. Like, dude, you just got to hack.
Well, okay, so the debate, again, believe me, this thing has been Madden illustrated to death.
Oh, yeah.
Starting with Jay Williams.
Oh, I went back and watched it like 4 times.
Yeah.
I'm like, could he have fouled? No, he's got a foul right there.
They were upset because the big talk, the big breakdown between Austin Reeves and Jay Williams was they should not have switched. They should have switched on the pick. They should have not have fought through it. Had they switched on the pick, he could have fouled there.
Yeah.
They were also not psyched with Tyrese Halliburton just giving up that pass right there because they knew that was the corner shot that they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do I care? It's the Larry Bird Bowl. Good for them. The team he used. Remember when he ran Indiana? Do people remember? We were talking yesterday about, do you remember what guys did?
Yeah.
Remember when Larry Bird was the president of the Pacers or whatever?
He was pretty good at
The
it,
hick
too.
from French Lick?
Yeah, no, Larry Bird, he coached and he was an executive and all those things. Like, Larry Bird had a decent post-basketball life or post-playing career. His playing career, too, like I don't know, like it did kind of flame out. He faded so badly at the end because his back just, it was awful. Like, he was on the Dream Team in 92.
Right.
He didn't really play.
He was Larry Legend.
He couldn't do anything, right?
He was there to put some up if they needed. He was
Yeah.
part of the.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this too: was he? And I'm asking seriously because I'm vaguely remembering that time period. But you and I are kids that were affected by the Michael Jordan era.
Mhm.
Like, what Larry did all of a sudden kind of wasn't as cool compared to what Jordan was doing.
Well,
you know what I mean?
It's
he was not an above the rim, fly through the key guy.
No, and in some ways, like, honestly, to this day, I do believe that Nikola Jokic is the, sort of the spiritual successor of Larry Bird as a basketball player. And I do think that the Jordan era and subsequently what Kobe Bryant did, what LeBron James did, so much of the, I guess we'll just sort of call it bias against Nikola Jokic, body type, origin story, whatever it may be, is because we got ingrained in it like, oh, yeah, that's what star basketball players look like. And what Nikola Jokic has done, what he has rewritten for everybody, is that star basketball players can come in a whole lots of different kinds of packages. And it's very interesting. Like, Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving will go up against Minnesota tonight, and Luka is another sort of unathletic kind of guy.
Sure.
But
Shoots
also
the crap out of the ball.
Strong as hell and can get his own look and super smart and unbelievable feel for the game and everything else that he has. Phenomenal skill that is through the roof, but also, like, it doesn't blow you away with his athleticism at all.
Yeah, I think for a lot of us, and again, it goes back to what you and I were influenced by.
Mm-hmm.
We're used to the 6'5" to 6'7" dude looking like they defy gravity.
Look like Anthony
the
Edwards.
Tall guys don't
Yeah.
look like it's as hard for them, even though you don't really get the appreciation for the body control and all, like you said,
Right.
all the things that Nikola does. The sweet little lob shot that he have going, especially in Game 5, I think is underappreciated in today's game because you and I have just, from Jordan on, it's been about the dudes that are like highlight dunk machines. And nowadays, it's probably the three-point ball, right?
Well, it's not surprising
it's the Steph Curry three-pointer.
The freak athletes are the ones who are awesome at the sport.
Sure.
Like that's usually how it goes. Again, like Nikola Jokic, I made this point often. He's always the 10th most athletic guy out on the floor.
Sure. He's not, yes.
When it comes to just, like pure quick twitch and all that sort of
Unless
stuff.
Boban shows up.
Here's what's wild though. And I heard this this statistical marker earlier today. Did you realize since 2020, Nikola Jokic has played the third most minutes of any player in the NBA?
That doesn't shock me, but I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Does that shock you? That's not something you go, wow, really, does it?
No.
The way they've been riding him the last 3 years?
That's just it, though. It's
Don't
kind of
break your pen.
It's kind of problematic.
Yeah, we've got a bigger discussion to have about that, I think.
We really do, because Nikola Jokic weighs 285 pounds.
Yeah.
And he turns 30 next year. And so what is this organization able to do to lighten the load on Jokic going forward here? It's got to be the biggest question that the Nuggets can be asking themselves. Like, they have to avoid burnout, both physical and mental, for Nikola Jokic. And this was a season where the dudes around Jokic didn't do enough.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, look, by the time I'm curious to hear from the presser tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
By the time that Game 7 showed up and Nikola started taking threes, I do feel there was an element of, I don't have the energy to go get beat on by those three anymore.
Yeah.
And I don't blame him. He didn't want to walk down the alley anymore. He'd been walking down the alley for the Nuggets for 3 years, taking whatever they wanted to throw at him. You know, the Lakers were trying to do with it, all the guys that they had too. And at the end of the day, I just think by the time we got to Game 7, fourth quarter, Nikola Jokic is simply, if you guys aren't going to make shots, I don't have the energy to go in there and deal with 2 7-footers that are my same weight.
This year, and I don't think it was necessarily new to this year, but this year in particular, it was, well, Nikola Jokic will bail the team out. You know, like he'll put them on their back and he'll bail the team out. And to be honest, and this is where I don't want to take a single, Jokic has to have expectations on him because he is the star and heavy is the head and all those things that we always say about Nikola Jokic. Like he blew a 20-point third-quarter lead in Game 7 of a playoff series where if he closes that thing out, they're going to the Western Conference Finals. Nikola Jokic absolutely has to wear that. But also, where was the help when he needed it, when so many of those possessions were just like, hey, it's late in the shot clock, dude, will you just fire up a three? Or in the very least, pump fake and put it on the floor. And Nikola was like, I got nothing left, guys. Okay? And some of that's on Malone for not finding him any rest. And some of that is on Calvin Booth for not finding him any help. And some of that is on Jamal Murray, on Michael Porter Jr., on Aaron Gordon for not doing enough around him at that time. But one of the things that this organization very much has to do, and coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, we'll talk to our buddy Jeff Morton, who wrote a great piece in this vein on Denver Stiffs, is that he needs help.
Yeah.
He needs
It's
help.
clear.
Big time. And I don't think much of what he had to say, and we played the audio a couple of days ago about the way that Minnesota was built, what Tim Connolly had done, and the way that he just ticked off all the dudes. Hey, they're 2 all-stars and 2 all-defensive guys, and I love Mike Conley and all of that, 6th man winner and everything else that Minnesota has. I don't know if Jokic was trying to send a message, but I do think he was lamenting of like looking over there and being like, that'd be cool if I had some of that stuff.
That'll be the great question that I don't think we all really know the answer to.
Mm-hmm.
For the first time, did we hear Nikola Jokic send a message?
Right.
And I'm not going to completely dismiss that he wasn't. I know that I think people go to their gut and say, I don't think so. But I do think there was some frustration out of Nikola this year. And I think we saw it in his own little way at points. And I think, to your point, even looking checked out at some points.
He won an MVP this year. I don't know if he had a great time this year.
No, I'm with you. Hey,
Yeah.
listen. I got to quit doing that.
You
They
Sean
pointed it out
Payton
to me.
me
I'm sorry.
really hard.
I'm Sean Payton and everybody, and I don't mean to do it. It's for a while my thing was look, and now I'm making you listen. I guess next will be something else. I just wonder how different is that series if the Shaq thing doesn't happen? Because it sure felt like that little 3 days off, Shaq's, boldness to just say, I don't think you should have won it, and all
Fire
that kind of
lit.
stuff.
Yeah, fire
I think
lit.
it lit a fire under those guys, and
Mhm.
unfortunately, and then they turn around and did the same thing to Minnesota and all that kind of stuff. But listen, I did it again. You weren't wrong. You and I were seeing the same thing where it looked like Nikola was not all the way engaged in game 1 and 2 of that series.
Yeah.
And it was weird.
Yeah.
It was weird.
It was
Because I think he knew I can't take 7 games of this.
we're
And
getting
you know who tried to help him was Aaron Gordon, and Aaron Gordon was worn out.
we'll get to more Celtics Pacers stuff
Listen.
last night.
Can I ask you one question?
How did this get ingrained in your head? Because you hate Sean Payton.
I know.
What's the question?
I'm not sure I'm to hate yet, but I'm highly annoyed. There's no doubt about it. I'm highly annoyed.
Sorry, disdain, dislike,
I just want to see, you know what I want?
don't care for.
You know what I want? Here, you know what? I'm glad you brought this up. We're planning to go here. Most of what we do isn't.
Let's have it.
Because everybody keeps writing and going, well, you just got an axe to grind with them. A little bit, yeah. You want to know why? Because I want what you've promised to show up on the field. I got no problem with big words. I got no problem with bold proclamations. I just don't want you making us all look like turds collectively as the Bronco backers when, for saying, instance, you take a shot at a Jets coach and you go and lose to the Jets. Okay? I don't want that. Now, the funny thing about it is it does look like he's done another one of those worst coaching job in history things again. Nobody in the Jets seems to be liking each other too much. We'll probably get to that later on in the show. But for Sean, like, again, the other thing that he comes out and makes the proclamation about, I think we're better at this quarterback thing than everybody else.
Right.
Well, I really hope for the sake of the Broncos that you are. I hope you are dead right about Bo Nix. But I'm sorry, when you made the big proclamation at the combine or the owners' meetings,
We think
whatever
we're
the
going to
hell
be good
that
at this.
was,
Yeah.
it just reminded me of all the big talk about the Jets, only so we could all miserably watch you lose to the team you talk trash about.
Yeah.
So part of me is like, just do it. Don't tell me about it just yet. Once you've done it, I'll hear about it all you want. But I feel like I've heard a lot of talking and just not gotten a lot of results. And again, it's kind of like the Russ and the Let's Ride. And in the meantime, every jackass friend you got that roots for someone else has got to bring crap like that up. By the way, also, you think Tyler's mad at me?
Okay,
Can we have a quick moment?
Yeah.
I told you, do I still at the age of 50 roughhouse too much?
I'll give the play-by-play here, okay?
Well, I want to know if I was in the wrong. I was requested to do something as I walked in the studio.
Yeah. This requires a longer conversation. Okay, so before the start of the show today, during the changeover, transition, whatever it may be, D-Mac and Scotty and Tyler, they wrap up. We walk in. They pack their things. They inevitably leave trash and dirty dishes all over the desk. We clean them up. Andy and I, by the way, are the cleanest of the shows here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Maybe not in language, but certainly at least in terms of hygiene.
We like a clear space
We
to
do.
work in.
We do. We don't deal well with clutter.
No, we don't want
okay?
your leftover lunch.
No, we don't need all of that
Whiffing
noise.
up the room.
So during the changeover, there was an incident between two coworkers here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I will describe it because I feel like I can give an objective retelling.
Well, you've been a victim of it.
Of what I saw. That also.
You've been in the shoes of the other coworker.
But we'll talk about it when we return because sometimes
am I the jerk?
Sometimes Andy just bulling a china shop
Listen,
a little much.
I fulfilled a request is all.
I'm
that
gonna set the over under on listens.
I'm gonna try to stop
at 6.5 for the
Give
next
me another
segment.
word. What would be funny? Woolly bully?
We need a ruling.
I need another word
on Andy Lindahl. Plus, he needs a word. We'll do that all next. Hey, we want you to have gas of the free variety, thanks to our friends at Alta Convenience. Tomorrow, noon to 3, Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC broadcasting from an Alta convenience store. We won't tell you which one. Giving away $5,000 in free gas. All you got to do, show up. Everyone will get a $25 gift card for gas or anything from the Alta convenience store, and one lucky listener will get a $100 gift card. We'll announce the location tomorrow morning, so stay tuned to Altitude Sports Radio. It is free gas for your free time this Memorial Day weekend, thanks to Alta Convenience. Convenience beyond the pump. Okay.
By the way, some great suggestions. Indubitably, says Cordell.
My favorite was behold.
Behold.
Not instead of listen, just go with behold. Gives a certain air to what you're about to say.
You know what I'm saying? Should I do that like the kid from We're the Millers?
Hear ye, hear ye. Attention. Andy's using listen as a crutch, and we're trying to help him, okay? All right. So before the start of the show today, during the transitional period,
the crossover
between shows, as again, the midday guys are leaving, we're walking in. So I came in first today, and I opened the door, and Tyler Columbus is holding a what do you call that? Like a tackling pad?
It was the blocking pad.
Blocking pad, if you will.
That a coach likes to hold up so that they, everybody's seen one 1,000 times.
Used in football drills, etc.
And it's no shock that the former O-lineman that works here has one.
Yeah. I don't know why he had it at work.
No idea.
Whatever. Who cares?
So when we work on football, we work on football.
He does.
Could be,
he does.
Yes.
So as I walked in, Tyler was like, hit it. And I looked at him and I walked past him. Because that's what I do. I don't.
Cool, Carl. You seem offended to think that he thought you would want to touch anybody with a pad blocking him or not, but
I don't touch people at work.
You are a personal space guy.
I'm a big personal space guy. I am a big, we don't need any interactions with HR.
Yeah.
This is a workspace.
You're a keep to yourself guy.
Very, very much so. I don't, outside of the occasional fist bump, that's about the most that I will offer up in terms of physical contact with any of my coworkers. So that's how I treated this situation. I walked right past. And started chatting with Scotty. We were talking or whatever, and then Andy walks in, and Tyler, he extended the same offer to you that he had extended to me. He wanted you to hit the pad.
Let's be clear.
He wanted you.
He did yell, hit it.
He did yell, hit it.
But he was speaking of the pad.
And he meant the pad. He wanted you to hit the pad. Andy took Tyler up on the offer. And I mean, he really took Tyler up on the offer.
Normal. I ain't giving you a peck on the cheek.
Tyler had not braced properly.
He looked braced. He was down and in the squat.
You finished your check. You went through him, and the two of you went careening back into the wall. I think a guitar in the corner of the room got kicked. It was
the chair went to the window.
There was a cacophony. It was loud.
Oh boy.
Things were knocking into glass. It was troublesome. It was loud. It startled all the other people in the room. Like Scotty and I were mid-conversation. It was just like, whoa.
What did you really expect? Let me ask you. Had you had the pad? Now, but see again, because I was talking to DMAC, I go, we need a ruling.
Did you overdo it?
First off, it's not like I ran into him. I took a step, but I got the shoulder into it. I'm not, again, I know this place. I've been in a locker room a long time. If you show up and he stonewalls you, it's all you're going to hear about.
You got low.
Low man wins.
You got leverage. You pushed.
I drove through, but I was a one-step.
It should also be noted that, Andy, you are a load.
Yeah, listen, people. Just did it again.
There's one.
Huzzah, people.
There's
That's
one.
from Christina.
Behold.
Behold. Tyler's weight has gone down since he played. Mine has since gone up. We have both gone in opposite directions since Tyler retired. All right?
Since you were the sideline reporter, and since Tyler played football, you guys have passed each
I
other
probably
in opposite
have more
directions.
Of the player girth that Tyler has decided to, for whatever reason, leave behind.
You have worked your way into NFL playing shape.
Yes.
He's not in the best of shape right
I'm
now.
in the weight class of positions I'd probably not rather be listed to play. I'm in DJ Williams territory, quite honestly.
They would put
but
a
people don't
stripe
think that
on your
looking at
helmet.
me. Okay? Like, I'm girthy, but people don't think I just look dumpy. But I got more girth than you realize.
Just look dumpy. The drop I just look dumpy must live now forever.
Well, I mean, I'm not. No one's carving a statue in Italy out of me. Bear Mosher,
They should.
And Bear Mosher ain't Peyton Andy.
They should. That's a challenge to any local sculptor. Is like anybody could do somebody who's in shape. Ooh, you can craft a six-pack.
Yeah.
Look at the abs. Yeah, can you do Andy's physique though?
Oh yeah.
Let me know on that one. All right. So
I'm just telling you. You want to know what that was? That was a legal lacrosse check. One step, man's by the ball, his head was up, he was aware, no illegal contact was made. It was one step. I did not run.
You exploded through the opponent.
Well, I'm not, again, if we're going to kiss, I ain't giving you a peck on the cheek. Don't ask for the kiss.
Absolutely explodes from the back
I
end.
ain't giving you the peck on the cheek.
You're a makeout guy.
Yeah. Hey, we're going to say a little wee-wee, if you know what I mean. The French are getting involved.
Andy's here to neck, okay?
You're leaving with a hickey. You look like Taylor Swift at that show 2 weeks ago.
He loves passionately.
I'm going to Travis Kelce you like Taylor Swift.
Andy leads with the tongue, okay?
Yeah. But again, if I don't do anything, it's all I hear about for the next month. So I'm going to make sure I ain't total chump. I'm just supposed to walk in and chump. You're a former NFL lineman. I should not be an issue for you.
He did.
Was low. He was in the stance.
He did offer the challenge, and you accepted. It was so a number of years ago, Andy and I clowning around one time, we decided to do the like jump and like bump sides thing that replaced the high five, whatever, like a decade ago, however long ago that was. You jump and you knock into a guy.
We've all seen it.
Yeah, and I didn't come correct when we did that. I did not.
See,
I did not
again-
match. That's one of the problems here, Andy. Is I think there was as in that situation as in this situation. I don't think the level of enthusiasm between the two parties matched. And when you and I did that, I told you the next day, I was like, I think I screwed up my back.
Well, D-Mac's mad because I hugged him one. I gave him the old bear. I gave him the Tommy Boy bear hug. I will Chris Farley bear hug you from time to time.
You do. You get excited.
I'm a passionate fella. But he said that hurt him too. Listen, I did it again. Huzzah.
What's the question?
That's two.
That's two.
Dumpy white guy. I get it. You're not expecting much. But understand, in another life, I wasn't the worst athlete in my neighborhood.
No, you still
I
got
can
it.
jump. I
Yeah.
was quick. I wasn't this heavy.
You're a dancing bear
I
these
could
days.
move around a bit.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
I grew up in a neighborhood where we roughhoused. That's all we did.
You just
Basketball was not friendly.
You
We
just
played
so
tackle
happen-
football all the time. I had three brothers. I had friends that we just, for whatever reason, were trying to maul each other constantly.
Yeah, you were a kid.
I don't know why.
You've evolved into an athletic 3 technique.
That seems a little. I'm a little more Mike Singletary than I'd like to be. Beefy and in the middle. If you keep me in a phone booth, I can get side to side.
Remember when Vaughn came
I
back?
ain't chasing anybody outside.
Remember when Vaughn came back from the knee injury?
Yeah. Yes.
It's tough on the ligaments. Okay?
It is. That's probably why my dang knee hurts. That and the deck.
Yeah. Couple it all together. So,
but all I'm saying is
you blew Tyler up.
I would not have done that to you or to D-Mac. To be clear, I grew up the run of the neighborhood
because of the challenge of the former
I
NFL
just thought
player.
He's strong enough to deal with it. I'm not hurting Tyler. He's got the size advantage in the matchup.
Height-wise, yes.
Yeah, well, we're finding out. He really probably should put a pound or two back on.
Somebody get Tyler a sandwich, all right?
Look, I played basketball with Scott Hastings. You don't feel, try boxing that out, all right?
No
You
thanks.
wasn't even trying.
No thanks.
I was sweating just like, can I just get you to, no matter how much I maybe got him
In
to
all
step or
seriousness,
two, his arm would still rebound the ball.
If I, at 5'11", tried to box out Scott Hastings, it wouldn't even do anything.
Look, it's incredibly
He would just
humiliating.
reach over me and get the rebound.
See, there are times where people go, you're kind of a big guy. I'm like, no, I'm not. I will introduce you to all the people that I know that make me feel like, frankly, the run of the litter.
No, you're a big guy.
But I don't feel like a big guy because all I've done is work with linemen. I've worked with Dave Logan, one of the biggest wide receivers of his time.
Yeah.
I got 6'11" Scott Hastings around. Tyler's 6'8". Mark Johnson's like 6'5". I am like the smallest of most of the people that I know.
And yet you're
Until I've matched up with you.
Exactly. And yet you're a very large human. As we saw there today.
Girthy. The key word is girthy.
I like dumpy.
I'm dumpy and girthy.
He's one and the same, folks. You can't stop
but
this
once
versatility.
upon a time, I was neither dumpy nor girthy, and I played a sport that required some athleticism. That's all I'm saying. I know when you look at it now, all you're thinking of is who knows?
When was the last time that guy was at the Cinnabon?
Yeah. That dude really needs to find a gym. But just know, it's not been this way the entire 50-year run. It's more of a last 10 years.
It's an evolution. That's all.
You get to the point where who I got to impress? Nobody.
You're a journeyman,
you know
Andy.
my big exercise for the day? Mowing the lawn uphill. Throwing around some tree branches.
Put on some cargo shorts and mow the lawn. Burned 18 calories doing it.
It might have been 15.
It is the correct.
The Apple Watch is like, you're not working out, are you?
Oh no!
This is pretty bad.
You're not okay. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a break. When we return, last night, something large happened in that Pacers-Celtics game. Was it actually warranted? We'll talk about that next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road, the great business that's been one of the major supporters of Kreckman and Lindahl our entire 5-year run. Proud to tell you to head on over to these folks. It's Wendy and Jerry Jones. That's their business. And you know what? I talked to Jerry yesterday, and he was in the shop working on a truck. So if you need suggestions for truck or 4x4 accessories, Jerry's the guy to go to. He knows his stuff. This is a long-time Colorado business. They know what works in this climate, what works maybe better for your trucks, for your needs, whatever you got to do. The bed covers. I always tell the bed cover story for one main reason. There are so many different kind of bed covers. And I remember the first experience I had with Colorado Off-Road was wanting a bed cover for my truck like many of you so I could keep stuff in the back, keep the snow out of it, whatever it was. Jerry went through all the options. I originally thought I was going to go get one that looked like it worked like a lid, basically a soft lid over the truck. Finally found one that folded up into fours, allows me to use the whole cabin, or the whole bed, I should say, of the truck if needed. This is the kind of stuff Jerry will direct you in the right direction for. Have a conversation with him, whether it's truck or 4x4 accessories. These are the folks that you can trust, and they'll give you great service and get it done in a timely fashion. Colorado Off-Road, 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, or find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
Yes, it is. Nate and Andy, we are with you on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are going until 6, coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Is everybody doing enough for Nikola Jokic, doing right by Nikola Jokic? Our buddy Jeff Morton of DenverStiffs.com will join us coming up at 4:20 this afternoon. Last night, game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. By the way, West Finals get underway tonight. Just a quick aside. Also, just another aside. The Nuggets sold out to get the one, or to try and get the 1 seed. They end up with the 2 seed, right?
And they had it.
Conference Finals do have a 1 seed.
Okay.
They also have a 3 seed in the Timberwolves, a 5 seed in the Mavericks, a 6 seed in the Pacers.
Crazy.
Yeah.
What was it last year? 2 8. Well, the Heat weren't even an 8 seed, right? Because the Lakers were an 8 seed, weren't they? When the Nuggets and Lakers met?
I believe so. I think the Lakers were a 7 and the Heat were an 8.
Okay.
If I'm recalling that
last year,
correctly.
you had 2 1s versus a 7 and an 8.
Exactly. Like one of the things we're learning sort of post-bubble or over the last, this new unique champion era of the NBA, I guess is what we're calling it, parity era of the NBA, is that the 1 seed thing is starting to lose a little bit of luster. Now, historically, it says, yes, you want to have that, but of late, not so much.
Well, what I think is funny is that everybody, the big myth we always deal with here, and every broadcaster talks about it. Oh my gosh, the altitude, you're going to hate it. Both the Stars and the T-Wolves did not seem to be bothered at all by the altitude, considering both of them won 3 games of their series in Denver.
Last night, game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals, it's 117-114. Pacers lead after a terrible turnover where they could have, all they have to do is get the ball inbounds, get fouled, hit a free throw, game's over. Okay? You're up 2 possessions, game's over. They fail to be able to do that. They can't inbound the ball properly. Nembhard can't get it into Siakam. Good defense by Jaylen Brown. Okay. 3-point game, Celtics ball. Celtics get the ball in, and they get it to Jaylen Brown, and he hits this shot from the corner. But did you notice something in the call? Listen to this.
Tatum trying to get free. Throwing in the corner. Brown fakes, fires up the 3. Bang! Bang! Jaylen Brown knocks down the 3 to tie the game.
Oh, I heard it. We got a double bang out of Mike Breen.
Yeah, what do you think? What leads to the double bang?
Double bang. So this is one of the things. This is where the internet, which is arguably a cesspool that we should all avoid at all times.
But it's fun sometimes.
This is one of those times where, you know what, the internet did good work. All right? This was actually a few weeks back, Bleacher Report, and I saw the video on Instagram as well. Bleacher Report, they dug up and they found every double bang of Mike Breen's career. Every double bang of the career. And I would say, we'll debate it afterwards, but I would say no rhyme or reason to it. We'll play a supercut for you here. You'll hear Julius Randle, Luka Doncic in the bubble, Marcus Smart, Eric Gordon, Steph Curry, Dante DiVincenzo, which was first round this year.
Okay.
And then Jaylen Brown joined that elite company last night. Every double bang of Mike Breen's career.
Randle puts up a 3. Bang! Bang! Randle knocks down the 3. Doncic pulls up. 3-pointer. Bang! Bang! It's good. Tatum falls down. Throws it ahead. Schroeder. Schroeder to Smart. 3-pointer. Bang! Bang! He ties the game at the buzzer. They find Gordon. Gordon puts up a 3. Bang! He ties the game. They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry. Hartenstein gets it out to Anunoby. DiVincenzo a 3. Bang! Bang! Knicks take a 1-point lead.
Jaylen Brown joined that company last night.
For a second, I thought it was for a tie game because there was a few ties in there, but no. That kind of broke form after a bit.
Yeah,
so.
the one last night tied it, but yeah, you're right about that. There's not really rhyme or reason. Like, some of them are regular season. Julius Randle was a regular season. Marcus Smart was a regular season game. Eric Gordon, the Rockets against the Lakers, that was just like a Saturday night ABC. regular season affair, but he went double bang on that one. Lucas was in the bubble. That was a buzzer beater to win in overtime against the Mavs. DiVincenzo first round this year against Philly. The end of that game was insane. And Breen was caught up in it. Plus Breen is the Knicks play-by-play guy. Like, that's his day job. And then he does the national stuff too. So 6 double bangs going into last night. He added Jaylen Brown to the list.
No rhyme or reason.
No rhyme or reason.
No
Because
round.
Wouldn't you have thought, of all the shots that Mike Breen has ever called, have you ever thought that one of them maybe deserved a double bang? Don't you think it might have been this one?
Adam Davis looking to help. Shot clock at 4. Jokic has to put it up. Falling away, puts it up. Bang! Nikola Jokic knocks it down. His foot was on the line. A 2-pointer. What a shot.
Actually, his foot wasn't on the line, Mike, and that deserved a double bang.
Bang! Bang!
Yeah. No respect for the Nuggets. No double bang. In fact,
He gave Murray a bang.
well, he did, but remember, Jamal had to call for his own bang.
He looked at him.
If
Let
you
him
recall,
know.
Game 2 last year, Western Conference Finals. Here we go.
Jokic back to Murray. Another 3-pointer. It's good. Jamal Murray red hot.
And Mike, you didn't see this, but Jamal Murray just looked over there and said, bang.
Jamal had to call it himself.
Yeah.
Having a little love for Denver there, Breen. Bang! Bang! Nothing but disrespect for this franchise.
What do you think? By the way, that should be the word. Bang. Instead of listen, bang.
Bang!
Listen, I've got.
Yeah. What do you think that is? You're a play-by-play guy?
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to figure out, as a communications major, is he buying himself time to gather his thoughts and holy cow, what did I just see? But see, like the Jokic thing, like you just played that one, that should have been just as mind-boggling as some of the shots he just called.
I mean, that was a step back over LeBron. He heaved it over his head at the end of the shot clock. He turned a one-possession game into a 6-point game. It was game 4. It was to lock up a trip to the NBA Finals. If ever you thought there was a double bang, but it was a single bang situation. Now, one of the things I appreciate about Mike Breen is he is bang judicious.
Yes.
He very rarely will give it more than once in a game. Actually, I think didn't Tatum got one in overtime last night too. But he's usually like, I think he knows the gravity of the moment. He's done the NBA Finals for what, 12, 13 years or whatever. So he knows. So he doesn't overdo his catchphrase, which I appreciate.
I'm laughing to myself because Mark Johnson once told me about a young broadcaster's tape that he got. And this is ultimately to prove your point about you have to know when to use your catchphrase. And this broadcaster, he played me the cut. And look, God bless the kid. None of us are great when we start, okay? Boom goes the dynamite, all that kind of stuff. We all have our moments like that. I said it before. I was calling a high school game where I was calling the team's offense against the defense. Only when I had the guy catching it and tackling himself did I realize, oh, dummy, turn other. So we've all made our mistakes, okay?
Yeah.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Yeah, this kid starts off. Here's the tip. Oh, the ball is in. It's a 2-0 game. Oh my God! It starts. It's like, and he's sweet. That's why you can't go, oh, bang, right away. Jamal Murray, first one of the night. We got 2-0 in Denver. It's like that Bud Light commercial where the Beavers celebrating with them after out one of the inning.
Yeah.
You save it for the big moments.
You do.
Bang is supposed to kind of be, I think, in his mind, the exclamation point on the proceedings for the most part.
You gotta have a level to get to. You can't start there.
Right, because then what? What's next?
Exactly.
Once you've pulled it out,
whoa.
What else you gonna do?
Dumpy and girthy.
Yeah. Hey. Listen.
Game 1 Eastern Conference Finals, is that double bang territory?
Considering that comeback, maybe. Because you were the ones that said it.
That's Eastern Conference Finals.
It might have been the Pacers. That might have been the nail in the Pacers' coffin. Might have been. I don't think it will be, but we don't know.
Bad loss for them. They had to get that game. Yeah. Good shot by Jaylen Brown. His clutch. Pumped. He went up. He went over Siakam, who's a great defender.
Hold on. Look at this. Look at that. Wasn't that the hockey call? Oh, hockey guy goes. Remember that call? Didn't we have that? Oh, it goes hockey, man. Oh, cool. Didn't you play that last round?
Somebody sent in, by the way, you need to play the William Hung She Bang. She
No,
Bang.
we don't. That song does not need to enter anyone's consciousness ever again.
Also, Jeff Fats, whatever you do, don't Google double bang on a work computer.
No!
Good idea.
Hey,
It's a good idea.
fireworks, man. 4th
Anyway.
of July is coming up.
It is.
I like the quick bang, bang right after each other. You get the big ones going.
That's good work by the internet to know that was the 7th double bang in NBA history last night.
Who do you think sits around and goes, you know what? I'm going to count those.
It's
a lot of games to go through,
It really
man.
is.
That you got to have some free time. Is all I'm
Commitment.
saying.
Yeah.
Is that so? Instead of playing Halo with the boys, are you staying up till 4 a.m. counting?
Were these
might bring bangs?
The same dudes that I hope they were the dudes that were combing through like footage of Houston Astros games, trying to see if they could if they could hear the garbage
the
can
Reddit
bang
crowd.
that
The
was
Reddit
going
crowd
on.
is dedicated. The
They
Reddit crowd
are.
is undefeated.
People we call them nerds, but people like us benefit from their work.
Yes,
so
please don't ever stop being you.
we are appreciative of those nerds.
Because I ain't gonna do it.
Thank you, Double Bang crowd. It's the Crackman and Lindahl Show. Hey, we're doing the second hour of the show now. It is Kraken and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Did you know you can look at our dumb faces on Twitch? It's all presented to you by Safeway. They have everything you need for your Memorial Day weekend. Find fresh T-bone steaks for the grill, sweet corn on the cob with a slice of watermelon. Shop using the Safeway Deals and Delivery app to save time and money. That's right. You can look at us on Twitch.
Quite the intro there.
Quite the pairing that we are. Mm-hmm. Andy, I need a quick ruling on this. Can I get excited about Ezequiel Tovar?
Sure, yeah.
I
don't know. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let's have a bigger discussion.
Thank you.
Yes.
I knew your thoughts would expand. That's why I asked the question.
He had 2 mega shots.
2 bombs last
night.
Yeah.
Wasn't one upper deck? Were they both upper deck? They were roughly about the same spot.
I think it was the one he hit in the 5th. That was like a 440-plus footer. I mean, he crushed that thing.
Car rush, to quote our buddy John Leitner.
That's right.
Ted Leitner, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think you could be excited about the player. Look, the Rockies do what they always did, right? Bought out the arbitration years with that big contract.
Yep.
Correct?
Paid him off. He'll be here. He'll develop
He'll be here for a while.
Yeah.
But will he be here in the prime? I don't know. I guess I shouldn't complain. I got to watch plenty of Nolan Arenado to fall in love with him.
There you go.
But then you let him go. And I'm still to this day bitter about it.
Well, you gave another team more money to
yeah, that was cool.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Trevor Story, just let him go. John Gray, just let him go.
See you guys.
So
take it easy.
What does it take to break the cycle of you just letting good players walk after a little bit of fun?
You signed Chris Bryant.
Yeah, that is yeah.
No. Okay.
No.
Ezequiel Tovar, right now, slashing 279, 313, 468, OPS plus 113. So he's 13% better than the average major league hitter. He is starting to show some power. We have seen flashes with the glove. Was he not a Gold Glove finalist a season ago? I believe that he was.
Okay.
He's an impressive young defensive player. He's hit 7 home runs so far this year. He has hit 13 doubles. You'd look at it and you go, hey, that 60 strikeouts to 8 walks is probably something you need to look at a little bit. But you know what? There's not much there. He's a guy that's worth watching play baseball right now.
He is. He's a lot of fun.
Yeah. By the way, did you see Cal Quantrill last night?
Okay, I saw the interview. Are you talking about the interview?
No, I'm talking about him leaving the mound, I believe, in the 6th. After Jordan Beck had the bad misplay in left field, and then Quantrill had the wild pitch, and Blade scored, and it made it a 3-2 ball game at that point. It was 3-1, and as Quantrill, like the what do we call it? We used to call it the Root Sports cameras. I don't know what we call it anymore, but either way, the
Apple TV,
the Cal Rock,
the MLB
cameras. Channel 1262 cameras. Then they were right on Quantrill, and Drew's doing the toss to break thing, and man, Quantrill just F-bomb lace tirade as he's exiting the mound. And it's Oakland, so there's no crowd noise.
Yeah.
So you pretty much hear everything that he is saying right there. He was not thrilled.
Was he not thrilled with the catcher, with the...
I'm assuming he wasn't thrilled with Jordan Beck.
Okay.
Yeah, it was not a hard hit ball that ended up going to the wall and being a triple, and then, you're one stupid play away from that guy getting a walk home.
Oh, okay. I told you. I was barely paying attention to this game. I was more listening than watching.
Again, that's a good move. I fault you not.
Was that the play where did Beck dive for it and miss?
Yeah,
that was the one they
he
kept
got
talking
caught
about.
In between, right. He made the wrong call.
Yeah, I give it to Drew on this. Drew's been doing this a long time, and Drew's the hometown guy,
sure,
right? And I would not be surprised if the Rockies were a little bit sensitive about the broadcast. How about I just put it that way? But Drew has his moments where he's like, all right, what are we doing? He and Huey were just like, you can't play that way. You just can't.
Because
we're just trying to call a win here.
Can't.
And now I can see the win imploding. No, real quickly on Cal Quantrill. Somebody had talked to him where he was in the, it was one of those interviews they kind of showed. He was talking about some pitch he was messing with.
It was like his knuckle curve,
Does
right?
not look like a baseball player to me.
What's lacking?
All of it. I don't know. He just looked like just not a ball player, man. His hair, he probably looked more hockey to me than baseball.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Big kind of fluffy.
Pale white guy.
Yeah. Yes. First off, he was older than I thought. For some reason, I guess I thought he was a kid, but he's a vet.
Mm-hmm.
He just didn't look like I was like, man, this guy doesn't look like a baseball player.
It's part of the problem.
Doesn't have the, don't most of the guys, you either got the super long hair, the Thor hair, or
The
whatever.
Josh Hader.
Yeah. Or you got the shaved, kind of the shaved look going around so the hat fits just right and all that.
The in-between is what you're saying.
This guy, though, he's got the hockey hair. You know what I mean?
He could have fit in on like on an 89 Topps card. I could see that.
Okay.
Yeah, with his
He
look.
also just, again, kind of like me with the dumpy white, he just has this odd build.
Is he both dumpy and girthy
No, he's
also?
not. I don't know. He just, his shoulders, he had kind of an NBA shoulder thing going on with the hockey hair. He did not look like a baseball player to me. I don't know. Is there a replay on there? See, this stinks. If we could get the replay, I would go and take a picture and try to show you what I'm talking about.
This thing. Corner says this player is very controversial.
I just was thinking, these are the, you know what? These are the dumb things you think about when you're basically watching dumb baseball that has nothing to do with any effect on the season.
There's nothing
We
of
are
any
not affecting
consequence at all.
When it's the Rocks and the
Steal
A's,
that guy's shoulders.
It's not, yeah.
Guy's got weird shoulders.
What is with the Kevin McHale shoulders? Kevin McHale had the whitest set of shoulders.
You know
ever.
what? Now that you mention it, there is.
You're seeing what I'm talking
There's
about.
a shorter Kevin McHale quality
Do you
to
know
Cal
what I'm talking
Quantrill. I know what you're saying
Big
now.
old- Like Kevin McHale had just all that Celtics team.
Oh,
They were
I-
all kind of.
I bet you Cal Quantrill's got some shrubbery underneath those arms, man. Don't put that guy in a tank top.
You don't want to catch him at the rec center with your rec specs on.
It's got like a from Russia with love Eric Connery thing going on. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Can I get you some right guard, sir?
It's dripping.
Cal Quantrill this offseason going to be at the DAC ripping up the 1 to 2 o'clock men's league with the knee brace.
He's got heavy knee braces.
He's got
on.
the heavy knee brace. He's got the copper fit elbow pad going.
Smells of icy hot.
The Rex, yeah. He's got Flexall 454 everywhere.
What
and the Danny Shays chest hair assaulting everybody.
Danny Shays. What is Gabriel Landeskog saying tomorrow? What are we about
That's a
to
great
get?
question.
Tomorrow, Chris McFarland, Gabriel Landeskog will speak to the media. McFarland made all the sense in the world to me. Landeskog, that was where eyes perked up a little bit of like, oh, okay, he is the captain, but he hasn't played hockey in a really long time.
For me, and I guess Scotty's always like, if you have bias, you better tell people. So I'll give you my bias.
Okay.
I don't believe Gabe Landeskog is playing hockey again. I want to be as wrong as I've ever been in my career because I love the captain.
Sure.
But I don't see how he comes back and deals with the physicality of the NHL after that knee surgery. So
Wouldn't a retirement press conference, though, come with like it's a retirement press conference, like a leak from a reporter and prime the pump a little bit?
But I asked, so Spring was more on your, because of course I go to Mr. Between the Pipes here.
Sure.
What do you think we're going to get?
That's our source.
And he said, Spring pointed out rightly, I remember now, because Scotty and I were doing the show, I think you were seeing your parents this time last year, where Gabe did do the presser last year, if you remember, just to give us an update on where he's at. So probably that's all it is, but I asked Spring if he was going to do, here's where I'm at, why not just wait till the beginning of the year? Why does it have to happen right now?
Because with Chris McFarland, the first 8 questions are Landeskog and Nichushkin, right? That's
fair enough, yeah.
The 2 biggest questions that are going on right there at the very least.
You know what?
The captain's not suspended. You can get up there to answer questions for himself.
Do you want to hear from the captain on his thoughts on Nichushkin?
I definitely
do now.
I definitely do. That's a voice that I want to hear from.
I
in that
will not
situation.
be surprised if he retires. You don't think so?
If he is retiring, I'll be surprised if it's tomorrow.
Here's why.
Just again because of the way that this was, the news at the press conference was shared.
You're probably right, but to me, a reason why it would make sense is you announce the retirement ahead of pending off-season machinations.
We are going to be talking about Nikola Jokic. Are the Nuggets doing enough around Nikola Jokic? Are the Nuggets doing right by Nikola Jokic? Jeff Morton of Denver Stiffs next.
I mean, yes. I mean, I think they're built to beat us in some way. I mean, just look at their roster. They have basically 2 All-Stars, 2 probably first defensive players in the year. Mike Conley, who is the most underrated player in the NBA, probably. I mean, I love the guy. He's so good, and he always makes the right play. Even he didn't shoot that well this was the name. Series, this game, in one moment he was the leading rebounder in the game for them. So, it's and from the bench they have a 6th player of the year. They have Kyle and Walker who was really good for them. So one team that they can do literally everything. They can be big, small. So.
They got a lot of stuff, and Jokic once suggested cloning himself as an idea. Nikola Jokic needs help. Great perspective on this today at denverstiffs.com. I'm always excited when our next guest is writing at thegreatdenverstiffs.com, but the headline, a realignment needs to happen within the Denver Nuggets to maximize Nikola Jokic. Joining us right now, the King of Thornton himself, Jeff Morton. Jeff, welcome back to the program. How are you, man?
Well, hello, Cracky. How long has it been? It's been a long time.
It has been some time, but you know what, man? You got the gears grinding today with this piece. Jeff, I'll start here. Are the Denver Nuggets taking Nikola Jokic for granted?
Yes. But that's easy to do because
he rules.
And you think it's going to last forever, and it's always that thing, it's so good it can't possibly end, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Nuggets have sort of projected a Tim Duncan-esque thing onto Nikola Jokic, which I've always felt was sort of a mistake. I don't know how long he's going to play. Who knows? I mean, it's not like I'm projecting some sort of imminent departure or anything like that. But what I have seen is your title window is very short in the NBA. Look at the Milwaukee Bucks. They won the title in 2021, and man, things have not improved since then. And you just got to maximize your window as much as possible. And I sort of feel like the Nuggets didn't do everything it took to win this year. Now, obviously, there's CBA stuff going on. The NBA really is desirous of parity a la the NFL and basically the NHL right now. And I am very curious to see how they navigate that. But, yeah, that's sort of been my premise with the whole thing.
Well, and you wrote about this, Jeff. And again, I highly recommend, Nate highly recommends everyone go check out your article at denverstiffs.com. We just played the clip you referred to in the article there. And is he sending a message or not? I think we all tend to default to, because Nikola seems like the most drama-free superstar any sports league maybe has ever had, that he's not saying much. But to me, I feel like we saw some visible frustration at points on the court, and I would not ignore that he went through that laundry list like he did after the game. Would you?
No, absolutely not, Andy. And one of the things that I took notice of was something that Nate mentioned about cloning himself. That was about as close as you're going to get to a NBA-style-esque barb from Nikola Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
He was clearly joking, but there's sometimes truth in jokes. And I do believe at that point, I started really taking notice, because if everyone recalls, before the series started, Nikola Jokic was highly complimentary of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and it wasn't just your usual pablum. Obviously, there's relationships there. Tim Connolly is there, the guy who brought him to the Nuggets and built the team around him mostly. And I do believe what he's been saying about the Timberwolves is something that he saw was that this team was built to beat specifically him and the Denver Nuggets. I sort of feel like going into this series that Nikola Jokic knew this was going to be an enormous battle, one that like they haven't faced in a long time, because in the other series last year, McDaniels was not there. He had broken his hand punching a wall, and there was just they weren't a full team. The Nuggets kind of knew, and the Nuggets knew what they were facing. And I do sort of feel like in very specific relation to the Minnesota Timberwolves that Nikola Jokic knew, and you could tell in both of those bookends of the press conference before it started and the one after, where Nikola Jokic kind of was telling us we don't have what it takes right now to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. And I think Nuggets fans kind of were forced to face that by the end of Game 7.
We're talking to Jeff Morton, DenverStiffs.com. He's on Twitter at JMorton78. Great basketball and Nuggets to follow. Jeff, you mentioned certainly the bench, the lack of depth, those things that the Nuggets have been lacking, but also this is a team that I think needs another step out of Jamal Murray. And he has yet to make an all-star team. He has yet to make an all-NBA team. He, once again has had injuries that he has been battling through, but also he's a notoriously slow starter. Like when we talk about the things that can take the load off of Nikola Jokic, how much is an increased commitment from Jamal Murray to hitting his ceiling? How much could that simply help Nikola Jokic just get through 1 through 82, let alone the playoffs?
I think Jamal has not played 80 games or over 70 games since his second year in the league. And I think regardless of how well Jamal's playing, he needs a healthy Jamal.
Mm-hmm.
He needs a Jamal that comes into the season in shape. He needs a Jamal that is. He needs Jamal. If he's not going to be playoff Jamal, he needs to be functional through the regular season Jamal. And to be quite honest with you, that has not existed for quite a while. It existed for the playoffs last year, and that really was the ultimate example of what the Nuggets could be when Jamal was completely healthy going into the playoffs. And I think we saw this year after he came into the year, he immediately has a hamstring issue immediately. And that just completely threw off the rhythm of the year. Plus, the Nuggets are trying to develop all these young guys, and it just becomes a train that runs down the track that you can't. The Nuggets won 57 games. That is a tribute to Nikola Jokic. He deserved the MVP this year because there was a lot of factors working against this team this year. And one of the primary ones is that, once again, Jamal Murray only played 59 games this year.
Jeff, you talked about the fact that, and I love the line, older rookies are still rookies. And we know that Michael Malone, being an older school coach, his history has been to not really trust rookies. It felt like they maybe broke form a year ago because he did play Christian Brown. And Peyton Watson saw a little time at the end. What would you do to get this thing flowing? Do they have to trade one of the core guys? What do you do to free up money that you can actually change this? And then would you just go about it through free agency? Would you try to move up in the draft? How would you attack trying to round out this roster a little bit better so Nikola Jokic isn't having to play every minute of a Game 7 because you feel like you got no options?
That is the old reference here, $64,000 question. And I think that the Nuggets' approach to last season was if you talk to people in the league, they were like, we understand we can intellectualize what the Nuggets are doing with bringing in older rookies because theoretically they are ready to play. They're going to need development, but they're ready to play. And that's what you saw with Christian Brown last year. The problem was the Nuggets' percentage of older rookies increased dramatically last year after they lost Bruce Brown and Jeff Green. I don't know how. It's going to be very hard considering the Nuggets' caps constraints, and KCP is probably likely going to be opting out of his contract, his player option for this next year. You are kind of in a position to where even with KCP opting out, you're still over the cap and you're still restricted. And the Nuggets are kind of at a position where they're going to have to either A, keep doing what they're doing and drafting players, and adding more youth to a roster that's getting increasingly young, or you make a trade. And both of those are very, very, very hard decisions to make. I'm sort of glad that I don't have to make those, because those are like, there's benefits to both, but there's also severe drawbacks to both. And when I say making a trade, I mean you're going to have to trade a guy that means something to you in order to move something. So,
you know, Jeff, it's so funny because when you get to this time of year and you watch the team get eliminated in Game 7, and you see there is a misalignment within the organization right now, and it is evident that the GM and coach have not, their work has not gotten to the ends that I think each of them was hoping to get to this year. And so for this group right now, how important is it going to be and again, I'm talking about two very smart basketball men in Calvin Booth and Michael Malone, but how important is it going to be for them to recognize, okay, Calvin Booth, you have your passion for your draft picks, and you want those guys to play, as Kevin O'Connor had him quoted in The Ringer. And Michael Malone, clearly, you're trusting veterans to the point where Peyton Watson isn't getting up off the bench in the Minnesota series, and it's all Justin Holiday. But in the meantime, no organization asks more of a single individual than the Denver Nuggets do of Nikola Jokic. What will it take for both Booth and Malone to reach a place of agreement that what they do somehow makes this just a little bit easier for Nikola Jokic?
I'm going to make the point that I made at the end of my article today, and it's very simple. It doesn't matter if they're aligned. You have to align with Nikola Jokic. He's the most important person in this organization. Mm-hmm. It's not Calvin Booth. It's not even Josh Kroenke and Stan Kroenke. It is Nikola Jokic. He's the axis on which everything turns. And you have to make sure he is completely comfortable with what you are doing, and he understands that this is a plan for winning. After that, everything becomes easier. If you have Jokic completely on board and motivated and understanding exactly what you do in a clear and concise way, then everything else will become that much easier. I just, based on the way this went and Jokic's comments after the Timberwolves series, I don't know if that was made clear. That's just my opinion watching him. I don't necessarily know that. I think there needs to be a moment where both Malone and Booth need to go to Jokic and say, this is what we're going to do. And we got to get you on board, and we got to understand everyone's on the same page, and we have to have him at the top of our decision making. Everything we have to do revolves around Nikola Jokic. Everything we do has to understand that maybe playing him as much as we did is going to hurt. We need to get him some rest. We need to maximize what he can do on the court. Every decision needs to be made for that. And I don't necessarily believe that everything was aligning perfectly last year with specifically Jokic. They got to reorient with Nikola Jokic this year.
Jeff, it's good stuff, man. Jeff Morton, everybody, DenverStiffs.com. Read his latest right there. The King of Thornton. Great as always. Jeff, beautiful work. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Franklin.
All right. Jeff Morton with us right there on the show. Andy, this is something that it's weird to say in the moment, right? But like, you do got to step back, and what Jeff finished up with right there is really important. Like, we need to acknowledge, not only is Nikola Jokic the greatest player to have ever played for the Nuggets, I'm going to go out on a limb and just say he's the greatest player that's ever going to play for the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah. You have to approach it like that.
Yes.
You can't assume another guy like this is coming along.
They don't. It took 50 years to get this one. And again, the likelihood, only 8 other dudes in the history of basketball have won as many MVP awards as this guy has. And so, like, all right, he turns 30 in February. He'll turn 30 years old this upcoming season. He's got, I think, 4 more years on the contract. You do have to live with the acknowledgement of that might be it, although we'll get to that in a moment. But also, like, okay, he can't play as many minutes as he has. We did the numbers before. By the way, I overshot it just a little bit. This is since 1920. Not 1920, like the Roaring 20s. This is like the 2019-2020 season.
Gotcha. /19/20.
He's played the fourth most minutes, regular season minutes, of anybody in the NBA. Only Mikal Bridges, DeMar DeRozan, and Jason Tatum are above him on that list. And it's close, basically. Okay? The amount of minutes that this guy has played. He's about to turn 30. He's 280 pounds. He's a giant human being.
Not to say the other three you mentioned are not as big as him.
You're talking about, it's going to be long playoff runs every single year where he has to play big-time minutes and everything else that he has to do. I mean, like, the help has to come in the form of you've got to be able to keep him on the bench in longer stretches, and there's got to be nights where, and this is where the Jamal Murray part of the conversation comes in, where it's like, on some nights, you need somebody else to be the best player on the floor.
Well, I'm with you. And look, at some point, at some point, you need to be able to have somebody else other than, because all your options this year were Gordon and Jokic when it came to the physical play.
Yep.
They're fantastic together. I'd like to see where you could rest them both at the same time, right?
Mm-hmm.
They rarely got to do that. And especially in these playoff series where you shrink the rotation, that's a natural thing, but you've got to have somebody. If you're going to keep facing, and again, go back and look at the West. San Antonio's already big. They could get bigger. Oklahoma City's big. The Lakers got big. Minnesota's big. You're
Huge.
dealing with big teams because they know they're dealing with you.
Mm-hmm.
You need another physical player to somehow handle this.
Yep.
Somehow. And it'd be nice if that player not only could give Jokic and AG a break, but possibly, if you get a Minnesota situation, could maybe even come in and offer some help with those two. Cuban Benny had wrote, what would be so bad if you grabbed one? I can't remember one of the late players you brought up that you could bring in to play with Jokic as the big. Maybe AG goes to the small forward for once.
Right.
And you fight size with size.
Well, I'll even take it a step further. Physically massive. That you're dead right about that. What about the other step of, what about a night where the Nuggets need a win and it's always, well, hey, Jokic, bail us out.
Right.
There's 8 on the shot clock. Just throw it into Nikola. He'll fix it. He'll handle it. Like, what if they could run some possessions where they don't have to do that?
Nate,
There's a mental taxation that goes into all of that. They won 57 damn games this year, and he carried the team.
Nate, not only the end of game stuff you're talking about, I told you where I got frustrated, where I knew this team was in trouble. How many possessions did we see mid-third quarter as the lead was dwindling down where I remember the one, you and I talked about it earlier. He threw it to KCP. He worked it, I think, back out to MPJ, even tried Jamal once. They all threw the ball back to him.
Right.
Guys, somebody else. He is passed out of his matchup 3 times.
Yeah.
Someone else has to do something.
Guys, read Jeff Morton at DenverStiffs.com. Excellent stuff right there. Let's get back into the stupid when we come back. Last night, there was a play outside of the Rockies-A's game in baseball that we have to talk about because there was a technique issue in a major error that happened last night in baseball. We'll tell you what that is next. That's Andy. I'm Nate. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 3 hours of grab ass these days. Hey, make sure you join Altitude Sports Radio. Coming up tomorrow from noon to 3, Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC will be broadcasting live from Alta Convenience Store. Here's the thing. You don't know which one.
But when do we find out, Nate?
Tomorrow morning. I would hope. Yes, we'll announce tomorrow where they will be and then show up because we're giving away $5,000 worth of gas. Now, it's not just going to be coming in like a tanker truck and stopping off at your house. We will give it all away via $25 gift card, good for gas or anything from the Alta Convenience Store. Pick up some Hostess fruit pies, for example. One lucky listener will also get a $100 gift card. That's one lucky listener. We'll announce the location tomorrow morning, so stay tuned. Free gas for your free time this Memorial Day weekend. Thanks to Alta Convenience. Convenience beyond the pump.
Does Tyler bring the blocking pad?
Every listener that goes in to see PhD gets to run into Tyler while he holds the blocking pad. Tyler has to continue to host his radio show while having listeners collide with him.
And we're hearing Mark Springer's sound effects from our high five or whatever. Yeah,
it'll be fun. Yeah,
that was more the Will Smitham.
It'll be a good time.
There's one. Hopefully it doesn't sound like that.
So last night, Andy, the Rangers were in Philadelphia. A little Texas Philly action going out there at Citizens Bank Park last night. Coincidentally enough, the Rangers were going up against Ranger Suarez. In the 8th inning, Corey Seager hit a solo home run. However, there was some question as to whether or not it actually got over the wall. However, the question was answered because of spilled cheese. Roll it, Spring.
ERA of just 0.90. That ball hit well. Deep out to right field. It is gone! Or is it in? It looked like it knocked fans' food into the stadium. Was his food already in the stadium? How does that work?
Looked like Corey must have gotten some nachos right there.
So they're going to get together real quick here and confer. Unless they threw the food at the ball, it seems to me, and they might have. Maybe they knocked it off that railing.
It looks like there's some of that nacho cheese right on that railing there.
Calm down. We'll get you some, Val. I mean,
I could use a little bite.
There we go.
That young lady's got the glove out.
Yeah, and the other gal's holding up.
Yeah, there it is.
That's got to be gone.
All four. Ooh,
Yeah, the ball's gone, and so too.
Mom was trying to catch it with the plastic nacho sack.
It's a poor idea.
What the hell nachos are you eating?
The
plastic nacho sack? That sounds messy and unappealing. What do you just throw the cheese and the chips in? You shake it all together?
I was going to say
sack.
that's an unusual venue for the serving up of nachos.
And then when someone goes to reach, you go, "That's nacho sack."
The plastic nacho sack.
Huh?
It's good.
Can't have none.
Good.
That was cheap.
I was with you.
That was a cheap one because yes,
I was
thank
there.
you.
I was there.
Well, but do you remember Dookie and Nacho when he went with Nacho Life?
Dookie and Nacho, deep pull.
Yeah.
San Jose State's own. He was number 37, was Dookie and Nacho?
Sure.
Or 39. Could have been.
Dookie and Nacho.
Probably could use him right now. Was this the first time in Major League history that you could ever rule whether or not a ball was over the wall or not because you could check the ball for cheese?
There you go. It has to be.
Does
they
it have a
look
cheese
for the
stain?
chalk, don't they?
So Corey Seager of the Rangers hits this into the stands, and this Phillies fan, she was sitting front row, and she attempted to catch a home run with nachos.
There's worse ideas.
I mean, I'm always amazed whenever you see anybody barehand a major league home run.
Right.
Even a major league foul ball. That hurts like hell, okay? So, Corey Seager blasts that thing. And the woman attempted to use whatever apparatus she had available. It just so happened to be her tray of nachos, not her sack of nachos.
Yeah. Nobody has a sack of nachos, guy. Who was that?
Maybe that's a thing we should think about.
Who was the commentator?
I don't know if that was the Phillies or the Rangers call right there on that one, but it must have been
I
the
think
Rangers.
it was the Rangers.
Yeah, because they seemed happy about it. That's
Bally Sports Southwest.
There you go. Well played. Thank you, Spring. So here's my question. So she tries to catch a home run with Nachos. It doesn't work. Nachos end up on the field. Ball is back on the field. Everything went poorly for her.
Yard sale, we call that.
Although she didn't get injured, or maybe
Nobody
she
was hurt.
did. Yeah, nobody was hurt
good.
in
We got that going
the
for
making of this nacho disaster. So the question then is, what is the best ballpark snack for catching a home run?
Okay. For me, now you're going to still need the old hand-eye coordination.
Gotta have some
with
soft
this.
hands.
You've got to be done. Well, maybe not. The helmet sundae is the way to go. It's a natural bucket apparatus.
Yeah.
Now you're going to want the full-size one. The mini one may make it, that's
That'd be
going
tough.
to up the tough factor.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
Maybe just enough ice cream left that it gets sticky. Now you're going to get some on you, but at least you can, if you ride it in.
You could use the hot fudge as sort of like a sticky stuff type of material.
Sure.
And that could aid in the catching in the helmet sundae.
Could crack your helmet, but you can get another one of those. It's a baseball.
Home run ball is more valuable.
That's right. The problem is then, do you want to be stuck with dried hot fudge game day baseball? Does anybody believe that you actually caught that ball with your hot fudge stain on it?
Well, the beauty of it is YouTube captures everything these days.
Sure.
So you could show that off to people. That's an interesting perspective. See, I was thinking bucket of popcorn.
That ain't bad, but it might, depending on exit velo, could rip through
Could
the
go
bottom
right
of the bucket.
through the bottom. Yeah, it depends on how deep into the bucket of popcorn you have gotten. Because if you think about it, like, essentially, popcorn, it's like styrofoam peanuts in there. It
Sure.
could soften the blow.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right about that. You're talking about this is almost a physics experiment. You're talking about a hard ball coming in at high velocity from distance, and you're counting on the integrity of the cardboard container or sack, if you will.
How about the hot dog sack? You get you a Dodger dog
Gotta
or
get
a
it right
Rocky
in there.
dog. That'd at least be impressive. Then you're holding the thing open. Now, not a wide opening.
Yeah.
So you've got to be true with the aim.
Several listeners have suggested the bun, just the hot
The
dog
bun itself.
See, you're not wrong. The problem is that's hard to plan for. Like, how many people, I suppose if you're doing like Atkins diet or something like that.
I better keep the bun in case a foul ball comes my way.
You're just eating the glizzy straight.
Yeah. That doesn't look appealing. Is that a rally sausage you're having today? No.
Just mowing a foot long
Let's be honest.
sans bun.
If you're on the Atkins, there's probably more health value to the bun.
You're low carb. You're just nothing but dog and mustard.
Listen, if you're going with just the dog, you better put some ketchup on that too. Because it's not a glizzy anymore. It's just a pipe of meat.
It's an elongated sausage.
Yeah. So the pipe of meat's gone, and you're going to try to catch it with the bun?
No more meat pipe.
What are you doing? Shoving the bun in there? Do you have both sides of the bun? One side of the bun? What are we doing?
I mean, if you think about it, like a good size, like foot long bun, it's almost glove like. You could sort of you squeeze it right in there.
Just take the bag. It's thin opening. See how good your eyes are. Everyone kept saying beer cup. Beer cup might work. Gotta have a big beer. Although the price of beer these days. Are you sacrificing beer for that ball?
We've seen it done before. It has happened.
You really
before.
want to impress me? You go full shotgun and then make the catch.
Well, wasn't there the guy that the ball came in and then he chugged? I believe that did happen.
One guy caught the ball
holding a
with
baby?
a beer cup and a baby.
That man should be elected president.
He probably should. He should have free sack of nachos for life at the park.
If the nachos came in a sack, that would be the best item to use. However, nachos have yet to be served in sack form.
Yeah, I don't know where you got your sack of nachos. We're no sack of nachos. What about the Cracker Jack box? That's not wide enough. I still hear it's peanuts.
You'd really have to. I mean, you gotta judge that thing perfectly with the Cracker Jack.
Strawberries on a stick.
Just bat it out of the air.
I like that. What are you stabbing the ball? I like that, Ryan. No, I'm eating them strawberries. You kidding me? Are we going? Have we gone full Renaissance Festival now? You got a turkey leg. You gonna bat the thing down with the bone of your turkey
Club
leg?
it back into play.
Huzzah! Are you gonna? You know what you do? You take your turkey leg bone and you just go ahead and square up and hit it right back at him.
Turkey.
See how that works.
It's like you're volleying.
Yeah.
It's like tennis at that point.
We're playing Wimbledon. I don't want your ball. I got a sack of nachos and a turkey leg.
See, the sack of nachos, not the best way.
See,
to
if
do
you're
it.
eating the turkey leg, then did you show up in your Harry Potter
in your cloak?
Can you just take that off and catch it in the hood?
I couldn't come into the ballpark. They wouldn't let me bring my sword in.
How dare you? My wand did not
Mm-hmm.
get through security.
Sack of nachos, not the way to go. We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including a dude that is already certified awesome, wants to be better. He'll explain how he's going to do that next. Hey, it's the third hour of the show, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We begin with football news. Let's go, Mark Springer. What do you have for us today?
See the high five brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. We have big news today. Big news.
Big.
Get used to this because this is now a thing. Pittsburgh has been selected to host the 2026 NFL Draft. We just had the draft in Detroit. Next year's draft will be in Green Bay, and then announced today, the following year it'll be in Pittsburgh.
Is this Andy, is this like now become the NFL's sort of consolation prize of like, look, your stadium's old as hell and it's cold and we're never going to give you a Super Bowl, so you get a draft?
I never really thought about that, but I think you're right. You make a good case for that. If you're a Colt, this is more easy to move around than the Super Bowl is because we all saw how close New York was to being a disaster. And for those that don't remember, the very next morning they got crushed with snow and a ton of people missed flights.
So apparently the draft will be held outside Acrisure Stadium. Still not used to that one. And Art Rooney said he anticipates the crowd will envelop the area between the Steelers' home stadium and PNC Park down the street. It's kind of cool in Pittsburgh. All the stadiums are right there next to each other. A quote here from Rooney: "The roots of pro football really are deep in our region, and so we plan to celebrate really the history of football, the Dan Marinos, the Joe Montanas that came from our area." Good for you. So we haven't gotten one of these yet here in Denver.
Surprising.
Is that because, I mean, are the Walmart people telling the NFL, like, we're going to build a sick new stadium and eventually we're going to be a Super Bowl destination?
Well, but remember, you don't necessarily do it at the team facility.
Yeah.
They've floated doing it at Red Rocks, which would be awesome, but we had the same problem this year. Whether it's rain or snow, draft weekend always seems to feature some kind of crap weather. I have worked a ton of drafts where it's fallen on the 25th, 26th, 28th, whatever it is of April, where it's a cold, cloudy, crappy day. There's been snow. There's been a little bit of everything. I remember sitting at Stoney's with D-Mac and Coach, and you and I did the pregame. Remember, that was nothing but gray and wet that day, too. So I don't know if it's an ideal time to try to plan a Red Rocks event, but I also think you're right.
Who was the guy that was performing when they had the hailstorm there?
Zach Bryan, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they had a few.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I felt bad. Rome with Sublime leaving him had his last show there, and he had to perform in the absolute downpours of rain.
Ugh.
So yeah, it doesn't. I think I would skip an outdoor concert at Red Rocks if it was weather like we speak of.
Yeah, probably.
So,
yeah,
I'll
most
catch
likely.
you next time, my guy or gal. Yeah, I don't know. Look, you could be right, but see, here's the thing.
Outside of going to the first round,
I'm with you.
I get that the first round is cool. I can't imagine how boring a spectator event that would be.
And yet it draws.
It does. The people go.
Herds of people.
They show up
every time.
They wear the jerseys. They get drunk.
See, it sounds like a cool idea till we all figure out the traffic problems this is going to cause us on our daily commute, and you don't want it anymore.
Yeah, we're good on that. All right, Spring.
High five.
So apparently, Lamar Jackson has lost some weight. He said as much earlier this month. Lamar Jackson said he now weighs 205 pounds, which is 25 pounds less than his 2022 weight and 10 pounds less than what he weighed last season. So Lamar Jackson talked to the media today, and he was asked about that.
I don't really know how many pounds I lost. I'm like 2-something right now, but I just say it was important enough so I can be able to move around a little bit extra. That's all.
Could you share how you did it? Is diet, exercise, Mediterranean, cut out
Nah,
candy?
man, I'm a charge for that, you know. Because people be doing these little plans and stuff, and they still be, you know, having their weight on them. No, not to offend anyone, nothing like that. But, yeah, you have to pay for that. Yeah.
Target weight for?
Nah, just under 230.
And what was the main reason for losing that weight?
Just so I can be more agile, be able to move more.
Wasn't it the entire gym? Isn't that how Lamar Jackson lost all of his weight from his weird home suitcase workout center thing that he was pitching last year.
Forgot about that thing. Was that just last year where he takes off all the weights?
It was only last year.
The Total Gym.
Was it the Total Gym?
I think that's what it was called.
Okay.
No, it wasn't. No.
The entire gym?
Entire gym?
The entire. It was something like Total Gym's the Chuck Norris one. I think that's why.
Also, quick question on Lamar Jackson. What does he need to drop weight for? What does Lamar Jackson need to be more agile for?
See,
what?
You know who else is doing it?
He's Lamar Jackson.
The other guy doing it is Tua. And I kind of get it.
I can
you don't
see it
wanna
with
be
Tua.
big like Russ, but Tua's small though. Like now you're small. I don't know, man. It's crazy. Whatever. But hey, look, I guess he didn't feel like he was fast enough last year. What about
He rushed
I'm
for
with you.
821 yards.
I did not watch one game of Ravens football last year
You
where I
won
go,
an
man,
MVP.
that Lamar Jackson's really letting himself go.
Yeah, come on, fatty. Why don't you get in shape?
Speaking of this, and I don't think Spring has it in here. Did you see where people, who am I? Make the guy as sad as you want to because he makes me sad every year. People were fat shaming Patrick Mahomes for showing up. People, I guess, on Twitter were talking, boy, he really showed up out of shape. The guy had a little bit of fluff in the gut. I bet he's had a couple of drinks. He's probably hit a couple of buffets.
He's also he's never been like sculpted guy.
No, but he's also was not fat.
That too.
I guess I took credit. I'm like, boy, if you think that guy's fat, then I'm apparently I am the dude at a gold member.
Here's the thing that I don't understand about Patrick Mahomes, okay? He's not fast, but he's always a tenth of a second faster than whoever's chasing him.
Yeah, he's shifty.
It's amazing. Like, watch him run. He's on his tiptoes. It looks weird as hell. Nobody ever catches him from behind. It's incredible the way that he's able to do it. He's always just out of reach of whoever is going for him. And next thing you know, he picks up 18 yards and a first down.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Look, it's
cool, Carl.
And you know what? You know who else who didn't have the most Adonis football player body you've ever seen? Was Peyton Manning.
No.
And last I checked, plenty of winning going on.
I mean, Tom Brady got drafted looking like he did, and then he got freakish with TB12.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. But by the way, everybody today at Kansas City, they all had to answer the Harrison Butker questions today.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That was fun for them.
Which I think is easy for the coaches and the players. Here's what I want to do. Just go through the facility and interview all the female employees. Ask them, okay? Ask them. Shouldn't you be at home in a kitchen somewhere right now? That's what your kicker thinks. Fun stuff. Spring.
High five.
Dak Prescott talked to the media at Cowboys OTAs yesterday. Somehow there's no audio of this, but I got quotes. He's going to be a free agent at the end of the season. He said, quote, "I don't play for money. Never have cared for it, to be honest with you. Yeah." End quote. I also saw this quote. Thought this was interesting because both the Mavericks and the Stars are in the conference finals in Dallas. According to The Athletic, Dak Prescott said, quote, "It's not jealousy, but it fires you up. I want it for them. Go win. Go win it. Rangers did it. Other two got to do it. Put more effing pressure on us."
Yeah. There's always plenty of pressure on them, but I do think it's funny that the other Dallas teams are all right there and have an opportunity to be able to get it all. Andy, do you believe the quote, "I don't play for money, never have cared for it, to be honest with you, yeah"?
No. You held out. And I guess it's easy to say this once you've received your money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm sure it's probably no big deal when the ungodly amount of money that goes in every week for your game check is, you probably tend to not worry about it so much.
I don't care for money.
Now that I have it, I'm not worried about it so much. I'm playing for winning. Okay.
He's due to make $55.5 million this year. And then after this season, if he has a season like he did last year, where I believe he was second-team All-Pro, he will become the highest-paid quarterback in all of football. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he likes that. I think he does care for it. I don't believe him for 1 second.
Most of us do.
Yes. And I'm not saying he doesn't love football. I'm
yeah,
just saying,
one is not, yes.
I think he also likes money.
If my services will allow me to get paid this, then I shall take what I'm allowed to get paid.
I would say so. Spring.
High five.
Let's wish a happy birthday to Anthony Richardson, the starting quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts. Today is his 22nd birthday. Bo Nix is 24 years old, for perspective.
It's so weird.
Anthony Richardson showed up today in an Indiana Pacers jersey supporting the other local team. He was asked about the shoulder injury that he is coming back from. How does his shoulder feel? Does it feel 100%, or does this still feel like you're going through rehab?
I don't know, honestly, because the stuff I was doing in rehab, I was doing the same thing before I got injured. So it just feel like a regular routine day for me. Just get my arm ready, go out there and throw. Be prepared, and that's about it. So I don't know if it necessarily feels like rehab still, but everything's rehab for me, I guess.
All right, so Andy, I know we always mock like the throwing against nobody thing and OTAs and all that, but like if you are curious about how his right shoulder is doing, based on the throw that I saw on Twitter earlier today, it looks pretty good.
Again, we're not worried.
He's got it.
Can he throw normally?
Cannon.
And frankly, Joe Burrow's going to go through this too. These are both guys that had injuries to the throwing apparatus that gets them paid.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where, as you said,
Take care of
throwing on
yourself
air
out
is
there.
fine. I want to see that the football looks okay. Remember, Peyton Manning was incredibly secretive trying to throw the ball.
Mm-hmm.
He went down to the Rockies underground batting cages to throw so that nobody would see him throw, air or not. So this
Anthony
is important
Richardson
to
is one of those dudes of like, okay, I don't know what kind of quarterback he's going to really turn out to be, but I am very eager to watch him play football. He's such an athletic freak. He's just big and fast and powerful and all of those things. Like, he's a massive question mark, but I'm very curious to see what it looks like, whatever he turns out to be.
He can fling it.
Sure can.
Can he fling it accurately? Can he ultimately fling it on time?
Fling it to the right guy.
Fling it to the right guy.
Yep.
But you're right. I mean, he's a problem.
Large human being. Mm-hmm. And that's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. It is Nate Kreckman. It is Andy Lindahl. We've always wondered, how long is Nikola Jokic going to play? Well, I'm going to throw a number at you that I'm not even sure Nikola Jokic can say no to. We'll say that next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Time to talk about erectile dysfunction. Is this something that's affecting you? Is it affecting your sex life, your happiness, your overall mood, your confidence? If any of this is the case, time to go talk to the folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, plenty of men suffer from ED. It's just not something that you get together with your fellas and talk about much. You can have that conversation with the folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90% and some treatments that can have you last an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. If you find yourself feeling depressed or pulling away from your partner or having real troubles in your relationship, this stuff can lead to divorce, breakups, whatever it is. Don't let it get to that point. Go have a conversation with these folks. See if they can help you. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having better sex right after your appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
right, so a lot going on. Tomorrow we will have a Chris McFarland, Gabriel Landeskog press conference. That is, what is that, 9:30 a.m., I believe that's going down
9:30
tomorrow.
that time.
Thank you,
10:30
Spring.
OTAs, 11:30 Nuggets.
Open practice for OTAs down there tomorrow. And then, yes, we will hear from Josh and Calvin, I believe is.
Josh and Calvin for the Nuggets.
Okay.
Gabe and McFarland for the Avs. And I forgot to look at the list.
There will be a bevy of information and news and audio, and we'll have it all for you tomorrow here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We had a great conversation with Jeff Morton last hour here on the show about the Nuggets and their need to get realigned into doing right by Nikola Jokic, and a big part of that is maybe in some respects listening to Nikola Jokic. And a part of this is like recognizing, okay, he turns 30 next February. He turned 29 this past year. He's won his 3 MVP awards. I don't know if he's winning another one. I don't see his brilliance dipping, but also once you get to 3, it's hard to see the voters going, but we said that about 1, we said it about 2, we said it about 3. Who knows? All right.
Hold on real quick, though, because you pointed it out. He's the 4th in minutes played since 2019-2020.
Yep.
He probably needs to dial that back, which by just fewer minutes played would cut down on the stats that I think a lot of voters say.
Mm-hmm.
How can you argue these are the all-time great seasons the last 3 years that he's put together?
Right.
By the numbers, you can't ignore that. So if they can put together a roster that allows him to rest a little bit, maybe just by default, some of that argument goes away.
In addition to just rest, also just load off of him. He doesn't have to be the superstar every single night. What if there is a night where Jamal Murray is just the best player on the floor and helps carry this team to victory? Well, that will require Jamal Murray to show up in shape and committed and be good from the very start of the year instead of working himself into trying to be playoff Jamal at the right time, and hopefully his body holds up for all of that. But Jokic has 4 more years on the contract that will take him up through, he'll be 34 years of age, I believe, by the time it's all said and done. And I saw this tweet today. This is from Keith Smith covering the NBA, and he writes, some fun numbers. The NBA getting $7 billion per year for media rights will likely lock in 10% cap growth. That's the max the cap can go up per season starting in 25-26. If so, the cap will top $200 million in the 28-29 season. A 35% max salary that year projects to be $72 million. 5th-year salary on that max deal, $95 million. Total value of that max deal, 5 years, $419 million. So our buddy Adam Mares at DNVR tweets, is Jokic going to pass up a $419 million contract in 2028, or will he sign that kind of deal and play until he's 37?
We just talked about Dak Prescott, and do you love money or not?
Yeah.
I think
$419 million.
Nikola Jokic doesn't seem to be the kind of guy that needs to have all the dollars.
No.
But we
But
also had not seen Nikola Jokic do any real ads until this year in America. Now he's doing Hotels.com, and he did the stuff with the movie, the Minions movie or whatever. And
he's become more visible. He's got a shoe deal, I believe, with a Chinese company. Like he's become more visible in terms of attracting those extra dollars. Because guess what? When you're the best basketball player on the planet, and you know, for at least for now, he still holds that mantle. Those offers come of you. Plus, there's also the additional part where Nikola Jokic has a great personality. He's an engaging dude. He's funny. He's dry. He's witty. He's very likable. He likes horses. He wants to stay on parade. And so there's extra dollars in that. And you start talking about somebody signing another max deal to play until they're 37 and getting $419 million. Like, Andy, I believe it was his agent that was quoted, it was like a year or two ago in the Serbian publication that was just like, it'll be this contract and that'll be it. Yeah, but a lot of things have happened since then. And again, the number is $419 million.
Yeah, that your country's imports exports thing probably doesn't balance out that way.
That's a lot of meat pies.
That's a lot of horses.
Yeah.
A lot of horse stable.
Yeah.
You could own
an
3
armada
or 4
of horses.
Yes. Yes. You would miss a horse race after that. And I think the other key number you threw out there is age 37 when it ends.
Yeah.
It's not 40. It's not a ridiculous, you know what I mean?
Right.
If he stays healthy, he could build little Serbia here in Denver if he'd like to.
Now, you got to get to a place where he doesn't play those minutes all the time, where he doesn't play 46 and a half minutes in a game 7 where there's a little bit of help, because you do want to be able to sustain the career.
Don't you have to remain competitive? Isn't it another big key?
Huge.
Because if you're not competitive, Joker
Huge.
does not like losing. That I'm not going to act like I feel like I know a ton about the Joker.
Right.
But I don't think he enjoys losing.
No, and that's I like that word you used right there, enjoys. Because one of the other things, and I think Tim Connolly used to say this, of like when he would ask Nikola, how long are you going to do this? And Jokic's answer was, as long as I enjoy it. Winning is a massive part of that. And also, like, is he having a good time? He's not American. The moment that he can get back to Sombor, Serbia, he goes. We know that about him. He's not particularly ingratiated in American culture or anything else like that. It's basketball. Essentially, his time in the States is a business trip. But I firmly believe he loves basketball.
And I think he loves this city. He's made it pretty clear. If
I
I'm going
agree
to
with
be in the NBA, I'm going to be in Denver. I don't want to go to any other city.
So this past year of Nuggets basketball, where, again, like Jamal's in and out of the lineup. Jeff Morton used the term last hour, the Jamal hamstring injury threw off the rhythm of the year, which I think is very true. Like, it was hard for the Nuggets to be able to sort of get to that place. And so go back to, all right, Michael Malone, you gotta stop chewing asphalt all the time. Like, every now and then, not every loss is a crisis, and it's okay to play young guys, and it's okay to ease back every now and then. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world for an aging Michael Malone to recognize, especially with the kind of veteran roster that he has. Getting more help, again, not having to carry the load. We brought out the stat yesterday. This team had fewer double-digit wins than I think any of the other top seeds in the NBA this year. Like, wouldn't it be cool if not every night was a squeeze where you could win some laughers? Wouldn't that help? And you wouldn't have to be the hero. And Jokic would enjoy some of that a little bit more.
Yeah, but the whole team, the whole team, you brought that up yesterday, and I meant to kind of touch on that. It is amazing how many times this team decided they'd erase what seemed like the kind of lead that you would just say, all right, it's your game tonight.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
We're down 17 late third. You can have this one. Instead, they expended the energy, and I think Ball Arena gave it to them. A lot of them were at Ball Arena where the crowd would get into it, because I think we as a Denver fan base got used to all they need is just a little bit of opening, and they're going to come back and win this game on you.
Yeah.
But to your point, it takes a lot of energy. And I think when you're already in the old, we're going to wind it down, then you decide to throw it back up to 55, that can be a little bit tough on the engine. You brought it up. I don't know. You're never going to find a true replacement for Nikola's clutchness, for lack of a better term.
Sure. He does it better than anybody in the world, which was what made Game 7 so kind of shocking. Still shocking about it is that's a game that 99 times out of 100 Nikola Jokic wins.
Yeah, but he tried to take it over, and they just kept sending 2 dudes at him.
Yeah.
You've got to have an answer for that next year, because you and I know this about sports. Now that it's been shown, everyone else is going to do it to you. Michael Porter Jr. needs to be comfortable shooting over dudes even when they're running at him, because now that the NBA saw that series, they're all going to defend him that way, right?
Yep.
The Nuggets, now that you saw it, now not everyone's going to have 3 7-footers that are, there's the word of the day, girthy, to throw at Nikola Jokic.
Not dumpy, but girthy.
But he's got to get ready for that. There's already plenty of teams that have what they need to try to deploy that same strategy against him,
Uh-huh.
they've got to have the answer. And it can't just be Joker and Aaron Gordon do all the physical things throughout the year. That's not good enough.
Yeah, that too. Tweet from Marko Lumirovic.
Nice. What?
Journalist covering EuroLeague. Tweeting today, 3-time NBA MVP Nikola Jokic from Denver Nuggets will play for the Serbian national team this summer in the Paris Olympics, sources said.
I wonder when he made that decision.
This is one guy's report. We have not heard this specifically from Nikola yet, but this is from a reporter covering the EuroLeague tweeting that Nikola is playing for Serbia. Andy, I will be shocked if he doesn't play.
He doesn't really have a choice now that the season's ended early, right?
There's that. There is the pressure, and also, I think he wants to do it.
Okay.
He is from a region, the former Yugoslavia, now Serbia, broken up into the Balkan nations. Nationalism is very important, and they do tie a lot of sporting pride to it. And being a part of the Serbian national team is, I do think it's an important part of Nikola Jokic's life. I would be stunned if he didn't play in the Olympic Games. I do believe, if everything was perfect, he'd just be at the horse track every single day. But also, I think he has national pride, national team pride, and to your point, there is quite a bit of pressure.
It'll make his life easier to live in Serbia.
Sure will.
Which is what he needs.
Yeah.
We had Johan Buha did the great story about how hard. I don't think it made his life hard, but clearly there was some animosity from some of his fellow town folk that he had not shown up to represent the national team. So
yeah, he skipped a few years. With them losing early in him, for all intents and purposes, being healthy. I'm sure he's not 100%, but I'd be shocked if he didn't play.
Okay. Not shocked that he's going to play. I don't worry as much about him. I hope I don't eat those words at any point because of his game. Jamal Murray playing for Canada in the Olympics.
The Maple Leafs are going to be dangerous this year.
I understand why he's doing it.
Sure.
I respect the fact that he wants to.
Of course, yeah.
I've had this argument before. As a selfish fan of my hometown teams, which are both the Nuggets and the Avs, who have quite a few international players that have Olympic opportunities for other countries.
Yeah.
And this really, I don't even care if they played for for USA. Murray, especially, anytime you come off of what was an injury-riddled season, and it's fair to label Jamal as an injury-riddled season, is it not?
I agree.
I just hope nothing happened. We don't need another Vlatko Čančar situation, I guess is what I'm saying.
That is.
And I know that's kind of the weird example to go to, but we talked about it yesterday. Would have been a little curious to see what Vlatko could have added to this bench mix as a veteran that Malone does trust.
Yeah. I think that Jamal's got to play for Team Canada mostly because he wants to have Nickeil Alexander-Walker on his team for a change.
You think that? Yeah. Maybe buddy him up.
I think he would like that
get
part
some
of
the feistiness out of him.
Canada's.
Now they're going to have SGA too.
Yeah, SGA and Jamal in the backcourt. RJ Barrett, Kelly Olynyk, Dylan Brooks, Zach Edey is Canadian. I assume that he would be on the national team. Lou Dort is Canadian. I'd assume he would be there. Dwight Powell is Canadian. That Team Canada's dangerous, man. They're going to be tough. Obviously, USA are the favorites as well. They should be. But Serbia and Canada they're both coming correct with some pretty damn good national teams. Now that the Gasols are gone, you fear Spain not quite as much these days.
I feel, though.
By the way, it should be noted, and texters are sending this in as well. Team USA and Serbia are in the same group this year.
Well,
so Jokic will be going up against Team USA early on in the tournament.
Do we have any other Nuggets that could be playing for USA? Is Aaron Gordon receiving an invite?
No. I think AG was in the player pool, but he's not on the team. Hold on here. I have it. It's
Nate's looking it up right now. Let me throw this off.
Yeah, I'll give you the full roster here.
Shouldn't there be a player exception? Shouldn't you get some sort of salary relief exception if a guy gets hurt in the Olympics? I think the NBA does like the international exposure of their players.
Sure.
I think if a guy gets hurt in the Olympics, there should be some salary cap relief with how hard you're trying to lock this thing down.
Team USA, here's your 12. Bam Adebayo, this is in alphabetical order. Bam Adebayo, Devin Booker, Steph Curry, Anthony Davis, Kevin Durant, Anthony Edwards, Joel Embiid, Tyrese Halliburton, Drew Holiday, LeBron James, Kawhi Leonard, Jason Tatum. They're pretty good.
Pretty good.
It's not a bad roster.
No. But it's not like, to your point, though, the world is catching up.
It is.
Which is what is good. You need a competitive tournament. You don't need USA, Canada, and hockey all the time.
Can you imagine if they can't do this, but like if the former Yugoslavia still existed, you would have Jokic and Luka on the same damn Olympic team? How tough those dudes would be. Oh, it'd be vicious.
Who else is in this league that would do all the Chiches? How many Chiches do we have?
All the Chiches you can imagine.
Bogdanovich, all that.
Every Bogdanovich, Jovic, all of them were going to be there. Every itch that you can imagine.
Scratching them all.
It's
Hi-oh.
There it is.
Hi-oh.
I'm excited for Olympic basketball. One more question on basketball before we go to break and give you something stupid.
You've got another great thing to look forward to.
Another stupid thing to do
if
that
you don't want to smell a dead corpse flower.
Yeah, I've got another option for everybody. Western Conference Finals start tonight. You have to pick one. Minnesota or Dallas, who do you want to go to the NBA Finals?
I'm always the outlier. I'll go Dallas simply because I never root for the team that took me out.
Okay.
You punks don't get to celebrate either. I never take any joy in losing to the champs. I just can't.
All right. So this is where I got to step back for a second, and I have to fully admit, okay? I like this Timberwolves team.
Right.
I like watching them play basketball. I don't want to watch Karl Anthony Towns in the NBA Finals. That just doesn't sit right. I've for too long I've looked at that guy and gone, the hell's wrong with that guy? For him to take a hero turn now is so weird. But he was marvelous. He was the best player on the floor in Game 7. I hate saying that, but he had the best game of anybody in Game 7, and so there we are. I like Luka Doncic. I don't like watching Kyrie Irving or Jason Kidd win anything, so I have to deal with that. Chris Finch and Mike Inori are both former Nuggets guys. Tim Connolly's a friend of the program.
It's okay to root for Boston or Indy.
After
this round.
I want the Timberwolves to go to the NBA Finals.
You do?
I do.
Really?
Yeah, it sucks.
Okay.
The Nuggets got beat by a team that at the moment is better than that.
I agree with you. Doesn't mean I got to root for them.
Yeah.
For me,
I hear you.
I root for whoever so again, I told you I wasn't even going to watch the Western Conference Finals in hockey had Vancouver made it through because I cannot watch Vancouver and Dallas just try to dump and chase each other all day long. I've got friends from Edmonton. There's connections to the Mammoth with Edmonton.
Yeah.
I am rooting Edmonton rest of the way.
Okay, so some of you may not want to watch any of these series, and we respect that. Therefore, we will perform yet another service for you here today on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Other crap to do. Is this actually a good idea? We'll tell you one next. All right, Andy. Holiday Road. There it is for you. By the way, can you name the artist on Holiday Road?
I can't. I just know it's from Vacation.
Lindsey Buckingham. Fleetwood Mac. This was a part of his solo catalog.
Really?
The unheralded Lindsey Buckingham solo catalog. Holiday Road. Yes. It is correct.
It's a great harmony.
It really is.
It's a fun song.
It's a good tune.
Yeah.
It's unimpeachable. Can't knock it. Nice job. So, we've got some other crap for you to do. Your teams are eliminated from the postseason. Quite frankly, going to a Rockies game is depressing. Therefore, we're trying to give people other crap to do now that their team is eliminated from the postseason. Both of their teams are eliminated from the postseason. Yesterday, we told you about the corpse flower up at CSU.
Fun.
Well, today, Andy, I've got another idea for you. And once again, we'll have to debate the merits of whether or not this is a good idea. Opening Friday, visitors to Denver Zoo's new Down Under habitat can walk with the wallabies.
The wallabies?
The wallabies, yes.
What is a wallaby? Is that like a kangaroo?
It's like a small kangaroo.
The big ones are angry.
Yeah, you want to give them
I don't want
their
to mess
distance.
with them.
Yeah, it's
they have that come at me bro look on their face.
You can always Google men fighting kangaroos and find some pretty funny videos. Yeah, they're a bad matchup. Billed as the zoo's first immersive area, the $7.8 million project invites visitors to walk through the same area where the wallabies and red kangaroos live, with no fences or ropes to separate them, but not interact with them. So you can walk by them, just don't talk or look at them, apparently.
Don't stare too long. Don't make eye contact.
According to this piece of the Denver Post, it's an experiment, zoo officials say, and one continuing their trend
hold on.
toward larger, more naturalistic enclosures with fewer animals.
All right, repeat that first sentence.
It's an experiment.
All right, that's all I need. We're not sure how this is going to go, but if you want to sign up to be the guinea pig, here's a waiver. Walk with the wallaby.
If you or your child wants to get kicked in the face by a wallaby,
this has a Jurassic Park feel to it. If you want to be the grandkids from Jurassic Park stuck in a Jeep as the Tyrannosaurus Rex runs through the damn whole island, go ahead. Sign the waiver.
What kind of waiver do you have to sign to go in?
Oh yeah, we absolve you of everything.
The new habitat sits on 3 acres, and its price tag and complexity make it the zoo's biggest project since the Toyota Elephant Passage. Like that enclosure, it's included with general admission. During a member preview earlier this week, the animals seemed utterly relaxed, despite the adults and children strolling the Wallaby Way path, as it's called.
Right. What children did you challenge them with? Not all children act the same. Matter of fact,
very true.
My children act differently at different times of day. Sometimes they're the coolest kids to be around. Other times, I'm looking for adoption agencies.
Take a kid to the zoo, get him hopped up on cotton candy, and then let him go nuts.
Tell you what, how about the kid at Target that won't quit throwing a fit? And I know from 5 aisles over that all he wants is a Hot Wheels car. Did you try that? Did you try that, kid, to see if the wallaby was okay? I'm in the grocery section, and somehow over in the toy section, which is at least half a football field away, this kid's whining about a Hot Wheel. Take that kid to the Wallabies. See if they're still chill bros.
Can I take a wallaby home? No, you can't.
I want a wallaby! And I'm sure they'll recognize that the ropes are there for their protection.
Marshmallow, a 5-year-old albino wallaby, seems destined to be a star. She came to the City Park Institution from Sequest in Jefferson County. The zoo rescued more than 100 animals from that interactive aquarium earlier this year, following injuries and animal welfare complaints.
Josh writes, they have the same thing at the Cheyenne Mountain Zoo, and it's awesome. The wallabies are super gentle and sometimes will snuggle up to your leg. What happens when the wallaby goes into other known dog behavior with a leg? Then what?
Has your leg ever fornicated with a wallaby? On Tuesday, Marshmallow lazed on wood chips in her enclosure, occasionally moving to get a better look at the people only a few feet away. Meanwhile, employees shared helpful tips on keeping the animals and visitors safe. Denver Zoo got rid of its roaming peacocks in 2020 after years of incidents and injuries prompted by visitors chasing or plucking the feathers. Keeping toddlers and the type of geniuses who try to pet the bison in Yellowstone National Park away from the animals is a constant concern. Before visitors can enter Wallaby Way, they're put in their own holding area where a zoo employee gives tips and instructions and asks them to leave food outside. Inside, more employees answer questions while carefully watching the animals. They have cattle prods.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they know what they're doing. I'm sure they've researched this.
Mm-hmm.
But again, animals, sometimes they wake up and they're kind of jerks.
Apparently, Marshmallow has a few issues, Andy. She's on birth control, given that her genetics are murky and zookeepers don't want her to pass on traits that make future babies vulnerable. So she's on the pill, all right? She's not a Western girl by nature, likely hailing from a wallaby farm in Ohio or Arkansas. She requires sunscreen on her ears and tail. That's kind of cute. The other wallabies and red kangaroos and tree kangaroos vary enough in appearance that they're not hard to pick out even after a short visit. A pair of red kangaroo ladies, Eris and Medea, are near the end of their lifespan at 18 years old. Don't kill the red kangaroos!
You going to give this a try?
No.
The Wallaby Walk at the zoo?
I'm not taking my kids into the Wallaby Walk. Nope. No chance.
Hell no. This all goes right to someone else's food that the Wallaby wants, right? Fair enough to exist.
I don't like critters, just in general. I got to admit something to you. All right, we're all friends here. We're in the Tree of Trust.
Sure, the Wallaby Walk of Trust.
The Wallaby Walk of Trust, if you will.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I was out on a hike the other day, just a quick up and down. I'm on my way down the hill, and I'm terrified of snakes.
Okay, fair enough. Many are
petrified of them.
I get it.
Yeah, I find them repugnant, and I want nothing to do with them.
They eat the mice. If they're not too big, I leave them in my backyard.
They have
their eco.
I can recognize their necessity and their service and all of that. Oh, they give me the heebie-jeebies. I don't like them.
You really don't like them. I showed you a snake video. You did not like that.
I don't like the way they move. All right. So I'm walking down the hill. Anytime I'm out in the nature, I'm always scanning. Okay, especially where I live, out in Western Jeffco, I'm scanning. Okay, there's a lot of snakes out there, and 99.999% of the time, it's a root, it's a stick, it's whatever it may be.